Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'd like to call the special meeting of October 15th, 2022 to order. Roll call, Mr. Steele.
Commissioner Alexander, Commissioner Bogus,
Here.
Commissioner Shu, Commissioner Lamb,
Here.
Commissioner Matamidi, Commissioner Sanchez,
Here.
Commissioner Wiseman Ward. Here. Thank you. Okay, I got it.
Commissioner Alexander is here. And Commissioner Shu is also here. Before I open up for discussion, informational item B of our governance workshop this afternoon, I just want to thank my colleagues for your work over the last 6 months. We have had pretty intensive and aggressive plans to really shifting the course and our plans for our students and this governing team as we focus on student outcomes. I also want to give a big thank you, shout out to the great Council of City Schools to AJ Cravel and team who have really, we would not be here today for not been their support. AJ is going to give a summary and recap, particularly where we've been over the last 6 to 8 weeks and how we are arriving to our discussion this afternoon. So just want to give a big thank you. Also want to give a thank you to Superintendent Wayne and his team around the data preparation that is grounding for our discussion this afternoon around interim goals and guardrails. And so I just wanted to give our appreciation to how we're arriving to this work and how we move this forward. So at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion and a second for the discussion of informational item of the governance workshop.
Second.
Thank you, and I'd like to call for public comment. And today, we will only be taking public comment in person, similar to our workshop session in July.
Thank you, President Lamb. Anybody care to make public comment? Seeing none.
And we will only be taking public comment at the beginning of the meeting since we only have one informational item this afternoon. Okay, at this time, I will turn it over to AJ and we'll begin our discussion.
Thank you all for having me. It's always a pleasure to be back. First, want to walk through what are the steps that have taken to get here, what we're doing this evening, and then dive directly into the conversation. We'll start with the discussion around vision, values, then a conversation around goals and a conversation around guardrails. So first, kind of some of the steps it's taken for us to get here. It feels like the spring, but I think it may have technically been summer. I can't remember. In May, this board began by going on a retreat, joining a national conference along with its presumptive superintendent at that time, and really began the process of learning about what are the things that the board can do to have the biggest leveraged impact on improving student outcomes. As a result of that, the board began a process of trying to identify what is the community's vision and how do we encapsulate that in a set of goals that describe what the community wants its students to know and be able to do. The board began the process of trying to identify what are the community's values and how do we codify those into a set of guardrails that describe the non-negotiables. And so starting with a discussion about the community's vision and how that gets captured in goals, and then a conversation about the community's values and how that gets captured in guardrails. The board put together a draft in July. From that point, there are two important things that the board has to consider, but the board had only considered one at that point. The two things that the board has to consider when adopting goals and guardrails is what is the voice of the community and what is the data that describes the reality for students right now. At the July meeting, you had access to data about student performance. The superintendent provided that, and you had a chance to really dig into that and ask whatever questions were important to you, and that helped frame some of your thinking around what areas to focus on. But what you didn't have was a refreshed set of community listening. And so you engaged in that in the intervening months. Since that time, you've had 13 in-person listening sessions in all 11 San Francisco supervisorial districts. Those sessions were open to the community, attended 1 to 3 commissioners were each of those. Translation services, food services, childcare services were provided. We had multiple listening, virtual sessions for listening. The most recent of those actually helped facilitate with a group of your student leaders. 47 community groups invited to attend, and translation services were provided for those as well. You've had a community survey and extended that out, and there have been many responses. You had but in addition, there was a lot of work that had already been done previously by many of the advisory committees and advisory councils. They had already submitted a variety of reports that really try to answer these very same questions. What is the community's vision? What are the community's values? And so your direction to our team was to include those 29 publicly available reports from your various commissions and councils as part of the community listening that you were doing to make sure that each of those specific community groups were also represented in this conversation in a really tangible way and in a way that honored the hard work that they've put in for developing those community reports. Totals, over 900 attendees and respondents, nearly 4,000 pieces of input collected. What my team did is sat down and crunched through all that. We provided you 3 different documents. One document that is just the raw data. Everything that was received in that document links to all of it. And so you can go back and look at all the raw data. Anyone can. It's publicly available. And anyone can look at what is the raw data that the community listening summary is based on. The second document we provided you was a long form analysis of all the community feedback. And then the third document we provide you is just a summary. And I say summary loosely because it's still 10 pages, but that just speaks to just the incredible breadth of feedback that the community provided. So with those 3 documents, now you complete the circle. This evening, the challenge is to take what you've learned about student performance, where students are at, what you've learned about the community's voice regarding the vision and values, and take all of those and make whatever modifications you need to make to that July draft regarding your goals, and whatever modifications you need to make to that July draft regarding your values and guardrails. So that is the nature of the work this evening. So I wanted to summarize that because all of that is fairly new work, the completion of so much community listening. Before I go on, questions about or clarifications, anything I missed about our process that's brought us to today? And questions about the community engagement work or anything else about what's brought us to today? I was trying to offer just a summary of the full process that's gotten us to here before we continue. Anything important that I missed or any questions about any of that? All right, so then the next step in this process is to review the ideas that have been presented to you around what should be, what is the vision of this community, what are the values? And then after we have a conversation about that, we'll dive into a conversation about, based on that, what should be the goals, what should be the guardrails. Having visited with many of you, I suspect we've got a lot of potential revisions to dive into based on all the listening that you've done, that your thinking has shifted and matured based on all of the voices you've heard. That is exactly what this process is supposed to be like. Is that you put out a draft, you get a lot of conversation going about it, and then you come back and refine it based on what you heard. That's what our intention is today, is to leave today having reached consensus around here's the vision and values, here's the goals and guardrails that we'll be considering later on in the month. So with that being the task for the day, I want to start with the document. It's a slideshow that your superintendent provided for you. Interim goals and guardrails for board special session on 10/15/22. Do you all have that available? Because I want to work from that document. Yeah,
Do we have a rough timing and plan for today? How much time we spend on which section?
what I do know is that we have a taco bar at 5 o'clock.
Right.
That is the critical feature of this evening's event to, you know, prevent. But other than that, no, the intention is to, so having done this a few times, generally the vision and values part is not the hardest part, so that's why I want to take those first, because I felt like there's a reasonable round of consensus around that. I think there's going to be some amount of challenge with the goals, and so I suspect we'll get through that in the first half of our time together. And then it may well take, you know, most of the second half of our time together to get through the guardrails, because there was a lot of community feedback about those, you know, about the wording, what's the focus, a lot of things about, you know, how much are we balancing, you know, lifting up students who are behind and accelerating students who are ahead, you know. So I suspect the goals, the vision, values, and the goals, I think hopefully we'll be able to knock down the first half and then reserve the entirety of the second half for guardrails. But I don't know, it's your world, I'm just living in it. But I do know that there are tacos at 5.
How much time do we have to eat the tacos?
I'll probably ask you to grab some tacos, you know, chew for about 15-minute break, and then come on back with anything you haven't eaten yet. Yeah, it's this is going to be an aggressive bit of work this evening. Other questions about? Thank you for the question about just the work this evening. Any other questions before we dive in? Any other questions before we dive in? All right. So let's go down. Sorry, I'm just realizing it is not in this document, so let me go back to the other one. All right. No, I'm just realizing that not all of the things I want the board to look at are in that specific document. So I'm going to send all of you a different document that just one pager that has everything in it. Yes. Yeah, it's the same information. I'm just putting everything on one page for folks.
Just a reminder that we have 2 mics on.
I just sent you an email. If you could share that with everybody else, I'd appreciate it.
What's going on?
Exactly.
Thanks for being here.
That's Danielle, Justin,
All right, so there is a document that I just sent to Justin's about to send to you. I put all of the vision, values, goals, and guardrails on one pager. I realized it's all of this is in your various presentations, but it's spread all over the place. So I'm sending you a document, just one page that has all of it there. So it'll make it a little bit easier for you to reference, because we'll be bouncing around some of these presentations. So that way you'll have it in front of you. So I want to start with, again, the conversation about the draft vision and the draft values, and this will be in your inbox shortly, so you don't have to look for it. But here's what we left in July with regarding draft vision. All SFUSD students will graduate as independent thinkers with a sense of agency who have mastered academic and creative skills to lead productive lives and contribute to our community. It's been a while, so I don't know if you all remember all that, but that's where we left off. Now, the idea of the vision and the values is they describe what is the long-term view, like what is the big picture but stretched out over 10+ years of what we want to be true for our community. And so the vision and values are really intended to be the long-term view, whereas the goals and the guardrails are supposed to be, okay, what are we going to do in the next 5 years to move in the direction of our vision and values? And so the draft vision that you all came up with, that's what it was attempting to accomplish. What do we want to be true over a 10+ year period for all of our students? And then the goals are shorter term, they're only 5 years, and say, what are the steps we're going to take moving in the direction of accomplishing that? And so I want to start there. As a result of any of the data that you've seen about student performance or any of the community voice that you've heard during the listening, are there significant changes that you would recommend to the draft vision? Again, I'll read it again. I know you all have it in your inbox now. All SFUSD students will graduate as independent thinkers with a sense of agency who have mastered academic and creative skills to lead productive lives and contribute to our community. So based on the listening you've done and the data that you've seen about student performance, a major modification to that you'd recommend. The floor is open. Yeah.
So I don't know that this is a major change, but it's something, maybe I think it's more than semantics, but the word mastered brings with it some things. But actually the reason I'm flagging the word mastered is a lot of when I do my teaching, we talk about the growth mindset, then we never actually have ever achieved full mastery.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if there's a way to adjust that language, which shows, we're not talking about like mere proficiency, something stronger than that, but something that's like, no, we're always
improving.
Our growth. So just I don't think that.
Ideas about that?
How about demonstrating?
The sense of agency who have demonstrated academic and creative skills.
Developed is the first thing you do.
Developed.
Because it implies obtaining it, but also continuing to. That's good.
Other thoughts about this?
I think, not on the exact same point, but I do feel like figuring out maybe what the strong word piece is. I would like something in there specifically around like students knowing that the district cares about their like social, emotional, like well-being and their like continued success. And so I guess before I throw out like a sentence for folks, how does that feel off for folks or already reflected?
So that doesn't feel off at all. It does, however, feel like what the adults are doing, not what the students are receiving. And so if I'm interpreting that correctly, it sounds like something that should be part of your draft values. Because generally the values and the guardrails are the adult side of the house, the vision and the goals are here's what students will receive. The values and guardrails side of the house is here's what the district will provide, is another way of thinking about it.
The sense of belonging is in one of the interim goals, I think. I think social emotional learning, I think that's what you're getting at. But a sense of belonging to us as a community is in the interim goals.
Although I will, to Vice President Bogus's point, I mean, if right now it's with a sense of agency, I wonder if there's like, with a sense of agency and like, are you thinking that if we had whatever you're saying, but flip it to what the students possess could get you where like sense of agency and sense of fill in the blank, belonging or self or sense of value of self, something that shows what we want them to leave with.
So if that matches for you, it's something like graduate as independent thinkers with a sense of belonging and agency?
That doesn't really make sense to me. But a sense of belonging to what?
Belonging does kind of invite belonging to what? Yeah.
They're graduating.
Yeah.
they're like leaving us.
Right.
So we want them to have felt belonging while they were here.
Yes.
Well, and,
Now they're,
and that was my
Setting
point,
out.
is that this sounded to me more like this is what we wanted them to experience while they were here, but that sounds like what a conversation about what are the adults creating, not what are the students receiving. But if it is about what the students are receiving, then ideally it is about what they're receiving while they're, before they leave us.
Yeah, I guess it maybe it kind of falls on both sides of those angles. I think for me, just kind of thinking about what we want students to know kind of when they leave and kind of like that they're a part of a system and a community committed to these values that have helped prepare them and get them ready, I guess is what I'm trying to capture. But maybe, like you said, it's something that it should exist somewhere else.
Well, and I would also encourage you to scroll down in the document and look at the draft value statements. And try to figure out if there are things that are already in there that capture that or that could capture that instead.
I also was just looking at the graduate profile and seeing if the vision matches that. So the graduate profile is content knowledge, creativity, both those are in there, career and life skills, and that's kind of in there, right?
Yeah.
Global, local, and digital identity, leadership, empathy, and collaboration, sense of purpose, and sense of self. Which,
So most of
I feel
the
like some of the things you-
front end, but not much of the back end of that.
yeah, maybe there is something around like leadership or sense of purpose. I mean, some of that, I think a lot of that is implied in the vision, but
I would recommend that we spend more time on the goals, because I think vision is vision, we can always make it better, but I think we actually want to focus more of our time and energy on the goals.
Going back to Commissioner Weissman Ward, around that word mastery though, do we have a sense of any?
So I heard demonstrated, I heard developed. Developed?
I want something that's higher than that, but I mean, I think like I want to like thesaurus mastered and like find something that's just slightly different. You know what I mean? That would fit, but I'm not opposed. But I do think there was something about like there's levels, and like we want people kind of at that higher level.
Something about expectations. The developed doesn't
Well,
feel
it's
like the
actually
level of
developed,
expectations.
Demonstrated and master, right, in that attain, developed, yes, you developed some, demonstrated, that means you actually did a little more than develop, and then masters mean mastered. So maybe you want more than develop?
I heard you whisper attain. I don't know if that was for everyone, but I heard attain.
Gained or attained.
I think he's checking out that thesaurus right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm just using
So
my
I,
hand, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
5 levels of mastery, I'm on it.
Thank you, Lisa, thank you.
People okay with, I mean, like if we would shift it temporarily from master to attain in search of like the better word, if there's one out there, but as far as like a place setter for us to kind of move forward.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have other like major suggestive changes to the visions or kind of different approaches we should be taking, or do we feel like this is pretty close to it? Shoot down my idea indirectly, I'm not mad at you, okay.
Low key,
Ask the
low key.
question, we answered.
We'll come back, we should transition
put a
to
pin in it.
goals.
Yeah.
Before that, values.
Oh, that is.
Oh, so we're going, okay.
Visions and values now? Oh, okay.
And again, these, the value statements, similar to the vision statement, these are lofty, long-term.
I think they're good. I like the new sentences that were, I think staff put those together. The only one I wanted to throw out there was a possible change, and is in number 4, where it says we stand with those most vulnerable in our community with an equity lens when making decisions. I feel like the phrase with an equity lens is repetitive and might, sometimes the word equity is thrown around to mean a lot of different things. I think it actually might be stronger to just say we stand with those most vulnerable in our community when making decisions, which is just like, which is, to me, feels clearer, but I don't feel strongly about it.
So it is very much the case that the 7 of you do not have a shared definition of equity, and your community most certainly does not have a shared definition of equity. And so anytime that you plan to use it, you're gonna hear a pushback from me that says either define it or cut it.
Yeah.
And so what I hear you saying is just cut it.
Basically, because I feel like it's clear. If you say we stand with those most vulnerable in our community when making decisions, to me, that's what equity means, that's what social justice means, but it's actually just saying it instead of using a term.
Yes, ma'am?
I don't think I have a contrary perspective. Maybe it's slightly different, well, it's related. I wonder if there's a way to use equity, but, okay, let me start over. I actually have an issue with, those most vulnerable. Like, just in and of itself. They're most vulnerable to systemic inequity. I think it seems like we're putting this big sort of value statement on certain communities as just inherently being vulnerable, which I have a little bit of a concern with, and I think they're vulnerable to the systems, but not just vulnerable as people.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's,
I mean, they're being treated a certain way.
yes, and not because of who, yeah.
Marginal.
I don't know if I feel like I felt the same way. I don't know if I want marginalized either, but I do feel like something, I don't know.
Like, is it a vulnerable to? Like, because I feel like that then gets away from this sort of value statement on an
So
actual, like,
that
on
would
a,
be most vulnerable to what, systemic?
So are you thinking that there are some students who, if the school system fails them, like there may not be a whole bunch of other safety nets to support? Or are you thinking folks most vulnerable to the system not being calibrated for their needs? Because those are two kind of different ideas.
Maybe both?
I'm not being helpful.
it's like most vulnerable to like the realities of who we are, but that doesn't, it's sort of the realities of the systems that we're still working.
I guess maybe also to add maybe a slightly other wrinkle too, I also feel like we stand with all the communities in our school district as we fight for them, you know what I mean? And like want them to do better, not just people who are most vulnerable. And I think figuring out like the balance for that, definitely prioritizing the most directly impacted folks and the people who have had like the most negative experiences because of the system. But you know what I mean? I think like our commitment is to everyone. I just wonder if the way that's phrased, it doesn't come across that way entirely, or maybe that's not as important in what we're trying to show in that particular one, committed to social justice.
Yeah, to me, it's important to indicate under the social justice value that we're prioritizing, like you say, the most vulnerable, the most marginalized, directly impacted. To me, that's what social justice means. But yeah,
I think what I'm saying is in agreement with that, I guess. So I just would just to say that.
Oh, okay.
What about using directly impacted instead of most vulnerable? We stand with those most directly impacted by, I guess it's by, I go with like systemic injustice, systemic inequity, systemic oppression, whatever, like.
But writ large or specific to the school system?
This can be both.
Writ large.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So for example,
Can we limit, on that note, can we limit it to the school system? Because we're, as a school system, we cannot solve society's problems. But we can try and do something that impacts students that we do have, right?
so I don't recommend you use this, but we were having almost an identical conversation when another district we're working with was settling in on their goals and guardrails, and the language that they the language that they rallied around was supporting their students furthest from educational justice. But what they're trying to figure out, what they kind of leaned in the direction you're describing, is they're trying to make it, in their case, they're trying to come up with a term that described essentially the educational needs of students rather than the global needs of students. And so they decided, we're going to focus this goal in on our students furthest from educational justice. And so I'm not recommending that for you all, but I just throw that out as something to, maybe if that jogs some ideas.
Can I ask for just like a point of clarity to see? It seems like we all generally felt like what Commissioner Wiseman Ward said was a decent direction shift. So then maybe it does make sense for us to have the conversation about kind of the size and scope of it, of it's like broader or more narrow to school. That feels like where we should be at. I will offer up my thoughts since I'm already talking. I think trying to find a balance of the school with at least, I think, kind of an outset of like the city and the nation as a whole and the way like the systems are intertwined. I do think there is like a limit to like what we can maybe expect, but I think I'm open to what other folks have to offer, but that's at least my initial offering.
Yeah, I think it's hard to separate them. I understand that we can't change, like, if somebody doesn't have stable housing, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't prioritize unhoused students because we know that impacts their ability to access education. I don't know, to me, it feels like a distinction that's not, I think our role is clear in terms of what we do about it, but I think prioritizing folks, I don't think it is helpful or makes sense to make a distinction.
Yeah, not to prioritize folks, yeah.
Somebody have draft language for us.
Can I ask a clarification question?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit in word soup right now, and just, I see that they're all different, so that I'm not completely daft, but like united, social justice, and diversity driven, especially those last two. It feels a little bit like we're saying the same thing, but in three different ways. But am I, especially, well, I don't know, I guess I'm a little bit struggling. Go back to Commissioner Shu's and AJ's point of staying in our lane, like really focusing on education. I hear what you said Commissioner Alexander, but the last part of your sentence was like, how do we serve your educational needs, knowing the whole child, which we have in the first one, student-centered, recognizing the whole child. So how do we be most impactful as a school district in serving in creating an obligation to provide quality education that's accessible to each and every student? And so I'm a little bit trying to, there's a number of concepts that are captured in those three last bullet points.
And if we reference to the vision essentials of Vision 2025, the very last one, a truly equitable school district, there's one in there that might help folks kind of think about language, but the one that kind of I gravitated towards is every school and every student is part of a district-wide system of supports designed to ensure that all students and families of every race, language, and ethnicity, learning level, and ability have the support and the resources they need to thrive. So there's just, for me, it's thinking about like, to the discussion here, it's about how are we supporting our students to realize their full potential and what they need in order to thrive. So that's both educational, it could be social emotional, or through the arts, but that's part of that educational experience.
Yeah, it helps me I will just divulge that it helps me think about my role as a commissioner when it is anchored in what the levers that I have as through the school district and through public education. I do think we've strayed as a district. Where we've had issues is when we've strayed a little too far and not connected it strongly enough to the public education outcomes for students.
No, I agree with that, and I appreciate that we need to make sure this is tied in. I think for me the that having a value that doesn't specify sort of the space doesn't mean that our goals, like when we look at our goals, they are absolutely tied into what our lane is. So for me, the values is like, as we think about the goals, we're sort of infusing this in, but the goals is how we make sure that it's within the bubble that we're, the big space that we're in. I had another thought on language, throws in the word education to make us feel a little bit like we're, so we stand with those whose access to education is most directly impacted by systems of oppression. And I looked up systems of, there's like the systems of oppression, you know, racism, sexism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, it sort of, it goes, it incorporates a lot. So then there's a way to limit, like we're focusing on who's access to education. That's sort of the.
Oh, what I got, I want to make sure I wrote it down. We stand with those whose access to education is most impacted by systems of oppression. Did I capture that?
Yes, I said most directly impacted, but I don't know that we need the directly, but. Somebody typing that in?
That would be me.
But I don't see it, do I?
You refresh, I think.
I think I,
No, I don't see it. Did you type it in?
It might not be real time for all of us. so-
No, it is. I need to change the permissions. I'll do that, then you'll refresh, then you'll see it in real time.
yeah, I think I prefer not saying access to education because I think I agree with what you said before, which is that I think these values are values that aren't about education or not education, they're just values. So to me, like, and I would say, like, I think United Social Justice and Diversity Driven are different. Like, to me, United is about being together and building on people's strengths, and that we're not going on 7 different directions. So this idea of collective excellence, you know, Diversity Driven is really about valuing diversity and valuing all perspectives. To me, this one around social justice is really about power and systems of oppression. It's like when we see that folks have actually been negatively impacted by systems of oppression, I like the way that you're putting it, then we prioritize shifting that situation. And that's why, like, I think that, I mean, you could say access to education, but then it kind of takes out, this then doesn't apply to staff, right? It's like, oh, if a staff member is let's say, a woman of color in leadership is struggling with staff or whatever it may be, right? That if we have a value around social justice, we might be able to say, hey, look, as a social justice school district, we need to be aware of that dynamic. Whereas if we just talk about access to education, then it kind of eliminates that conversation. So I feel like there's a power in having the values be broader, but again, recognizing that our mission and role, you know, is educational. So we're not gonna, but that, like, that kind of, the example there, like, impacts the ability of that leader to be able to effectively lead and provide kids with a good education.
That is a good point in that, do these values, our vision is straightforward as just what we want the students to have. Are the values applying only to the students, or is it to the whole system? Because that's what you're saying, right? And I actually have a similar question regarding the fearless, the second one. We persist through challenges with integrity, transparency, and in community. I actually wanted to either modify or replace it to emphasize transparency of us as a district to be more transparent. And that's not necessarily about students. We're not asking students to be more transparent. We're asking us to be more transparent. So the question is, are we talking about the values? Are we just applying to students, or is it more than students?
Mostly students.
Huh?
It's mostly about students.
So,
Well, and to clarify, the vision and the goals are exclusively about what we want our students to know and be able to do. the values and the guardrails are more about what are the conditions that adults are creating on behalf of the students we serve.
Okay, then to me, I understand your question to say the values and guardrails are not just students that we can.
That is completely accurate.
Okay, because we have adults. So then, yes.
Yeah, because I feel like it's like about what kind of organization we want to
Yeah,
create.
yeah,
right?
so
yeah.
that we can achieve the
Yes.
goals and the vision.
Yeah.
So something for me then is then being proactive, like action oriented around systems change. So it's not just recognizing oppression, the systems, you know, but it's actually that we see ourselves as change agents and that we have authority to be able to change those conditions on behalf of our students. So I don't know where I would wordsmith that, but systems like.
So something like we take action on behalf of those.
Or with the whole,
You want to use systems change.
yes.
We take this, I'm sorry.
Can you elaborate for me, systems change? Is that?
Systems change are like the, all the different, so when we think of from the school to central, we often talk a lot about, you know, from the school site to central. So it's just really all of the components that make up our full system or institution, basically, is from teaching and, from the teaching and instruction piece to, going with that. Professional, yeah, everything that it goes into our students and their learning.
So we want to say it in that, now that you've defined systems, because I was thinking like outside of our school, the various systems of oppression and all that, but no, we're talking about our system. So then what's the phrase or what are we trying to, we're still on the social justice one? Or?
Just to share where I guess I'm at right now, I feel like the suggestion that Commissioner Alexander had last, I felt pretty good about, as well as I think the part that President Lamb is adding around kind of like the what we do part. I think the thing I worry about is like, how does this not become just like a statement that is like vague and feel good, but actually like represents the way for action to be taken by the district. And so I think that's something I'm wrestling with, but I don't really know what, but just.
I have it on mute too. Well, I guess I didn't.
Does anyone have a language change? If not, then I'm gonna ask that we move forward.
I agree. I mean, I had the suggested language on access to education, and I appreciate Commissioner Alexander's point that we want to be inclusive of the folks that are educating and helping support educators. So I'm okay with removing that for the reasons.
So we stand with those who,
Most impacted
These are
by
most
systems of
Yeah,
oppression.
impacted by this.
Right. I mean, that still doesn't have them the action item, but
I was trying to, I can't figure it out without using the word systems twice in a way that sounds good.
So.
we stand with
that
those who are
would
most
say
impacted? Okay,
We stand with those who are most impacted by systems of oppression. And that would include students, it would include staff, it would include everybody in our world, right? That we.
Well,
Negatively
it is
impacted.
implicitly negative if it's a system of oppression. You don't need to tell us.
pro-oppression.
That's your take.
That's true.
Yeah, I think we should leave it. I think you're right.
Can I?
Okay, no, go ahead.
I was gonna go back to the fearless, the transparency. I feel like that is something that we really,
What's the language recommendation?
okay, Lainey, you talk and we give you a recommendation right now.
okay. Oh, for the fearless thing?
No, you want to talk, I need a minute to, you ask for language, I'm gonna take a minute.
Okay, so, well, I think, actually, I was kind of pivoting there too, because there's a couple concepts that and I don't have suggested language, I apologize, but, around fearless, where, we persist through challenges, to your point, Vice President Bogus, where it sounds good, one of the things I'd like to, or I'm thinking about infusing is growth mindset, admitting mistakes, humbleness, because around the systems change, I've been thinking a lot about the difference between what we're asking students to do and what we're asking adults to do. We want students to be curious learners. We want them to have growth mindset. We want them to be continuous learners. We want them to admit their mistakes, right? And to be comfortable saying. And so how are we in our values infusing the asks that we want of students to also approach our continuing learning, meaning that a decision that's great today may not be the best decision or program or policy in 2 years or something like that. So what is our process? What is our value that says we commit to growth mindset, curiosity, continuous learning, and like learn, humble, humility. That's what those are the things that I'm not.
Seeing on this list.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it could be added in fearless. I think fearless is where it goes.
I don't like the word fearless. What does that mean?
The problem is these spell out SFUSD, so.
Is that Oh
You
my
need it.
God, I
Yeah,
didn't
that's
know
why
that.
the values.
Oh, is that
So
why?
unless we're going back to the drawing board,
I did not know that either.
I didn't know that.
that's why they're like that. So I don't, so
It's all that.
I think there was an effort years ago, I mean, again, like, I would highly strongly recommend we not try to redo all the values right now. But I just think, I think,
Well, but can I guess like another take on that is we've had these values on the books for a very long time and where have they? So meaning, so fearless, I have to say I kind of roll my eyes because.
Yeah.
And I can be corrected in my eye rolling. So to me, it's more like, I'm more interested in growth mindset. Than like, I don't know what fearless looks like and I don't know if I don't know, like.
I'm just saying from a practical point of view,
Yes,
I don't
I
think we're
understand.
ever gonna get this done if we
Yes, okay.
start making up a new acronym.
Process.
If somebody didn't come in with a proposal, so
Yeah.
I would say, can we
Who knows
add,
that
can
it
we?
spells SFUSD? Like, you put it next to this, I'm like, I don't know it spells
This was
SFUSD.
a really long drawn out process to
Yeah.
get these values.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back in the day, yeah, with
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we can't do it, I just
But
think
now's
that,
not the time.
yeah, I'm
Okay.
just arguing that now's not the
Fine,
time, I'm not saying we can't do it.
So
this
all
has
schools
gone
were
through-
invited to
Okay,
At
okay.
least This has
Yeah.
gone through
I was principal at
numerous
Cleveland.
rounds of community input.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can I just ask
All right,
when?
fine.
And interestingly, only 2 to 3 years back. So it's fairly new.
Okay.
So it's not that it's ancient.
Commissioner Tomei, I would encourage, could we add
Yeah.
your growth
Yeah, we can
mindset? 'Cause
add
I
it.
absolutely support that. If we could just put.
humility.
Humility, I like
Yeah.
too.
Yes.
I like the word, I like the
What?
I use that all the time.
Yeah,
Growth
exactly.
mindset is so important.
But I also want to use the word joyful sometimes.
Yeah.
This is really heavy.
Yeah.
Because there's really only one positive word for all of them, it's celebrate.
Well, what would you think about adding, like, in that sentence, around the fearless sentence, we persist through challenges with humility,
Growth mindset.
transparency, and growth mindset or something,
Yeah.
maybe instead of.
Drop the
I don't know,
community part, yes.
it's less implied.
You can also put growth mindset under united.
Oh, that's true.
We
Oh, yeah,
celebrate
that's
and
right,
build on
'cause
each other's
it's together.
strengths and
That's
using a
true.
growth mindset.
But it's not just each other's strength. Like I kind of like it more in fearless,
I do.
just like having that, being willing to say like,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like
You know, or like that was,
I didn't do it as well as I'll do next time.
Yeah.
Because now I know better.
Yes.
exactly. Or, yeah.
Keeping the word fearless, yes.
Yeah, that's
Right,
Just-
right.
yeah, I
No,
do.
I roll too, I just, I just didn't wanna open, try
No,
to
I
rewrite
didn't
them all.
understand
That's all,
that.
that's
No,
all.
I didn't know,
Me neither.
FFUSD, wow.
So where are we on number 2?
Fearless. Through challenges with humility, transparency, and growth mindset.
Maybe and a commitment to
Yeah.
growth mindset.
I like
Oh,
that,
okay, yeah. Who's doing that?
And we're
I'm
getting
trying to
rid of
figure that
He's
out.
stuck, he's stuck, I see.
No,
humility.
Get rid of
Yeah,
integrity.
Yeah, get rid of integrity, but humility, transparency, and a commitment to growth mindset.
I think just that growth mindset is. So,
Okay.
I mean, we could both remove that, just works with it.
I feel like it's not 3 o'clock yet, we can do a little less.
I'm gonna move on to our goals.
Yeah, me too. I think-
All
I
right,
think
so-
that's right.
Okay, so we persist through challenges with humility, transparency, and
Growth mindset. Strike in community.
a growth mindset.
I guess I would like something about like with our San Francisco community or school community or something. Just that, so we're not saying we're doing it in isolation.
Just the fact that under, before all of them, it says the community's global non-negotiables. That it says community there, is that?
I feel like that's it.
A lot of them are in community, with our community.
I know, I guess just my experience with the district before community meant like 8 people sometimes.
But again, if we don't define it,
I think that,
back to Commissioner Batami's point around eye rolling, we can have any values we want, but if we don't live them, it's like,
Yeah, I don't think we need to like over though explain things, I think you're right.
but but I feel you though, for sure.
Any other recommended language changes? Please check out the document, see if there's any other recommended, yes, sir.
Just back to the social justice one.
Yeah.
Just the alternative suggestion, even though I do like what's there, I was gonna offer up, we stand with those who are most impacted by systems of oppression and are engaging in systematic reforms internally to address those harms. I'd just like something about what we're doing internally to address that.
See that, it says actively change those systems.
Yeah, I guess I want something about us changing them for like internal, but maybe, I guess that's where I'm at.
Can I throw something out that we're just listening to? Maybe a simpler way to say it would be like, we stand with those most impacted by systems of oppression and seek systemic solutions. I was trying to think what you said and
No, I mean,
make it a little
that
shorter.
works. I think the only thing I'm worried about is like, I really like even though our values I think are global in context, that like the aspect of us doing internal work being in them feels important to me versus us being like, look at all these bad people who
I
aren't
see.
doing stuff.
Seek, what did you say? Can you read it?
All right, here we go. And are engaging in systematic reforms internally to address these harms.
Internally to
The school
the
district?
district itself. So you're saying that we stand with those who are most impacted by systems of oppression globally, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And actively, we want to change it in, change the ones that we have,
Our domain of
right, right, not control, but that we have.
what about like that, and actively change the systems that exist within our district or something?
I feel fine.
Yeah, that's.
And I do have one other wordsmithy thing of being united.
Wait, can you finish that? Change those systems within our district, just add to the
And actually
average
change
in our
those
district.
systems that exist within our district. Or within our
Just
district,
Sorry.
within our district.
within our district.
Act to, is that what it is?
And well, it says actively
actively
change those
change those
systems in our district or that exist within.
Oh,
our
sorry, I'm
district.
not following.
Oh,
I
no, this is just what I'm seeing. Oh, do you not have that?
Refresh.
it's on the screen.
I never got it, so
You
somebody
didn't
left
get
me off the email, so I was just following my own.
I just emailed all of you,
Again?
Sure.
just to make sure you have it.
Okay. Change.
Oh, there it is. Now,
Now I got it. Yeah, isn't it great to feel included?
isn't that one of the values?
Feeling joyful.
That Wayne probably has a bunch in his email.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, is
That's right.
I'm joining at 5.
Oh,
Um,
it's only
Okay,
3,
it's your
wow.
way.
I just refreshed my smell, it's totally different.
I just had to log back in. My access expired.
Okay.
So I think we're asking folks to take a second to make sure you're familiar with the page, and then I think we'll see how good we are to spot some.
Okay, so now I'm ready. So what was the change?
We're talking about internal systems, not,
Okay, we're
that
social
makes it sound
justice.
like, that makes it sound like we're changing. What is?
You know what, Lainey, I know.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Go
go-
back.
Go to the most recent email and open that up because, no, the social justice,
It's all back.
It
It's
reverted.
like, yeah. Went back to the original.
you see how it says we stand with the most vulnerable, but you had made edits to
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Mine still shows.
yeah, it says integrity, transparency.
I still see mastered.
If you are on editing, it'll look different than if you're on viewing. I know,
Oh.
or suggesting, if you go to suggesting.
You have to be logged in your district.
Oh.
I'm signed into a different.
Yes, we gotta change.
Oh, I'm under my own Gmail.
That was, because when I looked it up on my own Gmail, it wasn't right, and then when I switched to.
I'm feeling.
We are gonna figure this out, y'all.
Team
We are
building.
gonna figure it out.
Fearlessly figure it out.
With growth mindset to
We will
understanding
do better
docs and
next
how to
time.
sign in.
We actively change those systems within our district.
Got it.
Within our district, that's right.
Within our district.
I just
Got it.
actively changed the system of my login.
The system.
Within our district. And then I do help within our district. And then United, where it says build on each other's strengths, I mean, could it be in different strengths and differences?
We're united, I'm sorry, one more time.
On each other's strengths and differences.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
That's a good idea. And differences. After
Yeah.
strengths. Right. Spelling right.
Yeah, my keyboard. I don't know why my keyboard.
It's not like we're an educational institution, don't we?
culture.
I would like our staff to pay more attention to spelling.
All right. Any other language changes to vision or values before we transition?
Once. Going twice. So,
All right.
we're done.
All right, good job.
Yay!
Check off a few boxes, right?
If you're logged in as your SFUSD, you should have.
Yeah, Judson, you're yourself. You need to log into SFUSD top right corner. Maybe you're in your
Or class A
personal thing.
access.
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, you should just click on that as track chair, you go.
Oh, yeah,
switch
yeah,
to-
go to your,
yeah,
yeah, there you go, yeah.
I'm not sure why it all.
There you go.
In community, we've shared that expertise with our.
All right.
Hey.
So now we've got, everybody can see the document. But not everybody on the planet can edit the document, which is a critical distinction. That's why you all just experienced a permissions change, because I made a small mistake there. So- All right, so any other recommended edits for vision or values before we transition to goals? All right, then sit with that. The door is not closed on anything till, post tacos. And so let's transition to the goals. And for the goals, we'll just take them in sequence. And actually for this, if now that you got it all sorted out on the screen, actually, we can jump back to the presentation now. Because the draft interims are actually in the presentation. All right, so we'll go through these one by one. We'll start with the very first. Yes, ma'am.
Are we gonna do the overall goals before we dive into the interim goals?
We're gonna do the goal while talking about its interim simultaneously. So you're not actually approving interim goals.
Right.
So we're going to talk about goal 1, your third grade literacy goal, but I want you to see what are the potential interims so that you can have that in your mind as you're thinking about, are these interims capturing what we intend in the goal? If there's not an alignment between the summative expectation, which is your responsibility, the goal, and the interim expectation, which is superintendent's responsibility, the interim goals, then we need to make adjustments to the goals. And so that's why you need to see those while you're working. So that moves us to, I believe, page 7 of the slideshow. That takes us to goal number 1, which is about third grade literacy. Page 8, one more. There we go. So the percentage of all third grader students reading grade levels measured by the SBAC ELA will increase from 52% proficiency rate, and we need a specific month there of 2022. Rita, do you have any idea when that data becomes available and clean each year?
Usually.
So it's potentially October of 2022 to 62% proficiency by October of 2027. By the time October 25th comes around, we'll make sure that we have months and years in place for all of these. But then for SBAC data, expect that to probably be October. What modifications? The conversation is open for goal number 1, your third grade literacy goal. And keep in mind the ways that your administration is proposing monitoring progress toward this is by looking at the 3 proposed interim goals. Obviously, if the board makes any significant changes to your goals today, then the administration will go back and make corresponding changes to the proposed interims. So just understand that those will flex and change as the will of the board changes. So the floor is open. Third grade literacy goal.
Was gonna suggest that we raise the proficiency goal up to 80% for 2027.
I want 90.
Let the debate begin.
Well, we should look at what other districts that are really highly performing are doing. Because I think we have a goal that's not attainable, and we're just setting ourselves up.
Yeah, so here are the parameters that you have to operate in. These goals have to be SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, results focused, time bound. That A in attainable is not optional. They actually have to be attainable. But the R, results focused, is also not optional. So these actually exist somewhat in juxtaposition to each other. So on one hand, it has to be attainable. We actually have to be within the realm of reasonability for the resources that are available to us, be able to accomplish it. On the other hand, it has to be results focused, which means it has to challenge the organization. It has to move us in the direction of accomplishing results. If you could accomplish the goal by doing the same thing for the next 5 years as you did last year, it's not actually a goal. It's just a way for adults to look good and pat themselves on the back while children suffer. And so you actually have to land in between this really difficult tension. On one hand of attainability, we have to be able to accomplish it within the scope of the resources that are available to the school system, but it also has to be results focused. It has to challenge the organization and require adult behavior change. If adults can accomplish it by doing the same thing they've been doing, it's not actually a goal that's pushing for results. It's just a statement that's helping, politicos look good and staff pat themselves on the back. So you have to figure out, how do we fall in between those 2 data points?
I have a question. Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
I was about to comment. I had a question about age framing, but I'm also.
Go ahead, and then I will.
My question was, how do you think about the need for more resources in that equation? Right? Why are we limited in the resources currently available in school districts?
Because it has to be attainable. So if you have a reason to believe that you can bring in an extra $60 million, well then, I think if you strongly enough believe that that is a lock, then it makes sense to plan for that. What we really need is $500 million, but you have no plan to get that $500 million, now we're just pie in the sky, and that is irresponsible leadership. So there is a question about, are there things that we can think of? So another district I've worked with, this has been a number of years back. They really wanted to see more resources applied to pre-K, but there was no money that they were getting for pre-K. And so they actually, partnered with their city, put together a campaign that, there's a whole city levy initiative put in place to provide resources in that city for pre-K. And that city still is running their pre-K initiative with tax dollars that are specifically targeted at that. But they didn't just wish that that might be a good idea. They actually went out and did the hustle to bring in the additional resources. So if you are committing yourselves to doing the hustle to bring in the resources and you feel like you have a clear path to victory on that, I'd say include that. If this is pie in the sky, I would say that is patently irresponsible and avoid that. So there is a space for additional resources, but only if that's within the realm of realism, not fantasy. No, that's an important distinction because obviously that may in fact apply to you all.
So I am in support of increasing the literacy rate proficiency to 80. Some of the rationale there is that I do think that it will also be an opportunity for the superintendent and the board at the highest policy level around looking at what resources it's going to take and what those shifts may need to be. One. Number two is that I do think we have a path of additional resources very close to us that we'll know in the coming weeks. But also there are resources right now available through the city, now not committed yet, but in the case of the kinder end of the year benchmark, I think around early education in partnership with the city, there could be also potential resources there. So again, not making commitments or promises, but I think there's some path forward there.
So let me get you some help on another way of thinking about this, is that one way to know kind of how, what is reasonable, what is attainable, is to look at historically. And so what's helpful is I frequently ask staff, historically, what has our performance been? What is our rate of growth? And so this is suggesting over a 5-year period, growth of 10 percentage points. And so it doesn't suggest that it would be linear growth, but if it were, around 2 percentage points per year. So one question is, what has our historically is 2 percentage points, is that pretty easy for us? Is that hard for us? I don't know if any of you at the dais know that.
We got right there, me too.
Maybe, please.
Well, we have this trend data from before.
Yes, you do.
It's flat.
But it's just because that.
Maybe Ritu, you can answer that?
Yes, sure. So.
Is your mic on?
Couple of pieces of data. So for the last 5 years, if we were to look at our data, and I've given you all the trends, you'll see that it's been 51.9, 52.4, and last year it was 52.2. It's all in that 52 bracket. Let me go 5 years back. Let me go 10 years back. Okay, it has been in that same range, a confidence interval of 2 or 3. Okay, and that's the reason we suggested the 2. If I do put $40 or $50 million, let's say. So we did get $50 million just focused on that mission. Commissioner Sanchez was the principal of one of those schools that got the $50 million. And we still didn't see a growth that was as drastic as 80%. But again, we do want to. So if it's attainable, if that's the question you're asking, those are the 2 pieces of information.
So the highest performing district is Laguna Beach. Is that 83%?
83% literacy, that's on grade level?
Yeah.
So I have a proficiency rate. So I have a question about that proficiency. So my kids are 11th grade now, I have to think back. There are actual numbers, scores, right? And then the buckets of on grade level, above grade level, and then below grade level, right? But they're actual numbers. It's like a range of scores that are on grade level and a range of scores above and below. So this goal says reading at grade level. That means it's that middle range.
No, it's actually saying that for that grade level, you're reading at that grade level. So you're proficient for that grade level. So by the end of third grade, all the standards that were given in reading for that grade level, you have mastered.
I'm remembering my son's SBAC reports. There's a number up there, and then
Yes,
there's a
that's
bucket
the
that says
scale
you're
score.
at grade level or above it.
Yes, so that's the scale score
Uh-huh.
that you get. But again, I call the scale score more like an evaluator score. But the real description of it is that your student is either meeting all expectations of that grade level or exceeding expectations at that grade level. Those are the two things that we would call proficient. Anything.
But is there an actual number?
It is a range. You're right. It's a
That-
range.
Yeah, it's a
Yes,
number that's
absolutely.
supposed to be doing, in that range,
In a
then you're
confidence
proficient.
interval,
Above
yes.
that range, you're
You're exceeding.
exceeding, right.
Yes, below that range. you're-
Right, so when we say reading at grade level, are we saying that?
That range, yes.
Okay, all right, then can I propose that instead of that range, there must be an average. That means all of our third graders
Okay.
are on SBAC, whatever their score is, there's an average and there's a median. Right? So can we tie a goal to moving that average and or median up? Instead of saying the number of people who fall above that go from 52% to 60%. You understand what I'm saying?
Other boards have done this, yes.
So,
Can I ask
do
a
you guys
question about that?
understand what I'm saying?
I think, but can I ask a question? Would that, could that inadvertently mean, like, we could result in like a bunch of people that are already at grade level scoring higher than they were before and bringing that median up, but the folks that were still below stay below grade level? Because I think we want to avoid that. Like, we want to
Yeah.
move folks up, and I worry that we might bring up folks that are already here even higher, which is fantastic, but if we're not also bringing up folks that were below grade level, then I think that's not consistent with what we want.
I do think the interim goals potentially would capture that and be able to kind of reflect that. I would just say for me personally, I definitely understand that we have not made a lot of progress and that a lot of people haven't made progress on it. I feel like we're a very unique district with a lot of unique resources and assets. And for me, if the superintendent within 5 years doesn't have us close to 80% for this measure, I definitely feel like that would be a negative mark on him. You know what I mean? For me, because I feel like the confidence and trust for the public in us needs to be somewhere close to 80% for this, or else people are kind of having, a coin flip experience of what they're getting from our school district, and I think that's unacceptable.
So you could have 80% and still have African American students scoring way below the 60-point. Yeah, still do that.
We could, but I think what we've outlined is that we're trying to see that growth for all students and to have the interims reflected.
The interims, you can still have African American students underachieving, quote unquote, and still meet the goal, the overall goal. Mathematically, you can still do it. Because we have done that.
You're saying that's true at 62, but not 80? You're saying that's true at 62%, but not 80%?
I think it's both.
Gotcha.
So maybe that's then a guardrail. So that's just because we don't have oversight around those interims. But I'm sorry, I might be jumping around, but some thoughts I had around the goal 1 and interim goals. And feedback was around the EL, for example. So to Commissioner Sanchez's point, right now it talks about ELs overall, which is an important absolute focal population. But I would particularly want to also drill even further with Spanish ELs. Yes. Because when we've looked at the data 2 years prior, before the pandemic, our Spanish EL students had a remarkable difference between the EL of Chinese students. And so for me, I would want both. It's EL students and Spanish speaking ELs. So that's just a feedback I had. around that 10. Yeah, 1.3. Because otherwise, similar to Commissioner Sanchez's point, it could kind of get like masked, right? Because it's aggregated. And then are we actually moving those outcomes for that particular focal population? But again, that's on the superintendent to really work with his team.
So where does that put us with third grade literacy goal? What recommendations do you have? I still have not written down a consensus point.
I was gonna just do a process check to see if people felt like it's like we're in agreement that we should go up. I feel like folks have said it, but like, are we all in agreement? Is there any feeling we should like?
Not that high. The California rate is 76.9.
Okay.
I will note that there was very consistent feedback in our listening sessions that this seemed pretty unambitious. So I'm just gonna, community was pretty clear in the notes and in the sessions that I was in. I also, one of the things, even like when you look at, okay, like I have the data that was shared before. So right now, SBAC ELA, third grade, it looks like Latinx is 29% proficient, African American 18%, Asian 70%, and white 74%. So one of the things is, what I've heard anecdotally, like LAUSD did this kind of thing. And it's much easier if you're gonna bump up your numbers, is to focus on the ones that have the greatest growth potential, right? You're not gonna go after kids who are above potential, above meeting potential to try to get your fastest percentage growth. Or so, but even so, when I'm looking at the kinder end of year benchmark, increasing 5% from June 23rd to June 24th, and I look at the current numbers that they're at, like that still seems ambitious or unambitious in getting us to where we need to be. So even like the iterative ones for our targeted populations that we know we're not serving well seem not ambitious. And then collectively, the accumulated rate of change is also not ambitious.
Particularly when you look at from 1819 of African American students to 2021.
And I'm also gonna say we're investing in a new literacy program. So do we not believe that it's not gonna be impactful? Like, I recognize that that's gonna take a while to integrate, but I mean, I wish the superintendent was here to defend himself, because I'm feeling quite prepared to decide some work. But I mean, none of this am I feeling wowed by the level of commitment from the district, and nor is the community. So I don't know how to,
So yeah, let me jump in here right quick. I offered you all some notes to reflect on this very topic previously, but I want to revisit those. So generally speaking, what I encourage boards to consider is that your rate of change from the norm should match your rate of investment change from the norm as well. So if we have historically grown by 1 percentage point per year, and now we want to grow by 2 percentage points per year, if we were investing X to get that 1 percentage point per year change, we should be investing 2X to get that 2 percentage point change. If we were getting, if we want to grow by 3 percentage points, then 3X, 4 percentage points, and 4X. So this is not kind of perfectly scientific, but it's a way of thinking about what are the consequences of this, because it is, you cannot divorce the reality of goal setting from the reality of budgeting. So let me just say this for you. The higher you move this, and if you all pay attention to the road I've traveled, I am very much pro ratcheting up the expectations and pushing the organization to accomplish it. But that's only if you're willing to make the choices necessary to pay for it. I'm going to give you one cautionary tale. We were able to see significant improvement during my time in Kansas City, for example. In the 6 years that I had an opportunity to really influence the direction of the board. We doubled the percentage of students who are literate and numerate on grade level. And we were starting basically at the floor, so that didn't leave us anywhere near where we wanted to be, but it was significant improvement. And many people said we couldn't accomplish that. We did in fact accomplish that, and we went from being an unaccredited district to today, for the first time in decades, we're a fully accredited district. But what most people don't tell you is how we got there. And one of the major things that we did to accomplish that is there was no more money. There was no more money coming, so we had to figure out how do we find money. One of the choices we made, we increased class sizes at high school. That saved a significant amount of money that we were able to pour into our early literacy intentions. You can move this to wherever you want it to be. The higher you move it, the higher the investment that you are explicitly saying, we are going to back whatever it takes to make the dollars move from where they are today. And you need to be clear, they are somewhere today to where we want them to be. And beyond a certain threshold, it is impossible in a system where, in most school systems of your size, 80 to 85% of your budget is humans. It is impossible to contemplate that without the reality that there are going to be shifts in humans. So for example, when we increased high school class sizes to increase access to third grade literacy supports, that meant people at the high school level lost jobs because those people weren't prepared to go back and teach third grade literacy. So you let these people go and hire a different set of people at this place. You need to be clear about what it means. It's not just this sounds good, around a board table. It's when we move these numbers, we are explicitly making a commitment that we are going to radically redesign the funding allocation that currently exists in our school system. Now, I am all pro that. If that's what it takes to get justice for children, I put my fist in the air and say, do it all day, every day. But you need to be clear, you are not just making a statement of here's what community members feel strongly about, though I very much appreciate that you read the report and recognize that your community feels strongly about this point. But that is not enough. You are also explicitly saying, when you make those type of adjustments, that we are going to vote to approve changes in funding, which is going to have negative impacts for adults in our system. That is the commitment you're making. And if you are unprepared to make that commitment, then do not consider moving the numbers. If you are prepared to make that commitment, and again, it's my history speaks for itself. Those are the types of things I'm prepared to do, but I also was willing to do the hard things for adults to be able to afford the great things for children. So I just want to put that out there as you're thinking through this. Just understand that whatever you do today, you are committing yourself. And I will come back, in 6 months when the budget shows up. He's like, well, wait a minute, how come these 10 things that people love aren't in the budget? These programs that we've done this program for 20 years. Like, why isn't it in the budget? Or we've operated this, or well, hold on, how come class size increased, at our secondary level? Like, when those things happen, I will sit in this very seat again and say, that's because that's what you said you wanted to have happen. If you're not willing to write the check, don't sit here and act bold today. You're going to have to back it up later. So I just want to put that out there. I stand behind wherever y'all want to go, but just understand that it will cost. Like, there is no way to divorce goal setting from budget setting.
I challenge that fundamentally because we are trying to change the way that we do business, for lack of a better word. Okay? For the past 2 dozen years, the board has operated in the way that it has operated. We are changing that. Okay? And coming with that is, yes, we expend all this money on these different programs, but we actually didn't get the results. That's why we're changing it, right? So we could still spend the same exact amount of money on these various programs, but hold them accountable for getting the results. Then, without making any adjustments to the amount of money that you spend, you could get results.
Yeah, I do not recommend that you expect that.
Why?
Because I think it is fairy tale at best. I have not seen that play out anywhere I've ever been. There is no scenario where you move from 52% to 80% without a radical reallocation of resources. I have not ever seen people say, we're just gonna do what we've currently been doing, but we'll just do it
No,
good
we're
now.
not gonna do what we're currently doing,
But
that's
now,
fine.
but now we'll do it good. I have not seen that strategy play out.
Can I ask do we know, I don't know, does anybody know, what the assumptions are in these current, both the aggregate change and then the interim goal changes, like what the assumptions are as far as like behavior or support, et cetera, like the level of effort associated with,
The interim.
for the interims and also the 5-year, like what, I guess I don't know the level of effort that's been put on the table
Yeah.
already by the superintendent.
So you're right. Only your superintendent, I think, is really in a position to answer that.
Yeah.
But, so let me give you an example. Again, this idea of third grade literacy being important, this comes up often. So this is not, freshman territory. And so what often it winds up looking like, actually, I'm not even gonna speak to this. You've got, was one of you a principal, elementary? Yeah, okay. So imagine you want to improve third grade literacy rates. What specific investments would you deploy as a principal?
Holding on to excellent teachers.
All right, so step one, we've got to figure out how we retain teachers. Okay, got it.
Do that, save our lives.
Okay, next, what else would you do?
Invest in professional development, ongoing professional development.
Oh, professional development?
Lower class size.
The things I'd be looking for in professional development is how are we having people push in and do actually in-room coaching, not just let's go into some training with some expert and then come back, like actual humans who are pushing in to provide coaching. Now, as you say, smaller class sizes, well, the smaller class sizes means more teachers. Okay, none of these are free. Right. And none of these explicitly leverage the investments that you've currently made. All of these are going to require additional humans essentially to pull off. And those humans are going to have to be paid for something from somewhere. And so the reason I push back is because I think there is I think there is some amount of system optimization. I think that argument has some currency, that there are things we've done that have been suboptimal. If we behave in a more optimal manner, so be it. But the underlying assumption that in order to jump from 52 to 80 by just doing better what we've been doing would have to make is that folks aren't putting everything they have on the table all day, every day. And I don't know your teachers, so maybe things are different here. But having sat in classrooms all across the country, what I would coach you to expect is that every single one of your teachers is putting everything they have on the table every day for their children. And that teachers just aren't working hard enough or something, anything in that genre, I think will lead you astray. I think the thing that will be a smarter way to think about the challenge is we've got to figure out a better way of setting our teachers up to be great. Not if they would just work harder, if they just do what we told them to do, or anything in that genre. I just don't think that will get there. But instead, I think what you heard from Mark is more traditionally what I've observed is that teachers want to be great, but if they're really good at this part of teaching literacy, but not at all good at this part of teaching literacy, just because it's not something they know, then the solution is we've got to help them get really good at this part as well. But the best way to do that is usually going to be increasing the quality of instructional materials and increasing the quality of in-classroom real-time coaching that they're receiving. And so that's the challenge that I would put out to you is that these things are possible. And this idea of a jump to 80, that seems a lot, but I would submit to you, if you're willing to pay for the types of things that you just heard one of your colleagues mention, that begins to sound doable, but that is a very, very expensive solution. That's all.
What about absenteeism? If that's partially responsible for our literacy rate being 52%, because no matter how great the teacher is,
If they're
or
not
how
there.
great the curriculum is, if the kid is not there, you can't.
Yeah, and so for stuff like that, so for stuff like that, what I would encourage is that is a great question to ask your superintendent to explicitly
I'm really mad that he's not here today.
to explicitly
Can
analyze.
somebody answer for him?
Yes, he had a pre-existing commitment before this date was set. And this date got set, even though it conflicted with his because it worked with mine. So it's actually partially my responsibility for having insisted on a date that he had a unavoidable family event for. That being said, this idea about absenteeism, I think that's a great thing to invite the superintendent to study, is to say, can you analyze this? And by superintendent, it probably means these humans. Can you study the set of all teachers where attendance was X and the average growth we saw in third grade proficiency, ELA proficiency for them versus the set of all teachers where attendance was Y. Like, so those type of analyses, I think, probably fall squarely within the competence of, some of your super nerds. And then once you have that type of analysis, then I think you'd be in a better position to say, okay, is the magnitude of variance here really significant enough that solving for that, bridges the gap? And I don't know your data, so I couldn't even speculate whether that's true or not. But I think that's a perfect example of a question to ask. Unfortunately, you're going to be in a position where today you won't have the answer to that, but I'd still ask it anyway so that you could have it for the future.
Right, my point is that we need to stop doing what we have been doing for the past decades or more,
That is correct.
right? So if we just stop that and really look at it and look at the various pieces that we can improve without more funding, because the city has funding, DCYF has stuff that we can use and perfectly willing to work with us. We just have rejected their help for the past X number of years. Okay? We do those kinds of things. We may not need to add more teachers or more supports to move this rate up.
Well, and how you get there, that's going to be up to your superintendent. He may lean into that. He may lean into a different strategy. We don't know. Your job today isn't to figure out which strategy. It's to figure out what is the task that you are going to set him to. And the only thing I'm saying is just understand that the magnitude of the task that you set him to must be followed by a magnitude of resources to help accomplish that task. But saying we want this much growth, but don't change any resource allocation, all I'm saying is that is a failed idea, and I would encourage you to go from 52 to 54% if that's your plan, because that's more realistic based on your historical data.
So I want to now shift. One, I've not heard from a couple commissioners. I would like to hear from Commissioner Tomedy, Alexander, and President Ward. I think we've heard from the four of us, kind of where we are around what has been put on the table by Vice President Bogus is at the 80%. So y'all can react to that or suggest an alternative. Commissioner Sanchez has said.
Actually, I was wrong about, do you have the?
Yeah, I have to do that.
I was wrong, I missed.
So for the last, you asked me for the state has been at third grade for the last 5 years. So it's been 43, 44, 48, 48. That's the state rate.
What I said was adult literacy, sorry.
Was 76, gotcha.
What was the, you listed a district?
And then there's Laguna Beach.
Laguna
That's the
Beach.
highest, and that's
83.
83.
like that.
Yeah, that's at
And that's
Laguna
the
Beach.
highest, and there's no poverty, it's
Yeah.
8.3% free and reduced lunch. So you get what you get. I mean, you have a lot more money per student.
Lisa, Matt, Laney, what do you got?
So, I appreciate the high number, I do, and I appreciate that we're acknowledging the community, it's like we expect more, as community has every right and should be demanding and expecting. AJ, I appreciate you sort of reminding us about the realities of the world and that there's gonna be really important trade-offs. And I think that we are gonna have to make trade-offs, but what I worry about, Commissioner Shu, with all due respect, sort of the just, because I don't think there's just anything here. I think that even if it seems that obvious, it is culture shifts and system changes that we need. And I think we have to do that. That's what we're obligated to do that. But I think that in itself takes some time and commitment and some type of resource, whether it's financial or otherwise. 62 still it doesn't feel good. And I wonder if there's some middle ground that might be more realistic that acknowledges what we need to be doing, because I think your point is like, we have to be doing more, we have to be doing better, and I agree. And that I think is your point as well. Given that, well, we'll see what happens in a few weeks with Proposition G. We do know that there's upwards of 65 million per year.
Over time, not immediately.
Not immediately, okay, so not immediately, so that's important to know. It ramps up. And I guess the other thing that I was thinking about, I was asking Commissioner Alexander, we've seen some really great numbers come out of John Muir. And now we have 3 other elementary schools that are being piloted for this math curriculum, but we're seeing great grades in literacy there as well. And I wonder if there's, if with that plus the, as Commissioner Matomedy mentioned, this new literacy framework that we're gonna be adopting, which of course is gonna take time as well, whether something in the like 70s, that, I feel like there's a number between 62 and 80 that should be attainable, and we're gonna have to work for it. And we need to work for it, but doesn't set us up to, in a year and a half, be like, oh, dang, we didn't think about all the stuff that AJ warned us that we're gonna have to think about. And right now in this moment, I'm nervous about saying, I can commit to doing whatever it takes to get us to 80, because I don't know what that whatever it takes is.
Yeah, I strongly support the where our board leadership is coming from on this. I think not only did we get this feedback, but I think it's we're at this moment where, coming out of the pandemic, where everyone said, oh, we can't just go back to normal, right? And then what do? We try to go back to normal, right? And so I think actually this is our moment to as Ritu said, it's been the same for a decade or whatever. Like, if we're gonna do it in SFUSD, this is the moment. This is the moment to have ambitious goals, and this doesn't feel, 62 does not feel ambitious to me. And like you said, I think John Muir's a great example of how to do the investment, and it's what Mr. Sanchez was talking about, right? They have significant retention of staff because they built a strong community where people want to stay there. They have leadership that teachers trust. Then they invested, right, in professional development. They had multiple full-time coaches that were working with teachers in the classroom on an ongoing basis to improve their overall instructional practice. Teachers came out of classes to observe. They do this lesson study thing where they're carefully observing one another teach and helping one another get better at it. They're carefully assessing where students are at and understanding their needs, right, and then tailoring the curriculum to meet the specific needs of their students. All that takes time and resources, right? And they have a partnership with a Beacon, I want to mention, like, it's a community school model, which is how their teachers are able to collaborate during the school day, right? So they have additional prep time that other elementary school teachers don't have, and all that is money. It's not free.
The addition.
Yeah, like a lot of it was grant funded. I mean, the DCYF
Temporary money.
partnership through the Beacon. So, and like you said, I think we have now a model of how to expand that, and we're trying to have several other schools. So, but all that is, again, money. Like, that's
And time.
it's like, I want to say $1 million per school per year or something, right? So I mean, that's just one. I mean, that's one way of thinking about it. It may vary based on schools, but if we want to, and that's what Prop G would do over time. But it's like,
So it's a 10-year goal.
so how many elementary schools do we have? 6?
7.
Some. So I mean, can we find? I'm just trying to use some math to AJ's point. Can we find $60 million a year to devote to this? Now, Prop G, I think, would be part of that, right? But it's some of it. So that might not do it for every school, but that does it for a chunk of them, right? But I think so. I don't think it's unrealistic to set a more ambitious goal.
Can we extend the years to like 7 or 8 to get to the 80%? I mean,
This is 5 years.
I understand it, but it's like ramping up the new literacy curriculum is going to take at least 3 years. The money that's coming, that's going to take at least 3 years.
Yeah.
That's more than halfway through.
Do you have a number in your head of what is possible in 5, in addition to what was there?
What do you mean?
Do you think,
Instead of 62?
yeah, because there's another
I
number?
would go between 65 and 70.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Commissioner Matomedy?
Okay, so I'm gonna curtail my level of I don't know, intensity, because I'm actually super focused on goal 2. But, yeah.
You're saving it up. You're
Saving that.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't wanna put all the money on the table for 3rd grade literacy and then be like, oh, then career and college readiness, what do you do? And
You have
now-
predicted my future comments.
Yeah, so anyways, but I'm just gonna say, even like this the 5% for African American students, if we did 5% year over year, based upon the numbers I have in front of me, that would get our African American students to 43, 45% on grade proficient. So again, I'm in negotiation mode. So like, this is a starting point for me. I also, here's the other, there's 2 other things that, 3. One is, our budget has been totally opaque. I mean, I've been trying like crazy to understand what's in our budget and how we're prioritizing and the behaviors and which students and which sites are getting allocations. Haven't been able to get there. I think we're moving in a different direction, but it is difficult to ask this board to think about reallocation when we haven't seen allocation clearly. I mean, so there's that. There's also a real desire to recruit families into our district. And I feel like if we come out like, and in 5 years, we'll be at 62% proficient, that's not like inciting a whole lot of enthusiasm or partnership, for that matter, from the city and other agencies. And then at the same time, I'm fully recognizing our payroll system is the payroll system that we have now. And so retention and recruitment is an issue. That said, like, I mean, there's a part of me, and I hear you, Commissioner Sanchez, about what the statewide numbers are and what's reasonable, because it's like, you want to say, like, we're gonna get a C at least, right? We're gonna, 70%, we're gonna get a C minus as far as literacy. These interim goals just seem so not, yeah. And I don't know how much hustle is reflected in what's here, like how much real rigor and hustle is reflected in these numbers. And so I'm more inclined to push up to 70 and see like those interim measures push up, by 3 and 4% to get us there. Anyway, that's, end rant, but I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm gonna go all in on goal number 2, because we've had no interventions on that. We have had nothing. We have done so little around math, in my opinion, and what I've observed as a parent, to support our educators and our students. So, preview.
Can I make a comment about that? One of the lessons from John Muir that was really interesting was they actually focused on early math, and they got gains in literacy too. So I actually think these are linked in a good way. So it's not. I don't think it's either or. Like, if you change the culture of a school, teachers teach better, kids learn more, and it's gonna cross over some. So not to say that we
and
don't.
our math has a ton of literacy requirement now.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
So, no, I 100%. But that doesn't, I know you still haven't typed anything for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Can I add something? I just think people should be aware that one of the biggest pots of money that we spend things on is our teachers. Right?
Yes, yeah.
And we use FTE, Matt knows about this, how it's a full-time equivalency. So if you teach, you've been in the district for 30 years or 2 years, you have to pay the same amount to those teachers. So it's $100,000 they get the benefits. So you could have a school like Lowell, for example, where everybody's at the very top and with a pay scale, but they're only paying $100,000 per teacher. And you have a school maybe like Thurgood, where everybody's averaging maybe 5 years, but you're still paying $100,000 per teacher out of your set budget. And that is insane, but it's a routine way of doing it. And we know that harmed the most vulnerable kids and families. So until we deal with that, I think we're gonna always have this overage of turnover at the sites that have that, the teachers at the lowest scale, and it just continues. So we've never wanted to deal with that. We've tried to in the past, but it's a big deal.
Are you saying that the budget number is 100,000, doesn't matter
Right.
the actual teacher, the
Costs
experienced
way
one
more.
is not,
But it doesn't
Right,
come
right.
out of the site budget.
Yeah, we don't, so a lot of
The
districts.
budget number is the same.
A lot of districts allocate the head count, and so it's not hitting the site budget. We do it in our unique SFUSD.
I think a lot of districts like.
I don't know. Anyway,
But I still have in this goal, I still have a slight issue with the fact that by just saying we want to get the percentage of students at grade level in that bucket, as I mentioned, that means we're kind of ignoring the ones who are already at grade level or above. And to the point that Commissioner Comedy just raised about attracting people back into our school system, they want us to be helping everybody. Not that I don't want to help the ones get out, but I'm just saying we are ignoring the ones who are.
Can I just wanted to challenge that, just because I think if we do the good teaching that we're talking about, it will actually challenge everybody. And the lesson, I would encourage everybody to go to John Muir when they invite you and watch one of their math lessons. It was so high level, the level of discourse so like kids who are already there were being challenged, and kids who were struggling with mathematical numeracy were being supported. So I think there's this notion sometimes that those two things are oppositional, and I don't know that they are.
so I would go, I would go 65% and wish for more, and then, but I would really push in on these first year interim goals.
I think we just don't have the ability to set them, which makes it tricky. I mean, I think,
Right, we can't.
We
I
don't.
think the thing for me that I would propose, as far as my thinking for the next two, based off where we're at in the conversation, is like, even though it is maybe higher than the state, like 70% of being near what the superintendent is put forth, but also is pushing a little bit more without kind of being too bold. And I mean, for me, I think 70% sets for me kind of like the minimum bar that I feel like, just honestly, I feel like is acceptable. You know what I mean? And I understand it's not the standard, but I feel like it seems reachable, it seems difficult, it feels responsive to the community. And it feels like if we do have to make some reassessments of our structures, our budgets, that we would kind of have the flexibility to do without causing too much chaos during an already chaotic time. So I guess I would offer that up to see how that sits with folks.
Yeah, I mean, I recognize as Vice President Bogus and I came up with the agreement of that 80%. I mean, a couple things just come to mind when we compare ourselves to other California districts. We are the only city and county. The amount of resources that locally that San Francisco voters have approved over the last 2.5 decades is unprecedented. Like other districts around the state just wish they have.
Yeah.
Right? So PEEF funding, Prop G that's going on the ballot, the potential again of early learning. Like we are now, I think I have to say it again, so we hear that the investments of 0 through 5 in the city and county of San Francisco is unprecedented nationally. We have now the highest amount per capita of investment. So I think, and this is a guardrail that I want to talk explicitly about later, is around partnerships. Because what I think we must approach this as like the full city and county. So not just our jurisdiction, but truly the resources, because they're all our children. They're not different children just because they go to SMUSD. We're serving them through the city as well. So I also just feel like literacy is like fundamental. You cannot read or write.
Yeah.
We all know the
2 and 3
research.
don't really matter.
We know the
Yeah.
research. You will either the child will engage in the lessened of opportunities for that young person, for that child. So I just feel like it's almost as fundamental as food and water. So that's why I'm kind of going all in. And it to me is completely unacceptable that 2 decades of this has, and again, it's not blaming like just institutionally, right, collectively, because I agree with HIV. The thought of like that our educators aren't putting everything they have on, no, that is absolutely, I just want to make sure I'm really clear about that. we are gonna have to, as a district and as a board, is gonna have some real conversations about one, around our workforce. 'Cause that's really, it's not even the catastrophe of the payroll, it's just period around what we're facing in the region. So I agree, 70% for me is like almost just baseline, acknowledging that it is going to require tremendous investments. But I just feel like 20 years and we've seen 2 percentage points. Like,
It's always, it's been more than 20
No,
years.
2% increase, same, 52, 51, 52.
So white and Asian students have outperformed the state as a whole, and in San Francisco forever. It's Latinx and Blacks.
I think that's where but that's what I mean, so that's why I wanna push into the superintendent for the team to hear this loud and clear, that we should be pushing around what those strategies are to increase for our focal point.
So am I hearing a consensus around something?
70.
That's what I thought I heard. I was just checking, making sure that I'm hearing the same thing y'all saying.
I was between 65 and 70, that's my average.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll come down to 70.
There is consensus.
Same level of enthusiasm for goal number 2.
Yeah, so that's goal number 1. Let's sit on that for a second as we transition. Something else on goal number 1 you had, Matt?
No, but I guess I was just gonna say, I think to the point around the opportunity gap there is that's really powerful, because our white and Asian students as a whole are at that rate. So there's gonna have to be an emphasis on students, white and Asian students who are below that, and other groups of students that are below that, in order to get everyone up. And again, I think the curriculum, what has to change is the entire curriculum and instruction and support system, which is gonna benefit everybody. Kids who are already at the proficiency rate are gonna be in classrooms where the standard is much higher.
And our teachers are making for better workplace conditions.
Yeah,
So it aligns with that.
right.
Just one additional piece of data connected to that, Matt, was the reason we focused on the kindergarten African American students is because what we found is that 97%, which is almost all of them, who had not reached end of year benchmark at kindergarten, never ever met the SBAC. So that to me is extremely serious, and we need to put some.
Yeah, we've found the same thing in my last district. We found that 40% of our students were 2 grade levels behind in kindergarten. And that if we didn't solve that in pre-K and kindergarten, then 3rd grade was a joke. It was never gonna happen. And so just understand, when you pitch a goal around 3rd grade, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a whole lot of changes in 3rd grade, but for the same reason that you don't win graduation rates by investing in 12th grade.
Yeah.
And so there's that, the one other thing, because you all are starting to swing for the fences, 70 is a significant bump. There is the potential that the community will send more money this way. I assure you this, there are people in the community who've already thought through how they want every single one of those pennies spent. And essentially by saying 70, what you are telling them, nothing that you all want this spent on is going to happen. We have just burned through that 60 whatever $million in goal 1 and where I suspect you're going with goal 2. And so just to be clear, there are gonna be people who come to you, it's like, didn't you just get $60 million? That thing that we've always said that I was in line to get, I'm gonna get now, right? And your answer will be no. And if you're not prepared to say no, then don't put 70 on this page. You need to understand, people have already in their minds decided how to spend. You've probably got supervisors, who've already decided how it's spent. You got people on your own staff, parents, who've already decided how it's been spent. What you've just said is, no, we've just earmarked essentially every penny of that on 3rd grade literacy, and I suspect pretty soon 8th grade math. There ain't gonna be any more money for anybody else. And so just understand that that is a political reality that you will face, and you're gonna have to be able to stand strong. But don't come back to this table in 6 months like, well, can we peel off 10 million for this other program that's really important? No, you can't. You've already committed it. And so I just wanna put that out there.
But I wanna put that case of what Ritu shared with us. but African-American students did not reach that kindergarten benchmark, end of year benchmark, never does. They haven't.
That's the right there.
So to me, that just speaks to where are we putting.
It's what you said. If you want to make that happen, the places that I can point to that have moved the needle, 0 to 5, they owned the earth in some way in the 0 to 5 realm. Mostly K-12 institutions just diversified into pre-K-12, but some of them said we're gonna, own it. We're gonna do the nurse family partnerships, essentially from conception to 6 months, old. We're gonna do parents as teachers from 6 months to 3 years old. We're gonna do pre-K. We're gonna have all these things, and none of these things are free. You've already spent every single penny of that anticipated dollars. I just want you to be clear about what you're describing here. Anything else on goal 1 before we transition to 8th grade math?
No, I'm gonna just say one, over referral that we see to special ed is not free either.
Yeah.
And it's totally directly linked to the failures here, so.
Yeah.
I think we have to interrupt what's happening and do better by the kids and also, yeah.
Well, and that is where Ann's point is well made. That is where Ann's point is spot on.
What we're doing, we cannot
Yeah.
keep doing what we're doing and expect different things.
And that's also going to kind of move adults' cheese, and you all are gonna have to be prepared to stand behind that movement.
Got my grader.
Let's talk about 8th grade math. Oh, yeah.
Just one, because I didn't say it on record. I know that in the staff report does say consider adding PI as focal group. So Ritu, could you expand on that? Because I want to make sure the Pacific Islander students that we know some of that background.
Usually, I also told you that there are 253 African Americans in the district that enter at kindergarten, a very doable number.
Yeah.
And even if I add PI, that's adding 24 more. And they also have the same rate of no success at 3rd grade if they do not master the skills at this grade level.
So then I just want to go on record of encouraging the superintendent to also have focal population of the PI students, because that is great.
All right, if you, Judson, would be so kind, move that beautiful footage down to 8th grade math. And people want to take a quick break?
Yeah, let's go ahead, 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
So can we come back at 5 after? And I just want to check. Are we actually gonna come back at 5 after, in
Yes.
reality? All right, see you 5 after.
That's 5 after that.
Now, calm down. This is our clock right here.
Yes, 7 minutes.
We're generous, we're being over generous. 7 whole minutes.
Here, I'll set the file.
Go on minutes, I get on the.
Oh, no.
Doing great, I love right. Yeah.
With a high performance, he's the one who's gonna actually do these.
It's all good.
He has a whole bunch of ideas. I don't know. He must have some idea how he's gonna get there. And we didn't hear any of that. I mean, the rules seem very specific. And they're not just thrown out there.
No, absolutely not. No, you need a different data set than SBAC for your,
I love this. It's great.
and they're not relying on the SBAC for inputs, they're relying on themselves.
But that doesn't even give you reading. So overall ELA,
Well, that,
correlates to reading. We wait
this
for
here.
kids to get, get it read out loud and
I have one big question, is that you, in 3rd grade, so 2 things. One, these kids aren't in our district yet. 3rd grade, 5 years from now, they're building kindergarten next year. But number 2 is that in 3rd grade, half of our kids are ELL,
I think that's because.
are English learners. And
So,
so,
well, the way
SBAC
that.
measures and so, when I do the math and back calculate a bunch of stuff, 18% of our ELLs are proficient in English. By definition, they're proficient in ELLs and whatnot. But then 75 to 80% of our non-ELLs are proficient. And so getting to 62, 52 to 62, that's move everybody up 10% around there. You're gonna to start bumping into the ceiling. The students who are non-English learners are getting phenomenal percentage, and it's driven by. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I did not. I did not bring that up, but go back, I'll nudge on it. But the only alternative is you have to give the second, because you can't, I don't think the state will let you back out of.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Two separate assessments each.
we already do, I mean, we're reading inventory. We've got other data points. We've got our FFP, not that FFP is good either.
Right.
Yeah, for some of them.
No, but we also have, you know,
And so anyway, they go.
we're working with
Is there
UCSF.
something else, is there another assessment?
Really,
that is aligned through whatever the relevant aspects of the case?
But really, your big lever point, I don't know what you could possibly do
Doesn't
differently.
relate to literacy rates, it relates
But that's
to
also the hardest
grades
group.
as far as
Take
college.
kids who don't speak English, who arrive at the district training levels.
When we see students at district literacy.
Are we magical? Are we magical at taking EL students and converting them to make them into
I don't
English
know if
learners?
that correlation has been made with the data, that would be a reasonable question. But we do in the upper grades use reading inventory as our data point.
Right.
In the lower grades, we use FFP, which we're working on changing with the new reading curriculum. We're getting units of study FFP out, they don't need the ed reports, and we're working on, you know, an early screener, you know, I will maybe give us
That's right.
Right.
There have been preaching about trash destruction materials and doing assessments for years, and I feel like we're just not going to wake up to that.
And so part of it, it's like,
Data that in no way correlates, like, oh yeah.
right, and so you're not proficient in third grade, you have a plan to get through fifth grade, so it's like, well, we gotta be proficient in third grade, so that just, my kids went through immersion, they English learners and spoke the other language, and we did going in, okay, you make, your kids make you hit the English because we're not gonna spend as much time in English kid or third grade, but don't worry, you'll catch up in the end, and it worked out. It worked out, but not on a, we got on the exact timeline. So you have any experience in their districts where you've seen absenteeism go down or attendance students?
Yeah, but it is, I mean, you just have to fight student by student split. Like, so for example, my last district, what we want to do is, we just built out the system. Not 5 minutes.
That's two.
More than that, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, we got 2 minutes. No, 5 after.
By that
2 minutes
clock,
left.
by that clock.
According to that clock, we got 2 minutes. And we're coming to Laney because she is ready to throw down on 8th grade math.
It is the analog clock, so. Well, if you look at it from that way, it's not 4 or 5 minutes.
No, this is exciting. But yeah, no, people can do it. They just have, it is just, you have to have a brutal system in place just to the second, you know, little AJ misses X number of days of instruction, this happens. And then when little AJ misses this number, this happened. When I hit this number, this happened. We got it. This is usually,
Right.
like, that's the only thing I've ever seen that works. You have to have a system like that eventually somebody is physically not penalized. If you don't do that, you don't solve
And that
attendance.
takes,
If you don't do that, you don't solve attendance.
and it takes.
Well, I have no idea, 'cause I think these are.
Well, no, so in our case, we realized we had a, like,
First is the sweet credit.
so we're gonna just only earth into this. Yeah. And so we said, we're gonna call every one of these 300s 5 times, we're gonna get them, and then that got us down. And then of the 70 that left, we're gonna knock on every door at least twice, and we knock on those doors.
Those are the ones you start with, but Last year, what, 30% of our students were chronically out.
We got a whole 20 seconds, people. We got a whole 20 seconds. Good. 15 seconds, people. 15 seconds.
Talk later.
Yes.
Stop distracting Ritu. We got 5 seconds left. 5 seconds.
I was here, I was early and then I was told 2 more minutes.
Prevented you from being accountable.
All right. Welcome back. We go to goal number 2, 8th grade math, and to get the party started. Matomedy.
Well, I mean, I just,
Just run out of battery.
yeah, I'm going.
All right. Here.
I'll get it.
We got this. You get started on 8th grade math.
Okay, I was just, I mean, it's the same thing, but worse. I mean, as far as the numbers, like I understand the importance of literacy, so I'm just pushing for an increase in the overall proficiency. Commissioner Alexander and I were just talking, like perhaps we aim to close the gap between our highest performers and the folks that are struggling, which would bring it up to around 65%, as a starting counter offer. You know, we're hearing the same thing from the community as we did with literacy, but I also, these thoughts came on now on the heels of AJ's warnings to us. With that said, we haven't really looked at math curriculum and instruction for quite a while as well.
All right, folks, you got a opening offer of 65% rather than the currently stated 52% of 8th grade math proficiency as measured by SBAC. You all have not debated it this time around. I suspect the reason you haven't debated the utility of SBAC is because nobody wants to contemplate a additional summative assessment. But you've got SBAC ELA, and now you've got SBAC math. The recommendation here is 65%. Who wants to jump in on it?
Just to clarify on that point, I think we did discuss it at our last meeting.
That's correct.
And the superintendent presented his, that levels of data framework, so our understanding is that that won't be the measure that's used at the school and classroom level.
No, well, but I would consider that problematic to do that because you only have one data point per year, so.
Correct.
Like, so that's what you're looking at systems level shift.
District level, yeah.
School level shift, you'd be looking at, interim data, classroom level shift, you'd be looking more informative data. And so that's just good pedagogical practice. And so what I hear you saying is the reason I have less concerns about the utility of SBAC data is because the context in which it's being used is appropriate and not harmful.
Right, and I just wanted to clarify that for the public too, because I think there were concerns, and there were concerns that were more raised in the feedback sessions as well. So it wasn't that we didn't have, or some of us didn't have concerns, it was more just what you just made.
And on this point, while you all are spooling up your 8th grade math arguments / chewing, is just as a reminder, the goals and guardrails are the superintendent evaluation. So you are simultaneously identifying what are the priorities that we're going to apply to the budget, the priorities we're going to apply to, what we vote on each month, the priorities for kind of, what, gets, more resources and less resources, and simultaneously saying, this is how the superintendent will be evaluated. And so these metrics, the superintendent's non-accomplishment of these metrics has that is meaningful. So if you're saying we expect you to get to 70 on that one, 65 on this one, and the superintendent doesn't make the progress that he articulates making, that has an impact on his annual evaluation. There is a level at which he automatically passes his evaluation, a level at which it's kind of a matter of discernment for the board, and a level at which he completely bombs the evaluation. But in this work, that is a function of the goals, the guardrails, and nothing else. And so it winds up being a math problem. Did the superintendent, pass their evaluation with flying colors or not? And so just to be clear, while you're doing this, it does, if people ask who gets held accountable for whether this happens or not, the direct answer is the superintendent, because we're literally writing his annual evaluation.
And I just want to clarify, I originally was going to put forward 70% because I didn't feel like any of these goals should, so I've curtailed already, like.
I'm negotiating against myself. All right.
For the record.
So ladies got the conversation started on 8th grade math. Who wants in on this? Take it away.
Second.
I have the same comment, that I want to raise everybody up, not just the one that are below proficiency, up to proficiency.
So what,
And by saying raising everybody, it includes raising the ones not at proficiency up to.
Do you have
Why
a
can't we-
recommended language edit?
Give me a minute. All right, somebody else comment, I'll write your language.
Mark, you trying to jump in? What do you got?
I don't know. You're saying 65?
I'll start with 70 if you prefer.
I agree with the original 65.
I can support 65 too.
I'm hearing an emerging consensus, potentially around 65. What I suspect Ann is describing is a different style of goal entirely. So I went over these last time. I'll go over these again, just for your edification, that you could have a goal about proficiency. And basically it says, here is a standard. What percentage of students make it to that standard? That is a goal about proficiency. You could have a goal that's about growth. And that's saying, here's where a set of students started. What percentage of them made X amount of movement? And that's a goal about growth. You could also have a goal about comparison. There's this group of students performing this way, this group of students performing this way. What is the variance between the two of them, and how did that variance change over time? Did it get wider, did it get narrower? That's a goal around comparison. Those are the most common ways that boards generally construct goals. It's one of those. So to give you a practical example using 8th grade math, you could have a proficiency goal. It says exactly what this one is. This is clearly a proficiency goal. We want the percentage of students who meet a defined threshold to increase from 42% to 65%. You could have a growth goal. A growth goal for this would be something like the percentage of students who gained 1.5 grade levels in math each year will grow from 30% who gained 1.5 grade levels. So we want 50% of them to have gained 1.5 grade levels each year. That would be a growth goal. Or you could have a comparison goal. The percentage of students in group A, the variance between the proficiency of group A and group B will decline from a 10 percentage point variance to a 5 percentage point variance. That would be a comparison goal. So these are the different 3 different constructions of goals that normally come up. What I think you're advocating for is a growth goal, which says we want to know what percentage of our students grew by X percent, where right now maybe only 20% of our students grew by X percent, and we want to increase that to 70% of our students grew by X percent. But those are the different styles of goals. So what we have right now is what sounds like a unimpeachable consensus looking at 65, but it sounds like we've got a minority report looking to shift from a proficiency goal to a growth goal. What language do you recommend?
What you just said, but what is the number? Correct.
What is the current number of?
As you said, the percentage of students who improve, is it really?
Who improved by at least 1 grade level last year in math?
At least, SPAC doesn't measure that.
No, we don't have to use this back then. What does that?
Can I make a process suggestion? So this sounds like it's a new goal that could have been proposed already. Would you be willing to work offline on it? And then, unless other folks are really interested in this route, I feel like it's going down a whole other.
Well, so I are putting an idea out. If there's nobody who else is interested, then it dies here, and there's no point even investigating it offline.
I think my struggle with kind of the growth versus proficiency is I feel like the gaps of where everyone is starting at is so low that a growth by the same amount for each student leaves still such a big gap. And for me, I just want our district to have, like just standards, like a baseline of what everyone can expect. And I feel like this will help us get there. And so I think that's kind of why I'm in more of the proficiency camp, even though I do feel like we're losing something in it, is it's not capturing some stuff that I'm really hoping will be broken out in the interim goals of like how we're doing this through targeting the communities who need the most support and who are kind of the furthest behind. So I guess that's kind of at least my perspective on the proficiency frame.
Is there anybody else who wants to take up this notion of a growth? If so, then I agree we need to think about how that'll be handled. But if there's not like a second for investigating this, then we'll set this aside and keep proceeding with proficiency.
So I guess one thought is how do we capture this kind of concept in our guardrails? So that we're being clear that we're not just focused on aggregate, we're recognizing the diversity of our learning community, and we're not, it's not an either or. Like how in our guardrails do we ensure that whatever the superintendent is doing recognizes all students? Yeah.
I agree with that, because I think I have some concerns about the model that you're proposing, not because I don't want us to be able to make sure everybody is being able to meet their highest potential and move up, but I want to be closing the gap while we do that. And I worry that it's harder to close the gap with the growth. What is it? Yeah, growth.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think Commissioner Montgomery made a really good point that maybe it's in the guardrails that we do get to control of the guardrails. Just not
The overall ones.
Right. That's where we can make sure that it's clear that, we want to be closing the opportunity gaps, but still raising everyone up and not leaving anyone out, because we do need to support every single student in the district, whether they're above grade level or not. And I also, one other thing I would say, I wanna, and I hear that this is, I hear the concern, not the concern, but the point that you're making about not wanting to make sure we're not supporting each child in the way that each child deserves. And I just wanna, I really appreciate, I think from both Commissioner Alexander and Commissioner Sanchez's perspectives as educators, that when we are supporting students that may need more in the beginning, it is helping the entire classroom, and folks that are already doing well or even above grade level actually have more opportunity to continue to increase. So I agree, I do not at odds with one another, and
there's a lot of research to support that.
so.
I think, just for comment, I really like the suggested recommendation around that guardrail for our consideration around the growth for students. One thing I did want to name about, some of the conversation I was thinking through today was, the so what about 8th grade math. I don't think we've had enough of that conversation, right? Not so what, flip about it, but meaning how do we communicate that? And for me as a parent and a child who is particularly, actually this child that's now already in, healthcare studies, around how important it is to set our students up for that college and career readiness, but I don't think I've seen any leakages between kind of STEM, STEAM, from this goal to, because if you look at college and career, which is kind of my natural continuation of our children's education with us in in the secondary, it's about on-track graduation, credit courses, and I don't want to get ahead of that goal 3, but that's something for me that's really important about why this proficiency in math matters. Is around the educational opportunities around STEM and STEAM, and when they leave, when our students graduate from SFOSD. So that I just wanted to be explicit, because I have not, we haven't had that conversation. So I don't know if there's a suggestion there for those interims, but just wanted to build that.
Well, what pops up to me is our numbers for 9th grade readiness. I don't know, I mean, if you're thinking about career in college, it's not STEM specific, but we do have a larger issue around ninth grade readiness. I don't know if that.
Yeah, I don't, again, this is around the interim goals and we can talk through that more with the team, superintendent and his team. But the realities is, you know, for our children, our graduating seniors, juniors and seniors to be ready for a STEM college like access, like we need to also be real about what it takes. And it's not just about getting into college, but from my point of view around equity is making sure that those first generation students or all generation of you know, those when those students, young people are going into college, they stay in college. And so that's the piece there too, around the STEM piece that I'm particularly intrigued in as well.
So wait, I'm so confused, are we on goal 3 or?
No, goal 2, but but this is the building block.
Okay.
This is a fundamental building block that's similar to, we can't address like college access and STEM in 10th or 11th grade. Like you're like, you know, like we have a responsibility to, I think, to work with our students, to work with our families, to understand what that pathway really is going to take. So I'm just saying, I just.
This is more just is this the like like you're explaining how to.
Like what we're gonna communicate,
matters.
why does eighth grade proficiency matter?
Okay.
We have, as a district, I don't think we've, and just from my conversation this afternoon, like what principles, guidelines, and I think that it could be with the work of the superintendent.
Oh, I can make a whole list of so I'm right there with you, but that's great, that's helpful,
But that's just top of mind for me as the experience of you know, having children in high school now.
Can we do a time check? No, I think that was just like, no, I was just saying, like, because it started at 4:20 AM, like we have two more goals, so
But yes.
I think that's a really good point.
Yes.
Are there other comments on number? I noticed AJ was doing some else.
But quick, actually, question on whether or not I'm fine with the 65%. You provided us sort of the data on where we were for reading for many years, and it was the same. Where have we been on math?
Yeah, you have the data too. But in math, actually, we were at 52, 50 before the pandemic. It was only after the pandemic that we came down to 43. Okay, so it was. Yeah. So before,
I do. Yeah, I do.
And then just two other quick comments, which is when I move, if I am at grade level and proficient in, let's say, 7th grade, and now I'm moving to 8th grade and I'm at same proficient and at grade level, I've actually grown a year. So we must remember that. I have grown a year because I've grown a year and I'm still proficient at that grade level. So, you know, that is another way to look at growth, just, you know, to keep it informed. And lastly, on the math piece, I totally agree. The whole trajectory of math becomes so wide and open and necessary at the high school, and this becomes a basic. If you don't know these 13 basic algebraic rules, for instance, you're never going to be able to do high school math. So it's like a necessity, you know.
So I think we should counter this 70%.
That's what I heard, that's what I heard.
I was gonna ask if people would be okay with us landing on the 65 we talked about before and proceeding forward.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're all giving a little bit, 65, okay, that's a good place for us to start. But the superintendent is encouraged to surpass these goals?
That is acceptable.
Definitely getting a contract.
65.
Look at me.
All right, that takes us to goal 3, college and career readiness. The percentage of all high school 12th graders who are college career ready as defined by California State CTE will increase from 57.5% in 2020 to 70% by June of 2027. What say you, board members?
Can I start with the same question on this number? It will help with the baseline and understanding how to be realistic and.
No, sure. So it's 55%, 62%, and then down to 58%. But I only have data till 2019-20 because this is determined by the state.
And this is the new measure, right?
Yes, it's the new measure. And it's those 8 pathways to become college career.
Yeah, I have a clarification. Is it college and career, or is it college or career? Because that was also part of the feedback, community feedback.
It's for the way that that measure is structured.
Is it? You two, those numbers correspond to
Yes,
or,
I'm gonna check it again.
but in our goal, it says and. Right, can we move to
It
the
does.
Yes.
next goal? Yeah.
But the,
I think that's essentially acting as a term of art.
the way the measure works is that you can qualify, you're defined as college and career ready if you meet this
Either
or this,
or
or
this.
there's a whole
Yes,
set
right.
of complex
Yes.
criteria. UCCSU eligibility is one part, you don't have to do that, you know, if you also get the score on SBAC, right, it's like,
So if you're,
it's kind of complicated.
so if you just meet the college ready part, then you meet the college and career readiness, right? And if you just meet the career, the CT part, then you also meet the college and career readiness, right? Okay, then we need to communicate better to the community about.
Well, that was my concern with this measurement, was that I felt like it's like, it may be, I mean, the state's using it, but I think it's confusing to the public. Like, that was one of my, I brought this up when we first adopted it.
Yeah, you did.
Like, I get it, it seems like a good measure, but on the other hand, I feel like it's hard to explain.
No, you just explained it to me,
Okay.
I guess, so.
No, that's cool, yeah, I don't.
Explain to others.
So you're prepared if you meet one of the top, I'm looking at the document, and something from the box below? Or is that just for career technology?
No, there's like a bunch of different,
That's what I'm like,
Yeah.
but it says at the end, it says, pathway
And I'll forward it
completion
to you.
with a grade of C or better in the capstones course, plus one of the additional criteria from the box below.
right, you have to have,
Is that just if you meet the CTE one, and you have to have something, or
I
anything
think
else?
all,
Just for your own edification, to match CTE, it should be college/career ready, which has a function of or essentially.
Yes.
And so that's a change that I'm making in the document, is college/career ready.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's unclear to me is, if what we call career technical education pathways at our high schools, at all of our high schools, actually comply with the CDE definitions, because I've heard anecdotally anyway, like there's real differentials in what a pathway program can be at one high school to another high school. Like some of them, it's one elective course, other ones, it's an actual, you know, there's dual enrollment and certification. So like that's one thing that was a bit of point of confusion.
Can we get clarification on that around the CTE and to Commissioner Matami's question? Do they meet like A through G? Do they meet?
I think they would all have to ask, you know, the high school division. Yeah.
Without a course catalog,
Yes.
it's difficult to assess where pathways are and how they're fulfilled, and whether or not there's alignment, because like I've looked at other districts and like it's really clear, like they have different kind of levels even of pathway certifications. Some, you know, some of them you're actually, you have a certificate, you have college credits, some of them are more just like, anyways.
I think that is a first step that our district would need to take to make sure that the access is there. If the access is equal for all.
And that it complies with the definition.
With the same.
Yeah.
You know, because even now, high school actually maybe changed this one to just comprehensive high schools, which again leaves out my
Oh, where does it come from?
I didn't put it in because that was, like, we've been going through this through other good stuff. Talking with the high school folks, they said that the bigger concern is to make sure access is there across all schools and consistent.
And I'll just raise that, that was something that I wanted to react to, was that, I don't know if it's a guardrail, but that's something around access to that concern that we were talking about, because does, you know, what systems that we're trying to change and shift here is so that, because so many of our students and young people oftentimes say, you know, I wish I had more options of courses at my school. CTE, dual enrollment, AP courses, you know, you name it. So, anyhow, sorry, might be taking this off, but that was a guardrail or interim guardrail that.
No, this is not problematic at all. I just noticed you all keep mentioning solving your goal problems with guardrails. So I hope that you are busy writing down potential language so that when we get there, how would you edit the existing ones to accomplish all of the lovely things you have in mind? Other thoughts on college career readiness? No longer says college and career readiness, it says college career readiness. Other thoughts on college career readiness? Any specific recommended edits to anything here? And I believe the one modification I'd make to this is it just says 2020, but that would be data that's available in June.
Yes.
And so it said June 2020 to June 2027. Any recommended edit to college career readiness before transitioning to the fourth goal? Yeah, what's on your mind? Nothing?
No, we keep it moving, I think.
All right, hearing none, let's talk about graduate profile. The percentage of students demonstrating mastery of competencies across the knowledge, skills, and dispositions in the graduate profile will increase from an unknown percentage in now, you know, October of 2022 to 75% in October of 2027, I presume, is measured by an assessment to be developed by the district. So let me just open this up for folks. You all do not have a clear means of measuring this that is consistent across your school system. So I've asked, it does not appear to exist. What that means in practice, and by the way, that's normal, that's not unusual for you all, that's pretty common across most school systems, that this is something they've espoused as something they value, but have never actually gotten around to measuring in a systematic way district-wide. And so if you all adopt this as one of your goals, which don't feel obligated to do so. 3 is a perfectly good number. But if you choose to adopt this, essentially what you're saying is that we're directing the superintendent to go and build this out and build out the measurement systems associated with it, systems that almost assuredly do not exist. So if anyone's wondering, yes, that automatically means that there's almost guaranteed to be some additional layer of assessment associated with accomplishing that. Does it guarantee that? It means that? No, it doesn't. I can imagine some pathways, but it'd give you some data that I would consider probably a little bit dirty. And so to really pull this off, you probably need to be finding ways to assess and you probably have to do some significant retraining of staff. You probably have to develop, finish building out. I know you've got a whole system of rubrics that have been put in place in all this that no one seems to be fully trained on, and that you'd have to figure out how to deploy all of that. But just consider, it's actually a pretty heavy lift. And so that's not a reason not to do it. Like if you're committed to this, if this represents a vision of your community, do it. But just understand, you're not going to have a whole lot of data. And actually, I've suggested to the administration that none of these interims are really acceptable, only in that they don't really give you meaningful data throughout the year. So you're going to have to find a set of interims that would show, here's evidence that we are getting this in place and that students are moving in the direction of being able to accomplish these things, not just essentially stay tuned, we'll talk to you in 2 years. That's not an acceptable place for the administration to be. So that if you do adopt this, they are gonna have to go back and figure out, how will we know if students are moving in this direction, even though we haven't even finished developing all of the metrics for it. And so I put that out there, again, not to suggest to push away from it, though you can if you want, but just to know that this is a very different type of thing than your other three, and it's gonna take a while before it comes online. So that being said, please, the floor's open.
Yeah, no, I think what you said makes a lot of sense, but I do feel like it's important in so much, it feels like it's directing the superintendent and staff to develop better internal indicators and measures, so we're less reliant on the state standardized tests, which is, I think, one of the big complaints we had about our other goals is that they're so dependent on kind of what we have from the state. So I feel like we have a little bit, like that is what is setting us up so that the next time we go through this process, we actually have something that we, I think, feel better about using kind of as a gauge of what our students are actually doing and how our instruction is coming across. And so I think for me, I guess that makes me feel okay about it because of what it's setting up and what I feel like needs to be done. But I definitely do agree it's not something that is as readily attainable for the superintendent to do, or even clear on what it actually looks like yet, because it's so kind of there.
Mark, what do you think?
I'd rather put it on hold. I mean, I think we've upped the ante on the other goals. And so that's, the lift is heavier right now in that regard. But maybe it could be a bonus goal. I don't know. Like, it's not part of his evaluation like the other three are, but it's something that we work toward, because I do think it's important. I just think that it's not necessarily attainable in the next 5 years.
What do you think?
So, and I say this recognizing that I did not spend what I can only imagine was a ton of work developing this, right? So I come into this space acknowledging that I know this was a lot of work. And that I also then am just gonna say that I'm not as sort of, I don't know that I feel invested.
Invested, yeah.
So I'm just putting that out there, full transparency. I guess, to me, this goes back to a little bit maybe what Vice President Bogus was saying, where I see this and I'm like, oh, this sounds great. But it doesn't move me to like, oh, I feel like the district is really educating their students and supporting their educators. And so I feel like this is potentially gonna limit what we can do on the first three goals, which to me feels where we need to be focused.
All right, who else? Yeah.
I think this one's really important because, well, for the reason that Vice President Bogus said, but also because I think it's the only place we're talking about some of the things that came up again and again and again in our feedback. Like we heard over and over again that we care about students' kind of identity and growth mindset and social emotional capacity to learn. That's the only place that we actually mention those things. And I think I won't feel comfortable supporting goals that don't include something other than just reading and math, which I think is important, but I mean, I'd almost rather, if I had to get rid of one, I'd almost rather get rid of the college and career one, because I think that one will happen naturally. Like that's what people in high school do, is we prepare people for post-secondary. And like, I'm not saying we should, but I think this one's more important than that one to me, in the sense of how, because I think the other thing it will do is I think it will drive good instruction, because it requires educators to begin assessing these things and then thinking about how do we teach them, right? If we believe in leadership as important, we have to teach it. If we believe in sense of purpose as themselves is important, we have to teach it. If we believe creativity is important, we have to teach it. And if we don't assess it, how do we know whether we're doing a good job? I just don't buy the sort of back to the basics, like all we do is math and reading. I think all these things are actually integrated, and I don't want to be part of a school district that only focuses on math and reading.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going around, you can go ahead.
I would propose to dismiss this as a goal, but I have a suggestion for a replacement. But my reason for dismissing this is, one, it's not SMART. I think that's MART.
Yeah, right.
Two, it diverts our resources and attention from the other three fundamental goals. Three is, as Commissioner Sanchez says, we're already stretching ourselves to reach the other three goals, which if we meet them, I think we will be well on our way to accomplish this goal. And what I would propose propose, I also agree that we can consider this after we achieve the L3 goals. But I would propose right now, similar to what Commissioner Tender just said, have a non-academic goal, not just reading and math, right? And I would say something like volunteer or extracurricular activities, or even, that you can satisfy with ROTC or volunteer hours or something. I was very surprised. I thought high school students needed to have volunteer hours, but actually our district does not require that. Why not? We should. Okay, so something like that, that is not just reading and math and academics, but the whole, developing the whole, feel like sense of agency and all this stuff in our vision. And so I would support developing some goal like that, but this graduate profile seems to be too big of a thing for us to do right now. Maybe we pick like one or two in there to set us the fourth goal. That would be my comment at the close.
Other boards have contemplated what you're describing. The only caveat that I'd offer is you just want to make sure that it's a actual student outcome, not a student output. So students participating in something is output data. Like, I do not recommend you get in the business of handing out participation trophies as a school board. But if there is some level of quality to that participation, so an example of something that you probably won't pick. Students being on the football team is not an outcome. It's an output. Great, they participate on the football team. Students, that football team winning the state championship, I'd argue that is a measure of what students know and are able to do. So similarly, students participating in CTE courses, that is not an outcome data, that's output data. That's a participation trophy. You should not be setting goals about students participating in CTE courses. Students completing a coherent sequence of CTE courses or completing industry certification at the end, that is more of a measure of what students may know or be able to do. And so that's the only thing that if you get into that conversation, whether it's on what you're talking about, not academic goal, or frankly, all those same things tend to come up in graduate profile work. Either way, whether it's a graduate profile, a non-academic goal, or whatever you call it, just make sure you stay away from participation trophies and stay focused on what is an authentic measure of what students actually know and are able to do, not just that they showed up and sat in a seat for a semester.
So do you have some specific, or have you seen other school districts setting actual goals and not just participation?
Normally, they just ditch it entirely.
If I could offer something up, at least from my perspective, I guess the thing that's most valuable to me about number 4 is the developing of the metric to assess how well we're doing towards the graduate profile versus the actual numerical increase goal, which maybe gives us more flexibility of how we kind of capture the intention of that, even potentially within like a guardrail type dynamic, but not that I have the words right now, but so I guess I would just say, I don't know if that line of thought is helpful for us as we try to figure out how to push forward. Because I think the thing for me that is missing from this without 4 is how are we going to gauge ourselves by this beautiful graduate profile that has all the right words in it, but we don't have anything tied to it that we can hold the superintendent's feet to the fire to.
I guess my question is, if we don't adopt it as a goal, why would we adopt the metrics? Like, it's kind of a chicken and egg problem, right? Like, if we're never gonna be serious about the metrics unless we say this is something that the board.
Matt is correct on this. If this is important enough to you and you want it done, make it a goal. If you don't make it a goal, that's fine. I'm not saying you need to have this as a goal, but just if you don't make it a goal, do not have any expectation whatsoever that you're going to see movement on this particular project. In fact, the most responsible thing for you, superintendent, would be to not make movement on it.
So I appreciate what you're raising, Commissioner Alexander, about sort of, we did hear a lot of folks saying, what about like how our children feel safe, psychologically, emotionally, physically in our school spaces, and I think that absolutely is related to them being able to fulfill.
None of those are student outcomes.
So, and actually, and I would say that's not what I was referring to. I was referring to
Social emotional learning.
like one part of the feedback under the goals was this is like from the report, Many respondents suggested student outcomes that are already part of the graduate profile. For example, career and life skills, creativity, sense of self, right? So like, those aren't, it's not about how they feel, it's really about how there's the skill, the non-content skills,
That is the huge distinction, is that it's, for it to be a goal, it does need to be what do students know and are able to do. So if we say students feel a sense of safety, the question is, who are we holding accountable for creating a sense of safety? Are we holding students accountable for creating that in our schools, or are we holding adults accountable for creating that? And so the moment we realize, oh, actually, we're holding adults accountable for creating a safe space in schools, that gives us an insight that that's not actually a student outcome, even though students are the unit of measure. It's actually an adult outcome because it's a reflection of what adults know and are able to do. And so this is a sticky area where you have to be able to distinguish between those two. Now, that's not to say that student sense of safety is unimportant. It just wouldn't be a goal. You'd wind up putting it as a guardrail potentially.
Okay, so then my next question is, what was the plan with this? Like, what was supposed to happen?
With the graduate profile.
Yeah, I mean, so to the extent that like
Yeah, who knows the history on this?
We were all here.
Yeah, it
In
was
July.
developed in 2014, right? As part of this
Get this. Oh.
extensive, it's part of Vision 2025, which was the extensive community visioning process where this was developed as, this is what we want our students to know and be able to do.
Right, so I know how it was developed, but what was, like, if we have no way to measure, like, have there ever been any plans to have it more than lovely work?
This is why the board is doing this work. Because
Yeah.
this,
So the answer is no, so no.
Well, they've created, so there's been some work done on, there's rubrics that are aligned, that are built around these, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. There's schools that are piloting some performance assessments that are linked to these, right, at different grade levels, which I think is how to do it. I mean, there are schools that have done this kind of work and districts that have done this kind of work, and it's really powerful, I think, when it's done. But I just don't think it was ever a serious priority.
yeah, and in order to make something like this, there are other systems that have done this, but in order to make something like this work, you need rock solid iterative reliability on those rubrics, which means you have to have a very full-throated, well-developed assessment program that is aligned to the rubrics and that is deployed across the school system. This is why I said it's almost impossible to implement something like this, without having some type of new kind of assessment protocol in place. Because if you use what's currently out there, it's going to give you dirty data. And so this is doable. You all would not be the absolute first. You'd still be, really, you'd be kind of pioneering, in that you'd be out ahead of almost all of your large urban district peers. But there are other districts that have walked this path, and that your administration would be able to pull inspiration from. What you all need to decide, is this one of the big rocks? And you could have 3 big rocks, you could have 4, you could have as many as 5. You all need to decide, is this so big that this is what we want energy pulled away from other things to do? And that it's so big that it should share energy with our previous 3 goals. Like that's the nature of the conversation you're having right now. If you decide to go this way, then the superintendent will figure out how to implement, and my team and I will certainly support them and connect them with all the other practitioners across the country who are doing this work. There's some really great work being done in this area across the country that I've had the privilege of supporting other districts on. All the implementation, let that go. You all have to decide, based on what we've seen about our student data and based on what we've heard from community voice, is this one of our big rocks, yes or no? Yeah.
Ritu, did you want to
Sure.
comment?
So the one thing I do want to say is Vision 2025, and the grad profile was developed definitely so that there's knowledge, skills, and dispositions with which you graduate, right? I'm just thinking, if you read the Vision 2025 and the grad profile, I think a lot of it is what you can incorporate in your guardrails and not keeping it as so it's something that's essential. We all believe is essential to even achieve these goals. So I think thinking about it more in terms of your guardrails would be an idea.
I think the difference might be in the assessments again, because if you don't, I think it's whether we want to commit to having performance-based assessments, right? And that's what I think Commissioner.
Yeah, student performance versus adult performance, yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, we could, yes, I mean, I think it would be helpful
So high school doesn't have any kind of standardized measure or standards-based assessments. High school is based on being, the main thing is on or off track, which is based on several of these. And some could be the performance-based, some schools, as you know, do the performance-based.
I'm just gonna say, never on the side. I'm gonna say that I get a little bit shaky about asking the district to create its own assessments of itself that are not benchmarked against it. So for the reasons that Commissioner Sanchez put forward, I'm also going to assert that effective implementation of the LCAP and incorporation of our school site council voice in our decision-making should be informative about, no, I mean, I feel like there's like themes that are happening at our schools that have to do with the kinds of things that are captured in the graduate profile that go unheard. Like, so, I mean, not that, I know I'm kind of derailing, I'm not trying to shoehorn the LCAP into this, but I feel like we have not taken the time to really develop enough understanding and relationship with what's happening at our school sites across the board, that leaping to the graduate profile that was created a while ago, I feel a little bit, I feel a little uncomfortable about leaning too hard on the graduate profile, given that there's not been traction made, and it would be require the district to make some things to measure itself.
Mark, I know you've been trying to get in here
Oh,
for a
I'm
minute.
so sorry.
It's okay, no, I would be willing to entertain your suggestion of swapping out 3 for 4, but not adding 4.
I guess I'm confused on process here. I mean, we went and got feedback. This is what we all proposed to do. We went and got feedback from the community. The feedback on this one was positive for the most part. We got all this feedback that we want stuff on there that's not entirely core academic focus. We want to have a more holistic whole child view of education, and we want goals that reflect that. So I know that I personally obviously think this is important, but I also just feel like from the point of view of the public, I don't understand why at this moment we would decide to get rid of it. I guess that's confusing too.
Just capacity issues to me. That's why I'd be willing to swap out 3 for 4. I just don't think we'd get you off 4.
Well, you know how strongly I feel about college career, so I would not feel comfortable leaving 3. I think with 4, I appreciate Commissioner Alexander, you're raising about when we went into community. Granted, there was some feedback around concerns around when the district develops its own assessments, but for me, I heard more about the importance around critical, skills, and the growth mindset. So I don't know if there's a way to make it more manageable. Because I don't even know, like, what measurements it would have to be developed, like, how do you measure empathy, even though I think that's so important, because more than ever right now, like, we have an opportunity to build young people to be empathetic, collaborative, building a better world that is more inclusive and understanding. So I do think I do feel a personal responsibility to that. So, but I also want it to be attainable, where I threw down for goal 1 on literacy. So I want to make sure that we could deliver on that too, knowing what lift it might require. So.
And I read in a lot of confusion about what the school is. That's the feedback that I've heard and read.
I'm looking at it right now.
Where, I mean, like, it sounded good, but it was like, how do you measure? It's ambiguous, like. And also the concern about the district assessing itself. I mean, we've seen that with our curriculum that we.
It's not, on that point, I just think if performance assessments, there's a long history of work around that. The folks at Stanford, Linda Doningham and the Learning Policy Institute have done a ton of work around it. There's really, really high level, good methods for doing this kind of stuff, and it's not, the district wouldn't, I mean, to do it right, you get outside folks to review everything. It's not like the district's just doing it on its own. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I won't be able to support goals that don't include something, or, I mean, I'm open to other approaches, but for me, and I'm only one board member and one vote, but I can't support goals that don't, I heard very loud and clear from the feedback that some of these elements are really important. And that this, and that, like your point, President Lamb, I think is exactly what I'm talking about. I understand that we're in a hard position spot. I understand that we have limited capacity, but if we let that allow us to have a scarcity mindset and say we can't strive for leadership and empathy in this moment, I think this is the moment when we actually need leadership and empathy. If our kids know how to read and write and do math and have no empathy and have no leadership skills, that's not, to me, that's not, we haven't succeeded. And so
But if they have those but can't read and write.
that is not what I suggested.
Well, can
I
I just
suggested
ask
the opposite.
to Ritu's question, or like, are there ways to, the guardrails, like, are there ways to infuse that value that, you know, I'm asking, is there?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it. I mean, again,
Yeah.
like it's hard not having known until this meeting that I thought this one there was positive feedback. It was there in June. People didn't raise concerns about it in July when we met. So
We were kind of like, that, it was one that was.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
I guess this is me being maybe disruptive, but it feels like this one is one that we maybe need to sink our teeth deeper into during this conversation. I think that's appropriate, but I'm wondering if people feel like maybe it'd be helpful if we took a pause from this and started talking about the guardrails and then actually came back to wrap this up. Is that all right, Chris?
No, actually, what we do is we take a pause, eat some tacos, and then come back and talk about it.
Okay.
It's not here yet, so
Maybe
like another 10 or 15, so.
Okay.
maybe we need to
If anyone wants to have a foot race in regards to this, we can go out.
I also just want to name Dr. Wayne. I would like to chime in on this one particularly.
okay.
So when he joins, so if we could stagger that, so when he gets here, we can continue that.
And by the way, this is a great conversation, because this is exactly what this work requires, is that you all have listened to a lot of community feedback and you all interpret it differently. And then you're gonna have to collectively figure out, what are we gonna prioritize and what are we not gonna prioritize? Like, this is exactly where the rubber meets the road. This is a great governance conversation. And so you all are doing wonderfully. I would not lean away from the controversy of the moment. Like, this is an essential part of what it is to govern effectively, is to have significant disagreements about what is our community's vision and how best do we honor it.
But since we have all kind of voiced our opinions, what do we do? We vote?
Oh, no, so
I think-
there is a near consensus, but there's enough waffling that I still think there's space for people to, go a different direction. This isn't as clear cut as the last one was.
And I'm open to, like, I like your suggestion on the guardrails. I just literally haven't thought about it, is what I'm saying. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Ritu's
Yeah.
recommendation.
Yeah, like I just literally haven't had time to
I like
think about
this,
it.
I'll
So that was
jointly,
why I was,
Yeah,
I'm happy
yeah.
to try to think of a way to encompass all this stuff in the guardrail.
Commissioner Wiseman, the word.
And AJ, when you frame like, this is where we grapple what we want to prioritize versus what we don't, like, to be clear, like, I want to prioritize a lot of these things that are in the
There's 3,000 items of,
In the
community
graduate
input.
right. But
Like,
I
there's
guess
a lot of stuff.
I want to prioritize what we, like, in terms of like the graduate profile, I really like that. So, but what I'm having a hard time is seeing it like this.
Yeah.
I don't know what this, this doesn't seem to get us where I think we want to be, but I appreciate that if there's nothing about these skill sets, these student outcomes that we would like them to have at all reflected in that. I don't want community, I'll just stop there.
I can offer you an idea that I think is probably a bad idea.
Oh, God.
Please.
I don't.
I know.
I might have been thinking it. Why don't you go ahead?
What is it?
You can find a way to merge 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm gonna just
thought it was a bad
express a
idea.
real discomfort with the developing bespoke measurements. That's where kind of at the seat of that. That said, like, I'm very open to the guardrail thing, and then and I also, back to Vice President Bogus's suggestion, like, oh yeah, no, go.
Can I just ask a question about that? When you say bespoke measurements, like, what do you mean about that? Like, do you know about performance assessments? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, I'm just saying, like, to ask our staff or to get in a consultant, the level, I feel like there's some real
Lack of trust.
and I don't wanna develop it. I just see a path rife with. So can I say, I also, to Vice President Bogus's suggestion, the guardrails that we have written, I think need work. Like, I don't think that they're settled. And so I do see a lot of, like, I liked your suggestion to move over to guardrails and have a more robust conversation about there, because I think there's a lot of opportunity to, having heard from the community and having gone through this process, to think through like what kind of guardrails we really want to put in place that are both student focused as well as adult behavior focused.
Like I said, I'm happy to think about that if that feels like a good person.
So two thoughts on this in terms of what other school systems have done. So if I'm interpreting correctly, I think one of the issues that you might be thinking to Lainey is, are there metrics that would, come from this, that there'd be some comparison with students outside of SFUSD? So for example, with everything else you have, you could look at, here's SFUSD students, here's other students, we can have a comparison, are we good? Like you brought up earlier, here's where the state is, where we are. And is it that you have worry that either the data, is just not valid, or that even if it is valid, you don't know what it means relative to anybody else?
I just don't, this one just doesn't seem baked, and it feels like there's been almost 10 years to do some baking. There's been zero amount baking, and so it's like, I don't know why I am now being asked to be the chef. Like, whereas the other things like, and I do see your point around career and college readiness being able to merge with this, because I do see opportunity to incorporate more thought into what it is that we want there. But career and college readiness, and I hear your point too, because we don't want people that are just like good at school but not,
Automatized.
Yeah, I think that is and maybe if I would say this, if the question is a capacity question and we're worried about sending the system, which is under a lot of stress right now, down a path of having to do a whole nother project, like that argument resonates with me. I think it is very possible to do it. I think that's why I'm pushing back a little bit on the assessment piece. But if the argument, which I heard Mark making also, was like, we just can't.
And I like the bonus idea,
Handle this
like
right
if you get to, like, because I don't think any of us are saying like, ooh, yeah, but we're just. Yeah.
So maybe as a suggested way forward, if others are okay with it, I'd be happy to think during the break of a possible way to incorporate this into a guardrail. I don't want to hold up the process of things like that. Folks are.
Hello.
Yes, man. Yeah, that's why I thought he was there.
Mr. Superintendent, is that you?
Yes, I'm joining. Sorry for the delay.
And
I'm aware of the debate that's happening now.
Goal 4?
Yeah, I'm aware of the debate happening now, and good afternoon, everyone. And I think I appreciate the concern about capacity, because yes, that's something we need to be very mindful of, particularly since we picked ambitious goals in the other areas. What I feel like with this goal, though, what I appreciate about it is I know there's a lot of investment into the competencies identified in the graduate profile, and it would be the one that's not with the state measure. And this is one we don't have measures, so, and maybe this is a question for AJ, but we can just have, we put that by 2024 we would have measures. Maybe we extend that out a year, or just have a check-in on how the measures are going.
Can I check in the trunk just to make sure our purse is there?
We can make it our next slide.
So what I'm saying is if you leave it as a goal, the critical thing is we don't have measures for that goal. The capacity question is our ability to develop measures. I know there are some rubrics that exist already, but if we leave it as a goal, we can, you know, we can then take some time to see how long will it take to develop those measures.
So
Are you saying that we make it as a goal to define the goal?
That's essentially what they have here.
I'm not.
Yeah, what we have there is saying this is a goal, and we need to identify the measures for this goal. In what we're proposing is committing to identifying those measures by June of 2024.
that doesn't
So
sound like a goal, though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just,
Not a
that's
student
more to
outcome.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Sanchez.
No.
We appreciate you for helping us out, though.
yeah, but I thought, yeah, but AJ, when you've said that if we identify a goal without measures, that we can do that, we just need to be transparent that we don't have the measures, and we're going to need to build that in.
Yeah, so again, this is not unusual. You all are not the first people to, you know, be in a place where the board was contemplating a goal for which the district had no data. That is usual, that's normal. There's no reason to shy away from that as long as you have a, you know, clear runway to getting there. So I wouldn't worry about all the implementation layer issues of do we have data or not. I wouldn't make that your primary concern. Frankly, that's not your concern at all. That's the superintendent's problem. If you say this is the will of the community, then he's got to figure it out. The biggest challenge before the seven of you is this so much the will of the community that it is worth the energy that it will take, you know, because it will have to be prioritized. And if it is, then you need to adopt as a goal. If it's not, because you think that it'll siphon too much away from things that are, then you should. But that's the basis on this. That's the basis of decision making that I would encourage you to engage in.
I understand what you're saying. That makes sense, and so.
Maybe on a break, guardrail
No
discussion.
tacos for you.
I need the tacos
Yeah,
to
you
kill
need-
my.
No tacos for the other man. You good?
All right. So it sounds like we're at a point where folks, you know, will benefit from stepping away from the dais for a minute. The food is probably 10 minutes out. And so what I would encourage is perhaps a 10-minute, you know, break or a 20-minute break. The first 10 minutes of which you'll just be on your own without food. And the second 10 minutes of, you know, scarfing down some delicious food and whatever you haven't finished eating by then to come back. And actually, at this point, let's just round. I would recommend that we just start the conversation back at 30 after with this homework assignment. Anything that you recommend, have written down and, you know, provided so we can get some copies going so that we're not in this place of people kind of freestyling. Like if you have ideas, particularly about guardrails, because that's the next major conversation, please commit that to paper, or even better yet, you know, email it, you know, to me and Judson so that we can circulate something. Because it sounds like y'all got about 47 guardrail ideas.
I counted 4.
And we need to chop that down real fast. So that's the only homework assignment is let's come back together at 30 after, but before we start up again, if there is something that you're trying to propose, either for a goal or guardrail, please email it to Judson and I so that we can circulate it to folks by the time we start at 5:30. If we don't have something by that time, don't anticipate that we're going to make time for its discussion. If you don't have it in our inbox by then, just assume that it's going to be ignored. See you at 30 after.
Great British takeoff.
Make something delicious.
Do you have a question? Do you think that we start over on this, or do you think that like should I try writing a guardrail that says, basically, don't neglect the parts of this that are measured by tests or something? Or, you know what I mean? Like, or is there something else that we're, or is it more, or should it more be like connection to this idea of whole child, educating whole child, its own general?
I feel it more like that.
Because I don't know, again, to me, this isn't like the end all and be all, like, nobody likes this, like, let's do something else, but like, I'm just arguing, I'm making the same argument you're making, I think, which is like, there has to be something, which I'm hearing again and again from people, there has to be something more.
Yeah, because I see it in my high school student.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're brilliant, but you're kind of a jerk right now.
And that's.
And and I can't even tell you how much time I have to spend with him of really helping build empathy.
Yeah.
Right? So that needs to be happening during the school day too. Of course, certainly we do that at home. But that's the thing. He's doing fine in the academics, but he's a jerk.
I mean, part of that is the nature of the.
My fellow co-director Richard Jordan used to say it is not.
And so
Right.
that's what I mean. No,
Look at
that's what
Steve
I
Miller from the White House.
That's right.
He went to my high school.
Yes.
He went to Santa Monica High.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, like, that doesn't have to be how it is, that, this is one, so,
So
yes.
if you're, what I'm hearing is, this doesn't resonate.
Really like
It's
a
just,
character.
no, everything
I'm only,
just
I'm only
says.
turn the mics off, it's fine, it's off.
Yeah.
anyway,
I'm like,
but,
yeah.
like, maybe that's.
But it's like, I guess like for me, like I want
It's kind of a parent job.
Our superintendent to figure out how to solve for these
that.
issues. As opposed to say like, this is the thing that
The
you are
assessment.
tethered to. It's more like, we know that we value this, the community values this, like, and so how you, this has to be part of it.
Well, so that's why I think I may then go with this actually suggestion.
Change scenery, a little change
This is
view.
the one that I wrote. AJ's critique of this was that.
That, I should say, doesn't really get this hard.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean, I think that's a little bit too of like, what is the individual data point that we're using to measure the measure by?
And what is it the superintendent, like?
This was I was actually trying to edit number 2.
Oh, yeah, is that the number 2, the
So he
treatment
had
one?
said, serving
Yeah,
the whole
I
family.
was
So he had said,
struggling on
he
treatment.
suggested addressing disruptive learning. So then I tried to, I was like, can we say more positive, which is.
I love how you did the double negative so you could get the positive.
But then AJ's critique of this, which I
Yeah.
get, is like, it doesn't, it just says everything is important, but I'd almost rather, like, to me, this actually addresses
Like you guys need to be able to.
what.
Or just, yeah, even every.
But this actually addresses,
The kinds of.
And
No, I
it's
don't.
interesting that maybe.
this was my draft guardrail that I wrote before, yeah. But it actually addresses the corrective profile issue,
Yeah.
sort of, because it's like saying we actually need to not neglect these other things.
And the thing that, like,
Yeah,
I
I mean-
oh, they're gonna do this.
Well, but the thing is, I really don't
Naming
want to.
sanction doesn't want to do that, which I understand, like, I'm not, he could, it
He
doesn't
can
say he
use
doesn't
it,
have to.
he could completely
Yeah, I-
decide that is the thing, that is the way I'm going
So I
to do
hear
that, and I would be 100%
Right,
supportive
but
of
it's up to
it.
him.
I just don't wanna be directing.
I think he might take it over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, and this is from the Science of Learning and Development paper that I shared that you made yesterday. So these are not like made up, these are like research-based things of like what kids should be able to like do, because these are the areas that need to be developed.
So can I'm good with it. Can I need help with a guardrail that I've been thinking about, but I haven't been able to
Okay.
write it very well. And it's really about what I was saying earlier. Okay, well, I guess the first reaction was I had, okay, so the effective decision-making guardrail number 1 as presented was the superintendent will not make major decisions without meaningful consultation. Great, but see, I also was like, but also we need to review and assess. Like right now, I feel like with our literacy curriculum, it's been in place for 15 years, but like, or however long, you know, okay, 10 years, 8 years, but but I guess my question is twofold, like, how do we review efficacy? Like, once we put something out there,
For one measurement, yeah.
Yes.
but I mean, but also like,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's what,
Yeah.
but it's like, how do
are currently recording, mics are turning on now. Okay, AJ, the floor is yours.
All right, welcome back. Go ahead and get any final emails in to Judson and I regarding guardrails. I would ask the folks in the gallery, keep it down so we can get the party started. What I would recommend is we step away from goal number 4 for a minute, and that we follow Kevin's recommendation, that we dive into the world of guardrails, see what we see from there, and then come back. And so what that would have us do is go to guardrail number 1, which is around effective decision-making.
We're looking at the slide from the PowerPoint presentation, is that correct?
Yes, as Justin gets a chance to scroll down. I think it's like page 14, slide 14. Effective decision-making, superintendent will not make major decisions without meaningful consultation with parents and guardians, students and staff who will be impacted by those decisions. And then the superintendent gives you some insight into the way that he's thinking about potentially measuring progress relative to those. So that is the idea for guardrail number 1. The floor is open.
Yeah, I guess I just had a point of clarity from staff from the interims. I think what I was expecting to see in the interims based off this guardrail was something in relation to the development of systems to execute this versus like a personal commitment to do things. And I think I'm just interested if that's something that staff, I think, feels like this is more in line with what the guardrail is saying and we should shift it to reflect something different, or if that's just more of like us having more dialogue together. And I think I forgot to email that one in too, so I'm gonna frame it that way. No, sorry.
Okay. And this, by the way, is why you need interims handy when deciding on your goals and guardrails, because this potential lack of alignment between the two is exactly why you want to make the decision about guardrails in the presence of the proposed interims. And so you are absolutely correct. If you look at the set of proposed interim guardrails and they are completely misaligned with how you had interpreted the guardrail, then step 1 is to have a conversation about it, which is what we're doing. But then step 2 is be prepared to make a change to the guardrail that would more explicitly articulate what your intention was, wherever you think the administration may have interpreted this differently, then that's fine. That just means you need to think through what is the language that would lead to the interpretation that I intended. And so right now we're having this conversation, and Matt Wayne, are you still with us?
You know what, I think the mics are not on.
I am, yeah, I am with you, but can Kevin repeat his question?
The audio isn't coming out of them.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. Just can Kevin, Commissioner Bogus repeat his question?
Yeah, I just looking at the. Oh yeah, that will help. Sorry. So yeah, for looking specifically at effective decision-making guardrail and interim guardrail 1A, communicate the process by which a major decision was made 100% of the time. I think what I was looking for was something that would be more about like a commitment to have a process that does that versus it just happening. And I think trying to get a difference of if that's just like a slight difference or if that's something that you kind of feel differently about or you feel is already in place, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I would say for this guardrail, open to conversation on some of the interim measures because it's just determining like how to measure it was an interesting exercise.
Can I ask?
So, and I think AJ, and AJ, didn't you mention like, I mean, we could have a interim guardrail around like process saying, we develop a process or have a process to do that, but then that's less, we're just committing to having the process or not in the interim guardrail.
I guess I would like to add on to what Commissioner Bogus raised, because I think he gets at it more succinctly than I did. Because one of the things the making of major decisions, but also how, what the processes by those decisions will be reviewed for efficacy. Too, like this is just, what is the system to get input to know that that major decision was actually being carried out and as intended?
Maybe to offer up at least partial language of at least like what I was hitting at is like the superintendent will not make major decisions without meaningful consultation with parents, guardians, students, and staff who will be impacted by those decisions and have regular processes of how those decisions are made. I guess I just want to make sure that there is a consistency of how decisions are made versus like fly by the seat of the pants kind of nature to it, I guess.
Let me ask a clarifying question. Are you, because it sounds like this, the way it's being interpreted is really looking at the point of the decision. I hear you, I think, talking about, Kevin, what is the process that leads up to the decision being created. And I think, Lainey, I hear you say, what is the process in place to evaluate whether the decision was ever good to begin with? So there's,
Yeah, yes.
so I'm sensing that what you all are wanting as a board is a more of a life cycle of decisions, not just this point in time of the decision itself.
Yes.
So, okay, so that's what I'm hearing from y'all. Ann and then Matt?
I have a more fundamental clarification before even these two. My understanding is that when we set the goals and the superintendent can take many routes to achieve that goal. And then we need to put guardrails for which routes he chooses, right? And then that means we have X number of guardrails that apply all the time, right? That, whichever way he chooses in the next 5 years to achieve, these values should not be violated. But then the interim guardrails, I'm understanding it to be applying to those interim goals. Because once you set that interim goal gets you to the 5-year goal, right? So you got a small goal, and then the big values still apply to that small goal, but then because it's a smaller goal, you maybe have some additional guardrails for that small goal. That was my understanding. Whereas I think what I see from here is that it's a guardrail, but then how you're getting to that guardrail. It's like a goal, but for guardrails, which I don't quite understand.
Yeah, so you have to have some way of knowing. So remember, this is also your superintendent's evaluation. And the intention is to be able to evaluate your superintendent with data that says, show me the evidence that the community's vision is being accomplished. That's the goals, and then the interim goals. And then show me evidence that the community's values are being honored. The guardrails themselves are not smart. And so to have actual metrics to indicate whether or not the community's values are being honored, the interim guardrails are in fact smart in the exact same way that interim goals are. Now these aren't yet because they're still in development because you all haven't given clarity around what do you want the guardrails to be. And so they're trying to give you these interim guardrails that are not yet smart, but in the end they will be in the exact same way that the interim goals need to be. But the intention of the interim guardrails is to say, okay, what is the evidence that the board will be receiving that that is convincing to the board that the superintendent is honoring the community's values? That's what the interim guardrails are all about. Like, what is the evidence that the superintendent can provide the board that says, look, here is the proof that the values you said are most important to focus on, that I am in fact honoring those.
Does this also have a time?
They would be smart. So yes, they'll have a starting point, ending point, starting date, ending date, all of that, just like your interim goals would be.
But then, for example, this 1A, communicate process, which major decision was made 100% time. That should not be limited to the whole 5-year time.
That's correct. So so these are not yet smart. Basically, what I told the administration is that we need to have an idea of what your thinking is. You don't need to put it into full SMART format because it sounds like the board's going to shift pretty mightily on some of these. So there's probably a better use of your time. but at least give us some insight into what you're thinking. So that's why these are not yet in a smart format, but once the board lands on what your guardrails are gonna be, the administration will land on a set of interim guardrails and they will be smart. Yeah, Matt, and then Kevin?
May I suggest an interim guardrail that would help clarify what I think this is about?
So I don't see problematic with that. I think the challenge is, I think however, it'd be more helpful to do the harder work, which is what if this interpretation, because these three proposed interim guardrails are essentially the superintendent's interpretation, if this language gave rise to this interpretation, the harder task for you all to take on right now is what language change would I need to make that would give rise to the interpretation that I thought I was going to get?
Well, I guess what I would say is, and maybe this is different from what my colleagues were saying, but like a measure for me that would tell me this is working is if we got fewer complaints from people that they weren't consulted in the decision, right? So even if people, like I would like to have fewer, like the number of complaints about decisions to go down, not because people necessarily agree with every decision, but because they're like, oh yeah, I know that was happening, I expressed my disagreement, it didn't go my way, right? Rather than having people come to us and say, this happened, I had no input, and I feel like it's wrong. So like if there was some, I don't know, but that, to me, that's the problem that we're trying to set a.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is the superintendent actually is interpreting this in a way that works for you. They just, that you are more curious about what's at the end of if we communicated 100% of the time, and if we, identify at least 3 educational partners who are consulted, and if 100% of decisions, then what is the result that would create? The result that would create is we just have fewer. And so basically you're wanting not the metrics in the midst of the product, like what are all the things you did? Like what did the things you did cause? And the things that you did cause was less people contacting me. And so to me, that doesn't sound, it sounds like you actually agree with the interpretation. It's just you want metrics that are at the end of the rainbow, not in the middle of it. Which I think is a fundamentally different issue that I hear other board members surfacing. Kevin, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think the concerns that I have are important to me, but I do think they might border on micromanaging as far as being too prescriptive. I think some of this is just the superintendent is so new and not sure of how he's operating, and then seeing the initial interim guardrails and them not kind of align with things that I feel like are the priority. But I mean, I don't feel like I don't need to see a huge shift in it. I think seeing the final interim goals and guardrails after this conversation, I think would potentially be helpful for me, as far as I think just where I'm at. So I guess I'm more flexible.
Well, actually, I would encourage you not to backpedal from your previous point, because I think it sounds like Matt's actually comfortable with the interpretation. He just wants data further down in the pipeline. It sounds like you and Lainey are just fundamentally uncomfortable with the interpretation, and it actually meant something different. You meant more of a systems life cycle approach, not a literally at the point of decision approach. And so I wouldn't back away from that. If that's, you're looking for something entirely different, but the challenge is, what is the language change that you or Lainey would propose that would better focus this on the full system and life cycle of decision making, rather than just the episodic point of decision making? So sit with that for a while. Lisa, what's up?
Well, I guess maybe now, based on what Vice President Boga said and what your response was, I guess I'm trying to figure out, because I was also looking at the difference between like slide 14 and slide 15, which is like, are these interim guardrails to serve as like monitoring mechanisms?
Yes.
Or monitoring data points? Because when I look at slide 15, those are like that to me reads as like a monitoring data point, like a specific, and then maybe
those are very different style. Yeah.
But so if it's intentional that the style be different.
No, what's interesting is the style of data that Matt wants is provided for guardrail 2, and he wants that style of data provided for guardrail 1. He's actually fine with the interpretation. He just wants a different style of data that's more at the end of it. Like, what is the difference it caused, not the middle of it? What were the activities intended to cause the difference? And so, yeah, these are different. You have guardrail number 1, effective decision-making. It's really looking in the midst of what are the things about how we're doing the process in the midst of the process. Whereas guardrail number 2, the metrics proposed are, at the end of us implementing stuff, what change did that cause?
So then I guess my question is like, do we need to be consistent that we want these monitoring mechanisms versus monitoring?
No, it can vary by guardrail, whatever matches the intention of the board.
Well, and can I say, I'm not convinced, like, it might be that it's impossible to measure the complaint thing I just mentioned, and maybe these are the best ways that we have right now. So I'm not totally wedded to that, I just was, yeah, just to say, I think I can see the advantages for both, and I can see how it might be hard to measure outcomes in some of these, and it might be necessary to measure process.
Can we measure surprise level at the end of a decision?
Yeah. But,
In the
yeah.
number
And
of complaints, it won't be, I wasn't consulted, it'll be, you didn't listen to me.
Right, which is different. No, and I think that's a different.
It's a different complaint.
Yeah.
I want to get Matt in here, and then I want to check in with Mark and Jenny. Not
yeah, I was just gonna,
distant Matt, not close Matt.
yes, no, thank you. I was gonna say, yeah, these are different, and you're correct. I am putting forward teams of process. These are the guardrails meant to address our processes. Because we seem to sometimes have our lack of process that results in people being surprised or feeling like they didn't have a voice, and so even, I hear what you're saying, Matt Alexander, about complaints. We're going to make decisions that are going to get complaints, but is it the complaint? You made an important distinction, Matt. Is the complaint that I wasn't, heard or consulted, or is the complaint I don't like the decision, right? And we're never going to have a decision that everybody 100% agree with, but we can have a decision where even people might reluctantly say, you know what, they did speak with me. I see why they responded to my concerns. I understand they just went in a different direction because of this, for this other reason. Like, if people can recognize that, I feel like that's living the guardrail, the values that you all want, our community wants, that there's clear processes for making decisions and opportunities for input from our educational partners.
So essentially, I see, Matt's trying to accomplish with these particular interims is, I want to be able to show you evidence that we talked to people before a decision was made. And that may or may not, well, it almost certainly won't have an impact on whether there are complaints, but it may have an impact on whether the nature of those complaints. Are they, I wasn't heard, or I didn't have an opportunity to provide feedback, or I wasn't heard / I didn't get what I wanted. And what I hear, I think both Matt's saying is, you're actually comfortable with people saying, I didn't get what I wanted. Neither of you are comfortable with people saying, I never had an opportunity to be heard.
Yes.
Mark, Jenny, you want to jump in here?
I just wanted to chime in about the life cycle of decision making, because I think that for me, in the last 3 years, has been critical, or when we've received a lot of criticism. It's different about the point of making decision. Thanks, AJ, for helping me kind of articulate that. So for example, it's one thing to go to someone, to go to community in the 10th hour, but the train has already left. And then the feedback's like, well, the staff did all this work and we already prepped all of it. It's like, so to me, it's really presenting the life cycle of strategy. And that's a muscle that I feel like as a district, we actually could really improve on, is like, what's the strategy behind that? And that's when I think the public says about transparency. That's what they're really meaning, is like, what strategy went into this? By the time you came to us, it already seemed like it was decided. Yeah, you're consulting us, but come on, it's really done.
Yeah, the pies were baked.
So that, I think, to me, is the decision. So I said something about,
The superintendent will not make any major, without presenting a life cycle decision-making and consult with, so it's kind of like, you're presenting the life cycle, but you're also consulting.
So I actually had another board that adopted something very similar to this. They basically said, we need to know exactly what the decision-making life cycle looks like, and we need to know with what, regularity is that full process being deployed when major decisions are being made. And so then the superintendent carved out, here's what qualifies as a major decision, and then here's the frequency with which this full cycle that includes engagement X amount of time before a recommendation is even developed, and so on and so forth, and then extends all the way past that, the point of adoption, to some type of evaluation a year later. And so they said, we need a superintendent create this full cycle, and what we as a board need to know is with what regularity is that actually being implemented, for. In their case, they actually said basically the same. I think they call it significant, decisions or something like that, but same idea. And so that's what I hear you saying is that you want to have language that focuses in on there should be this full process from the moment we identify a need all the way to we have addressed the need and we've taken action to address a need and we've evaluated whether the action worked or not. And so I think that is absolutely viable. As I said, I've got another board, they adopted something very similar for almost the exact same reasons you all describing. And I think if you all found some language that accomplished that, I think it would actually meet everybody's needs. It would cause the superintendent, you'd have to go do some homework. One, because I don't know that full life cycle exists as a process within the school system. So it probably first, step one, you probably have an interim guardrail around the development of said life cycle, and then you'd have interim guardrails that would come online that describe the implementation of various stages of it. And so I put that out there as it sounds like that's the direction that might match a consensus of the board, but you all would need to figure out, okay, what would the language look like? How would you write that up?
So,
then
AJ
we'll
just
come down here.
inserted into the document,
Yeah.
Judson, I don't know if you need to, also. put it
Jump
on
back
the
over to
screen.
the,
It's in the comment section, and we'll, get it to the public as well on the screen.
Was this just emailed to us?
No, it's on the,
It's on the actual document. It's on the
that one
actual
pager,
Yes, do that.
and you all can wordsmith it, I just wanted to at least put it. It's on the far right, 553.
the superintendent will not make major decisions without presenting a decision-making life cycle and engaging with parents, guardians, students, and staff who will be impacted by those decisions.
I might make one suggestion. I don't know that the public at large would know what a decision-making life cycle is, so maybe just thinking about some different terms that it's a little bit more accessible.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it.
Do you have words that you would offer, Lisa?
There is, in the science of engagement, the spectrum of community engagement, which is similar to the latter. And part of that speaks to socializing everyone on what that means. What I would say that in the years that I've done engagement, regardless of where you want to start, whether it's consultancy or actual fully buy-in, it's always from the very beginning. Even if it's just, I just want to know what you think, versus I want you to help me co-create. It always begins with a very long ramp, right? And so the tension there is that those things take time. We'll always be slower than what sometimes we need it to be. So something to keep in mind about the aspiration of that value and what will be the strategy when we don't have time. Because things will happen as much as we will plan, that there won't be enough time to complete that cycle. So I just want to name that.
The analogy here is like your recent decision where there was a agreement that you moved forward without going through the traditional bidding process, and a part of the board's rationale was we just don't have time. Similarly, you could build out this full process for engagement, and then there'll be times when you have to decide which is more important, getting this done now or going through, you know, the process. But either way, I don't know that right now you all have a clearly, like I could show you other districts where they have a document, like this is our process. And everybody in central office knows, we don't take anything to the board unless we've gone through this, you know, and so on and so forth. I
Yeah.
don't know that.
Yeah, and
that currently exists. Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, and can we just say, I mean, I agree, the life cycle, can we just say process? That we've, and I hear what you're all saying, like upfront, the decision-making process is clear, not, you know, not after the fact. So rather than life cycle, just talk about process.
So the superintendent will not make major decisions while presenting, I would say probably without using, I don't know who would be presented to, without using decision-making process from inception, adoption, review, that describes how engagement with parents, guardians, students, and staff will be included.
I have a comment. I really like the phrase meaningful consultation better than engagement.
It's pretty. Do we all have a common understanding of what a major decision is?
No.
I think
No.
that would be part of.
That'll be our next.
That's what the superintendent would.
Well, so the way these things always work is very straightforward. Whenever the board stops talking, guess who you delegate to interpret? So if there is something that you want, if you want to have a clear threshold boundary, then you need to write it into the guardrail. If you leave it as major, then what you are relying on is the superintendent to interpret and identify what major means.
Right.
And either of those are entirely appropriate. Most boards wind up sticking with kind of major decisions, significant, you know, some type of descriptor and leaving it to the superintendent, but some boards have gone in and said, you know, decisions that A, B, C, D, F, G, you know, must go through this process.
I guess I would propose that we maybe don't do that one, and if he can't get it right, we fire him.
Then we get more perspective, you know? Yeah.
I just have, one of my concerns around this is.
I'm still listening to, by the way.
I think he heard that. I think he heard that.
That was just a joke. Is that, so even in this process, we went out, we had all these listening sessions, and we had overrepresentation of certain populations or groups of families. And so to guard against that happening in this process. So when we're consulting, making a decision with the community, who's apt to respond? And we know, in our history here, it's families of means that are more apt to respond than others. So I just want us to be aware of that point, knowing that that's probably going to happen in this situation.
That's why I like the phrasing will be impacted by those decisions, because I think that includes everyone impacted, right?
I know, but if we like the, you know, changing the bell schedule or changing, the time when we started school or not, and had we consulted everybody, which we should have done, the district should have done, the staff should have done, who would have responded at a rate higher than others?
I know, but I think then if that happens, we can go back to the superintendent and say, you consulted with some of the people being impacted, but this other group that would have been impacted,
I just want us to be aware that that's what is gonna happen though.
Yeah, no, I know, but I think he's aware of that, and I think unless you think we should, are you saying we should be more explicit about it?
Do you want to draft a guardrail within the?
If people are, I'm happy to, if people.
Because I agree with you 100%, so I just was.
Because it's just, it's the nature of this, the beast.
But by utilizing a process that includes, I mean, I think then we have to, then it's on the superintendent, hi, Dr. Wayne. It's on Dr. Wayne to say, okay, I'm gonna identify what process as it relates to school start times. Okay, I did the survey and that got this particular group to come back, but guess what? That's not most folks, so I need to identify a different process to make, and I don't know that we need to, I mean, maybe that needs to be a separate guardrail, but I also read that into utilizing a process, or maybe process/processes. There might be multiple processes that need to be used depending on.
Can we amend guardrails later? Like if that does happen and we're not getting, feedback from?
Yeah, so because the goals and guardrails are your superintendent's evaluation, a couple special rules apply. One, you really don't want to change them inside of the kind of 5-year time horizon they exist under normal circumstances. However, because it is a evaluation, one reason that you would modify them is as a way of redefining the superintendent's authority. So I can think of one board where the superintendent had a guardrail very much like this, and the superintendent completely dropped the ball and just failed repeatedly. And so the board went back and instead of writing one that read very much like this, they wrote one that was about a paragraph long that was much more descriptive and completely stripped the superintendent of a lot of his autonomy in implementation because they just baked it in. They had to do that one time, and after that, they didn't have no more problems. And so they used that as part of negotiating the amount of autonomy that the superintendent has is a reasonable process, is a more useful managerial tool for the board than any threats around employment. Similarly, I know another board that they had a guardrail around superintendent decision-making authority. Thank you. And the superintendent did a really great job with the finances and operations. And so they actually amended that guardrail to extend the range of his operational authority and his spending authority and so on and so forth. Like they went from like $50,000 spending authority to $250,000. I mean, they all kinds of just expanded his authority, again, as a way of moderating, the scope of autonomy the superintendent have. And I strongly recommend thinking about that as a way of communicating your relative satisfaction or dissatisfaction with your employee. Superintendents are not even remotely scared by losing their jobs. There's always another superintendency, and they'll probably get more money when they take that one. What does tend to work is saying, okay, we really enjoy the work that you're doing. We're going to give you more autonomy. We have concerns about the work we're doing. We're going to create less autonomy while we sort this out. And frankly, I think that's the attitude that you would hope the superintendent would take with principals.
Can I make one wordsmithing thing when, or Matt was talking first?
Soup, hold on one second. I'm going to read the current language that I've got that's trying to.
Okay, then I wanted to chime in on something Mark said, and then Lainey maybe.
Okay,
Yeah.
Well then, how about Lainey go first, and then we'll get you in here.
So
Okay.
I just want to be, I want to, like where it says at the inception, adoption, and review, I would move that up to me right after meaningful consultation. Because here's what I'm getting at, is right now, we don't do review after adoption and review. Like we just do front end input. And so then, so I really want to, when a major decision is coming forward, I want it to be clearly communicated. This is the process, we're going to get your input at the front end and, after adoption and as we review it.
That's actually why I put it at the end, was to actually suggest that all that came before it applies to all three stages.
Okay, all right. Good.
Because I actually put it up there and I was like, I bet she meant it should apply to all three stages, not just to one stage. But if it doesn't accomplish that, then
Okay,
let's
as long
reword it.
as everyone understands it to be that way.
Wayne, did you have a comment?
Yeah, so no, and I think Mark, I hear what you're saying, and I think that's why I have interim guardrail rather, the 1B that says we'll have multiple ways. The idea of putting that in there is because recognizing like a survey may not just get people out, or a town hall may not just get all those perspectives we need, particularly from our families who are furthest from opportunity. So that's the idea behind 1B.
Got it.
So the current language here, the superintendent will not make major decisions without utilizing a process that includes meaningful consultation with parents, guardians, students, staff who will be impacted by those decisions at the inception, adoption, and review. Does that work for folks?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna take that as consensus on guardrail 1 and direct our attention to guardrail 2. If you could flip back over to the PowerPoint, because that shows the interims as well. This is treatment of students. There's what we had in July. The superintendent's team, trying to listen and understand what's going on from the community and from board members, has offered a proposed revision. For your considerations, you all can decide, do you like the original and do you like the proposed revision? Or, just for fun, do you all have something else entirely? The floor is open.
I feel like I'm okay with this.
I have some questions on the subparts, or some thoughts on the subparts, but not on the first initial framing.
I have a suggestion.
So hold on, I'm not clear. Which are we talking about? The original or the proposed?
Sorry, I don't have any, so I have some recommendations for 2A, B, and C, but not for the proposed revision 2.
So are you saying you are good with the proposed
Yes.
revision? Okay, that's all I was trying to
So
clarify.
I don't wanna, let me know when it's appropriate to talk about that.
So first, let me check in with folks. Is there any strong preference, original versus proposed? Yeah,
Well, I have a other suggestion.
okay. Is there anybody who strongly wants to stick with the original? I only want to talk about one of these, if we can help it. Is there anybody who actually wants to talk about the original, or are folks comfortable talking about the proposed? Okay, good, so we're talking about the proposed. All right, then Matt, take us away.
Did you all print the one that I emailed or no?
Or should we put it into
Did
the
we
doc?
print?
You wanna add it into the?
I can just add it in the doc.
Yeah, add in the doc.
Yes, if we printed something.
So,
Never mind.
no, we sent a
We're just
bunch.
gonna add.
I got to get a couple over to you as well.
So, should I put it as a comment?
Yeah, yes.
So this was, I think this one has issues maybe, but it is an attempt that I think it might address some of the questions around the graduate profile. I put it in the comments, so it says the superintendent will not take approaches which neglect the cognitive and academic development, social and emotional development, identity development, physical and mental well-being, or ethical and moral development of students. And those categories are from the Science of Learning and Development report that I shared with you all yesterday. So those are research-based. It's like the aspects that should be considered in terms of the education of the whole child. And so I think the issue with it, as AJ kindly pointed out, is I think similar to the issue with the one that's there, which is that it's really broad, and I'm not sure what it, like, you know what I mean? Like, it encompasses a lot of things, but I do think at least it would indicate that those things are important. If we want a way of saying, look, this is a stake in the ground, is saying, like, we don't believe that education should just be about this one thing, but it actually encompasses these other things.
Can I ask you a follow-up question, Mr. Alexander? Do you feel that the interim guardrail measurements would still align with the updated proposal? Or do you feel like they would actually not?
Yeah, I think they would. I mean, I could imagine other ones too, but yes, those would, to me, would seem like they would.
We were talking about the 2A, B, and C.
I think they do too. I just wanted to get clear if you felt that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. I think the other issue, just to say, with the proposed language, is that unaddressed needs, I think is also really, really vague. So at least this kind of like names what those needs are. This like basically names the needs, right? It's like.
And what Judson is doing right now in the document that we've shared with you is there are some additional ideas that you all sent in. We're going to drop them at the bottom of that document that we've been working on.
Thank you.
I really like serving the whole Commissioner Alexander's addition, because that was also what we heard throughout all the community sessions. You know, how is the social and emotional development going to be considered, mental well-being, just overall supports for students.
And I think it's.
Yeah, Matt, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, well, no, I think, and AJ, just to that point, maybe this is where, you know, this is the way, even the way it's proposed, but definitely the way Matt's proposing is pretty broad. A guardrail, I mean, if every word in a guardrail needs to be measured, that might be hard, but if it's able, you know, but if a guardrail is communicating the value the way Matt describes it, I think describes well the values we hear from the community. But I'm not going to have, you know, 10 interim interim measures, interim guardrail measures, you know, and then these are the 3 that I'd highlight, or they might change after the revision. But again, long-winded way to say, AJ, right? When it represents the values, that doesn't mean every single word is going to become an interim measure, or if it is, we need a much more narrow guardrail.
Yeah, so the point that Matt is making is well made. For each goal, you will have 3 interims. For each guardrail, you will have 3 interims. And so if you craft a guardrail that is super complicated, you are still only going to get 3 interims. Even if there are like 12 things that it should be measuring. And so what I'll work with your staff on is we'll try to measure, come up with interims that address the totality of the guardrail. But what that means is the more complex it becomes, then you can no longer literally measure kind of each, like if there are really only 3 clauses in it, then each clause gets its own interim. But if there are like 8 clauses, then it's like this interim is kind of your approximation of how we know that we're addressing these 7 clauses. And at that point, your interims start to feel really, really unsatisfying. So that's the trade-off that you have with guardrail. You can toss a lot more language in them, but you will not like the interims that you get, and there will be no way to solve for that.
Can I just ask? I guess in that case, I would say I would ask that the superintendent focus on where the greatest need is rather than what the easiest thing is to do.
Yeah, I would not count on the superintendent to do that. I would get more clear about my guardrails.
Okay. All right.
Well, I guess maybe are there aspects of this, like if you looked at these, however many categories I've thrown in there, are there aspects of those do you think that we're most concerned about?
Well, and that's actually what I was going to encourage you all to do.
Yeah.
Is what are the community values that, if not spoken on, will be most at risk?
Physical, mental well-being. I have the basic one. I have others, but.
Maybe social emotional development and physical and mental
Yeah.
well-being would stand out to me. Yeah. And that seems consistent with a lot of the feedback.
I also I like cognitive and academic development just because I'm thinking about special education and things I hear around difficulty with referral and timeliness and so forth. So
Yeah, I'm willing to, I think, to subtract some. I think at this stage, the reason why I'm okay with the list being longer is I feel confidence in the superintendent to navigate it on the back end of it while still letting us represent the full intention there. But I know it's not as much clarity or as much guarantee on the particulars, but I guess I think, more comfortable in that way, but I'm flexible kind of however we all want to play.
that's why I said pick the ones that are most needed.
But they're all like super like well needed. It's like hard to like start chopping stuff off of at least that list for me a little bit.
So am I hearing that there is a consensus around using this one titled Serving the Whole Child as a replacement for the one entitled Treatment of Students? Is that the direction folks are leaning? Given that, are there any specific modifications to the language that folks are proposing, or are we going to take it as drafted and move on?
If we take it as drafted, we're basically, as you said, leaving it up to the superintendent.
And he's going to come back with some interims.
That's fine with me.
And
I'm also happy to
I mean, I'll come back with like them in SMART goals, but I guess the interims that you see here are because I feel like both from my listening and learning, when I see what you have heard too, I've identified those 3 because chronic absenteeism has come up as a big issue, and addressing it addresses a lot of the, like our community school strategies will be used to address that because you are engaging with the family. And the increased sense of belonging is meant to speak to the social emotional. I can go back and talk with Ritu if there's maybe a better measure from all the ways we collect, we look at that. And then again, the overdue IEPs, I just hear it, like that's, we need to, that's when we're talking about serving the whole child, if a child has special needs, we need to stay on top of it. So that's why those three are, that is my interpretation of what are surfacing as the highest unaddressed needs to serve the whole child.
Anything else on what used to be treatment of students, what is now serving the whole child before we transition to number 4? Yes.
I have a question for Ritu, and superintendent. For increasing student sense of belonging by 5%, traditionally, what measurements are we using? Are we only using the school climate survey, or is there something more comprehensive?
That's the only measure we have, the
Climate survey.
SEL surveys.
So I would just propose to the superintendent to consider some other rounding out, because again, it goes back to who's actually participating in the submission of those surveys.
Well, actually, let me check on a different topic. With what frequency is that administered?
Annually.
Once a year, that it's actually not eligible to be an interim guardrail anyway. To be an interim, it has to produce data multiple times per year.
Yeah, because I'm just gonna say, like, the culture and climate survey, I think, has a 26% response rate.
Yes.
For families, maybe.
Yeah.
The kids
Yeah.
don't, because we
But
make
for
them-
kids, it's like almost 70.
Yeah,
Right.
I'd be surprised if the students was lower than that.
But still, like the family participation, and then like, I think the goal in our last LCAP was to like get it to, I wanna say like 32%, so still not even close to.
Well, so just as a sense, moving student and staff participation, very doable. Moving family participation, unless it's super duper important to you, many places have found the juice was not worth the squeeze. Like you'd almost literally have to go to people's houses and say, hey, we really need you to fill this out. Here's an iPad. And some folks have done that. Like I've seen some people use that as a form of data collection, but it would almost take that to get to 80, 90% parental involvement. Whereas you should reasonably expect, we know where the students are, we know where the staff are. You should expect a pretty high degree of participation in those voluntary surveys. It sounds like, folks, we have an idea for 2. Let's talk about instruction. Here too, there is an original.
Wait, sorry, so I had a couple things about the sub points, but are we not talking?
No, you should go.
Yeah, what are your points?
So I emailed this yesterday, but I would love to encourage us or the superintendent to look at that 5% and raise it since.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. You should largely ignore these. You all just radically just rewrote this thing.
Got
He
it.
just said he was gonna largely focus on the same things.
Oh, so with
2 they can't use, right? 2B is gone.
Gone.
Yeah,
It's not
okay.
a measurable
Okay.
metric.
And then I'll just say about 2C, if they are over, I mean, I don't know if we have general counsel on the line, but if they are overdue IEPs, I think we are in violation of the law, so.
Well, that's why we get sued all the time.
So reducing it by 5% is not an option, like either, like that just seems.
following the law should be the option.
Following the law should be what we're saying we're gonna do, so I'll just put that out there.
No,
Okay.
that is a point well made.
Okay.
A point very well made.
Let's
Let's
not
be a
have the
little
goal,
less
let's be a
illegal.
little bit less violent
Yeah.
of the law. Okay, all right,
Appreciate you, Lisa.
okay.
Yeah, apparently Danielle appreciates.
But-
All right, thank you very much for catching that and bring that back to our attention. So yes, you're going to see some revisions to those. That takes us to instruction. Here too, there's an original and a proposed. Do you all want to discuss the original, or are you comfortable moving forward with discussing the proposed? What is your pleasure?
There's a number of, I think of, like, there's a few different instruction alternatives.
Yeah, and I have so the proposed revision, the better Matt wrote in response to a suggestion that I had made, and then I made a following suggestion, which is on the document below.
superintendent would.
Yeah, and my thinking, just to be clear about that, my concern with the one that the proposed one around, that says, what's it called? The one that says the superintendent will not allow inconsistent use of the district's instructional framework. I think that's gonna create a reaction among educators because we don't really have an instructional framework that's widely understood yet. And so I think it's weird to be putting out, it almost makes it seem like it's not happening when we haven't even really developed it yet. And so what I was arguing was that the board's role, I think, should be to set out the values we want around instruction. Then of course it needs to be consistent, right? That like superintendent's job is actually to implement an instructional framework that staff use that reflects the values that the board has for instruction. So then I tried to rewrite it like reflecting those values, which I thought, again, based on what I thought was hearing from you all and from the feedback we got.
So
which is how I arrived
do you
at-
want the district to have a well-developed, coherent instructional framework? Because in 2 guardrails ago, you literally wrote a guardrail that says a process that does not exist needs to be brought into existence.
I guess what I'm saying is there's no way to have curriculum and instruction. If it says the superintendent will not allow curriculum and instruction that is not challenging, engaging, student-centered, and culturally responsive and differentiated to meet the needs of all students, the only way you can do that is by having a coherent instructional framework that is applied district-wide. So I guess what I'm arguing is that the board should say, this is the kind of instruction we want, curriculum and instruction we want, and then the superintendent
Okay, no,
needs
so
to make that happen.
thanks. I thought you were making an argument against having an instructional
No, not
framework.
at all.
Okay, got it. Now,
Yeah.
okay,
And-
we're on
yeah.
the same page. I was
But I'm
like,
saying
that
that-
seems
And then-
odd.
No, sorry, I'm saying that our job though is to say what the values are,
Yeah,
rather than to
And-
say,
and they'll go figure out how to implement it.
yeah.
And I think, and I'll just chime in, and once Matt communicated that, I understand that. I think the reason why even in this revision, I was focusing on inconsistent use. It's like what we are, the reason to have an instructional framework is to establish some baseline of what's expected around instruction throughout the district, right? And but that baseline is, it should be challenging, engaging, and allow for differentiation. So yeah, as long as it's understood, then, and I guess this is the point of the guardrails, right? I have the freedom to develop an instructional framework, and as long as it meets those values, that can be my strategy to achieve, to demonstrate how we're living that value in our system.
So the difference here, though, there is a massive difference between these two. The one, that Matt Alexander has written is going to inspire a set of interims around this style of instruction. The one that Matt Wayne has drafted is going to inspire interims around the quality of implementation. And so whichever of those is the one that you more intend.
Say that again.
So one of them is about, are we implementing this with fidelity? That's the one that Matt Wayne's adopted. The one that you've written is, what are the qualities of the one that we've implemented, irrespective of whether or not it's being implemented with fidelity?
I disagree, because if it says the superintendent will not allow curriculum and instruction that is not blah, 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 I'm asking, is it being implemented with fidelity? Is our curriculum and instruction in our schools challenging, engaging, student-centered, and culturally responsive, and differentiated? He should do
I got you. I'll rock with you on that. I got you.
You see what I'm saying? Because I think I'm saying, like, the other one I feel like is saying that there's a framework when there actually isn't a framework. I mean, it may exist
And that's
somewhere, but it's not.
Yeah.
There's not a framework that's widely accepted. So for us to say, oh, is it being implemented? Is what being implemented? You know, does that
I hear what.
Absolutely with you on this one.
Wait, is Matt saying?
So, and I'm saying, I'm saying, I hear what Matt is saying, and I would agree in that we're in the process right now. These frameworks exist, but I agree that they're not like 100% understood and agreed. And we actually haven't gone through our process for making a major decision yet to say, everybody, yes, this is the instructional framework for SFUSD. And so with that being said, I understand the concern. Once we once we have that, which should reflect those values, I will want to make sure that we're using it.
AJ, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is what the other two, just in terms of format, are written differently, where they have a verb and then they have a noun. And here, it's just the word instruction. So do you think we would need that?
That's up to the board in terms, what she's asking about is the title. One talk about effective decision-making, serving the whole child. This is just curriculum instruction she's asking, is there a verb that you want for the title? I'll leave that up to you all if something comes to you. Anyone else? Thoughts on guardrail number 3 was called instruction, now it's called curriculum instruction. Any other thoughts on this before we transition to guardrail 4? Remarkable. All right, and apparently we are verbalists unless somebody comes back to us later. That takes us to number 4.
Wait, sorry, AJ, but can you clarify which one did we settle? How did we settle on it then?
Curriculum instruction. The superintendent will not allow curriculum instruction that is not challenging, engaging, student-centered and culturally responsive, and differentiated to meet the needs of all students.
Got it. Okay.
Which takes us to.
But wait, there is a change, because if it's meet the needs of all students, now the superintendent weighs first, what's the academic needs?
Is it the needs or academic needs? Academic. Meet the. Yeah. We'll insert just for clarity.
Academic needs. Yeah.
All right, so that takes us to resource allocation. And here again, we have an original and a proposed. Folks want to discuss the proposed, or did you want to discuss the original?
So in the one-page document where we cut and pasted.
Yep, you have another alternative?
Or I think it's maybe an addition, I don't know. This goes back to the earlier, we talked about, or it wasn't forever ago, but around like 2:30 or 2:45, we talked about a guardrail that would be clearly communicating access to programs. I actually made a note to myself based upon something.
For the access to high school? Was that?
Yeah, it was like the earlier conversation around like how pathways are not transparent and it's unclear, and like your STEM conversation, kids.
Isn't this one about allocating resources?
So maybe it's
About this one?
This is resource
Or
allocation.
is that a new one?
Well, I
Actually,
think,
we can get to mine later.
but no, Lainey, I think it's
Yeah.
because,
Genuinely,
how many?
yeah.
Again, it's 6:30 on a Saturday, I'm a little relaxed, because I wonder here, because of the non-transparent and I do think it was related to that, because I think, President Lamb, you were talking about how there's some that don't even actually get the credit to being, like, the pathways don't even count towards the actual career ready. And there's that some, so I feel like it was related to that.
Yeah, so I was trying to get like resource allocation, not only should it be equitable, but it should be clearly communicated and committed to.
Isn't that, oh, I see, but it's changed. When it originally said talked about transparency, I thought that's what that was addressing. Because
I can just add, I mean,
sorry.
Superintendent?
I was just gonna add a little clarity on the revision. I mean, I guess it's communicating two values in one. So I hear a lot about how it's just not transparent what we're doing, right? Then also, like, what's the baseline, which is the sufficient to operate all schools, while also how are we, you know, addressing the needs of those furthest from opportunities, and seeing where, like, we've just established some pretty ambitious outcomes, we need to be able to demonstrate how our use of resources are addressing those outcomes. That's, if that helps a little more context.
Yeah, I like the superintendent's proposed revisions. Not to try to.
No, mine could, yeah.
The concern I think I have with it is the comments about the labor contracts and how we examine them and how they impact resource allocations. And I think also there's something I feel like that is missing between the proposed revision to kind of capture who the transparency is with. And I think also including like families, sites, students, the city, CBO partners, and kind of everyone who we kind of have shared and kind of collective resources and initiatives with too. And so I don't necessarily, I'm still, I think.
Are you talking about the first one or the revised?
I'm talking about the difference between the proposed and the original. I guess what I see missing from the proposed that I still would want to have is around like the examining of the labor contracts as part of like how we're looking at our resources, if that makes sense. Or yeah,
I got a lot of concern on
The way it was written,
Yeah.
it sounded like we were
I
gonna
think
not
people
be
interpreted
limited by
that as-
labor.
Yeah.
So
Or
that needed to
contract.
change.
well, I guess for me that was like similar to the situations that we've had where we have existing labor contract agreements that are harmful for our overall district in ways that aren't helpful. I guess maybe that's not what everyone else views it as.
But they've been negotiated. So
Yeah, a lot of
But I'm saying-
educators interpreted that phrase at least in the feedback session. I got a lot of stuff on that, like saying, "Oh, you're trying to not respect our contract," or I think that phrase got interpreted in a way that is
Yeah,
not.
so
necessarily how
definitely
it's
not,
intended.
not honoring the contract isn't an option. You
Yeah.
legally have to honor your contract, so
Right.
that's off the table. In addition, violating the guardrails is not an option. That's also off the table. So in future negotiations, the superintendent is obligated to only bring back negotiated agreements that honor the board's guardrails. So if there is something that in the language that dishonors the board's guardrails, the superintendent literally has been deprived of the authority to agree to that in a negotiation. Like that is not an option. It's not even something they can consider. You've tied their hands. So what I hear Kevin saying is, I want something that explicitly says in our negotiations, here are things that have to be honored. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, but I guess I'm thinking of it in the reverse tense. It's like, how are you as the superintendent looking at labor contracts to ensure they're aligned with our mission and values and aren't just maintaining the existing contract for consistency?
Yeah, and then if you put that in there, then yes, the superintendent is not allowed to violate that in future contract negotiations. That's the point I'm making, is that you have to follow your existing contracts. That is not optional. You all, I guess you could probably get away with it, but I think it would not be legal for you all to direct the superintendent to violate the terms of existing contracts. What you can do, and what your guardrails explicitly do, is limit what the superintendent is allowed to negotiate in future contracts. And so what I hear Kevin trying to say, I'm just pointing out, that is the effect that your guardrails have. So looking at the one you all just reached some consistency on around curriculum and instruction, if this obviously would not happen. If for some reason the union came back and said, well, we want this culturally unresponsive curriculum, then if you adopted this one, the superintendent's like, actually, I am barred by my board from even coming back with anything of that nature. So I can't even negotiate this.
Which typically wouldn't be part of the negotiations about curriculum.
That's why I use that as examples, because it's kind of ridiculous. But that's the point that I'm making here, is that you put it in your guardrails, it's off limits. The superintendent is barred from agreeing to any negotiations that violates that in future contract negotiations. So even if a current contract violates that, you still have to honor it in the current contract. But when you go to renegotiate it, the superintendent would be barred from negotiating anything that violated it. And so what I hear you saying is you want something as it relates to resource allocation that clearly ties the superintendent's hands, like if it violates this, then that is a no-go on that contract. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was saying. Yeah, but I do think your point of like, I do think that it is indirectly kind of embedded in the rest of them, and it isn't needed to kind of have that like explicit language, especially since our intention isn't to kind of undermine existing union contracts, and it leads to it's just more about us looking at every kind of relationship we have and how to improve it for students and families, and kind of having that as our approach. But I definitely don't feel like we need to change the language back for that part. Yeah, I guess I would just I don't know if something about partnerships and the cities and CBOs makes sense in here, but I definitely feel like for me, like that's a part of resource allocation that has been a struggle for strategic partnerships. Maybe it is something that comes in separately as well too. I don't know. So I guess I'm generally okay then with the proposed revision as it is now. I do feel that there is something potentially missing in regards to our relationship to the city and cooperation around the transparency and actions and how we're collaborating. That doesn't need to be in here explicitly, but I do feel like we need to capture it maybe somewhere in here.
Put it as a guardrail.
The way the language reads, though, saying that how the allocations are sufficient to operate all schools is problematic to me, because we don't have sufficient resources to operate all of our schools. If we have the definition of operating our schools, having fully staffed classrooms and paras, and the resources to teach and the curriculum and the training, we don't have that. We're not going to have that anytime soon with the resources we have right now. So it's a false sense of security that we're able to say that we have the allocations for sufficient resources for all our schools. This is just not a reality. It's an aspiration.
I guess what I was speaking to, what I was speaking to, allocate, maybe it's to say the baseline, something about the baseline, because I think what I've been hearing, what I hear a lot is, how come, like, why does one school get this and another get that, and there's actually baseline for MTSS, right? It's very clear if you're an MTSS school, what you're gonna get. But it's actually not very clear if you're, from what I understand, it's not very clear if you're just a school, what do you get? You get the weighted student formula. There are some things that are allocated centrally, but it's not clear what exactly is our baseline for operating a school. So that's what I'm trying to communicate in that.
Yeah, I think the concern, if I recall correctly, and I know this is a concern I had, but this one was trying to address, was lack of transparency and resources, the point that Commissioner Lattanzi was making earlier. Like, how is the budget allocated? Like, how are our resources actually being allocated? How are they being allocated equitably? And so I like that inequitable's in there. And how are they being allocated in a student-centered and school-centered way, and not
right? I agree with that. I just think that the word sufficient is misleading. We don't have sufficient resources for all of our schools to operate.
Well,
if you have the
definition of sufficient.
Right.
But this actually suggests that the superintendent needs to do it.
What is sufficient?
And I mean, that we need to support him in that, but I think like this challenges us. I mean, to me, it's like, if this guardrail's there and there's a budget that has, a huge curriculum department, and it's not clear how that curriculum department is supporting schools, I might ask the question, well, how is that, is it sufficient in schools? Like, that's why I kind of like this.
Well, then how does this address the other thing, which is like, we have schools that can afford to raise a lot of money, right? So they're sufficient.
But again, I think that's a question, that we can say to the superintendent, well, recognizing that X school has a PTA raising $500,000 a year and Y school does not, how are you ensuring that the allocations are sufficient
I'm just trying to think of a different word. Sufficient, but go ahead.
I guess for me, like, if we think about this as an accountability tool or because I'm assuming like this is gonna, like, we're having budget conversations and the superintendent's bringing us a budget, right? We're gonna go back to this and say, hey, does your budget meet this guardrail? That's why I like it, even though understanding that we can't define sufficient in a way that is like really the way we want to define it, but I think.
Do you want to include baseline? Is that too, because I've heard
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, baseline is a good word.
versus sufficient?
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is what this board has been.
That's what we've been trying to
raising.
push
So
out, yeah.
just baseline, yeah.
Just
I think
baseline.
that's a good.
Instead of,
finish.
yeah, sufficient, yeah.
Thanks.
Baseline.
Baseline.
Is that grammatically correct?
Better than.
Baseline sufficient to operate.
I don't know that that's, does that make sense?
Is,
Baseline.
well,
Baseline sufficient.
Baseline sufficient, maybe.
Tolerable.
yeah, tolerable.
I have one other wordsmith is, I'm assuming, can we put the word student before outcomes?
Gotcha.
While addressing inequitable inputs and student outcomes, is that, I mean, I just.
I think that's
Good.
fine.
So back to the last one, communicating baseline allocations to operate all schools.
Oh, yeah. Communicating.
Baseline allocations.
Oh, that's good.
Get rid of
Yep.
our sufficient.
How the
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Wait, but, well, actually, I don't know, doesn't that? I think this is, I think that means something different. Communicating baseline allocations.
Transparently communicating baseline allocations to operate all schools while addressing inequitable inputs.
I think it's different. I think that's more limited, actually.
Okay, well.
Divide.
Thank you, Lisa.
I like baseline sufficient or something if we want to put baseline in. But
I do appreciate Mark's concern of what does sufficient mean. I mean, when we're a state that's, in the bottom quartile of states in the country, and in a city that's incredibly expensive as well, one of the most expensive cities in the state, like what does sufficient mean?
So baseline commitments to operate all schools. You're not allowed.
Yeah,
to
maybe it's.
Be allocated without transparently communicating baseline commitments to operate all schools.
It's better, it's better.
Baseline funding.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not funding, sometimes it's resources.
Okay.
So baseline commitments.
Okay. I'm good with that.
So I have a comment
Thank you.
added there
Yes.
that says, cannot allow resources without goals and metrics of success. If that's trying to get to the accountability, we're spending money, do we wanna know what we get out of that money?
Where are you looking?
I have a comment on the right. It's
Oh.
issue 629 PM. It's a comment, it's not in there, I can't find it in there, but it's my comment pertaining to this.
I can copy it down there for you.
You see it?
629, right?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
629.
put it down with the list.
I guess. Yeah.
I'm not wordsmithing, I just wanted to bring
Yeah.
up this point.
No.
Is that we're
Yeah. No, I think.
allocating resources, but what are we supposed to get out of that, right? I want metrics. Yeah, we're spending money. What's the goal of spending that money?
Outcomes.
So.
AJ, maybe if you can clarify, because I think the purpose of this guardrail, the value we want to communicate is around the transparency and like how we're allocating resources that reflect our values to some extent. So what Commissioner Shu's asking about is maybe a different value. Is that more covered in, are we actually meeting our goals? Because if we're not meeting our goals, we're gonna need to change how we use our resources.
Well,
Is that right or
no?
no?
I was actually about to ask Ann is,
Yeah, okay.
what level of granularity are you describing? Because if you're wondering about how are resources being allocated to meet the goals that you all are about to adopt, that is baked into this process that we're going through right now. So, for example, the goals or the annual budgetary process that you all are going to go through is going to be I suspect very different than previous goal setting in that the expectation is to explicitly identify what is our spend in the area of each of these goals and what are the strategies that represent that spend, which I suspect is not how the budget has been presented to you all in the past. Normally, in most places, it's presented, here's this statutorily defined bucket of money and this statutorily defined bucket of money and so on and so forth. A thoroughly useless way of presenting a budget if what you're wanting to know is what you suggest. And so I don't actually think you need a guardrail for that if what you mean is you want to know what is the spend against the goals that the board's adopting. But if you mean something at a level of granularity below that, then you would need a guardrail because that is not built into the system. So that's why I'm
Then
wondering
maybe
which
it's a
level did you
separate-
mean?
The second one.
So you want something more granular than the goals and the interim goals?
Well, and I,
And if so, what would that be?
can I build on this? I don't know if this is helpful. So the original one of these talked about transparency in general, which I think the problem again that is there's this issue around schools. This one now is very focused on schools, which is good. But I think there's this broader issue of how are we allocating resources in general as a district, as I would argue, especially not in schools. How do we know that they're actually, the programs are actually
Yeah,
working?
Student nutrition services, a lot of money.
Yeah.
What are we getting for it? What's the measurement
that-
of success for spending this money on student nutrition?
So that did get kind of taken out of this one. I think the original language included, I don't know if.
Of resource allocation? or-
Yeah, that we were like, I think that the original research allocation thing just talked about transparency.
Yeah.
This one now is like very focused on school allocations, which I think is, which is helpful, but I think it
But it misses
misses
that
this other point.
separate piece. Like,
We call it school site allocation or something. Well,
No, I think I'm saying that like, I think there's other allocations that we want to
Right.
know the metrics on.
So actually, this is, okay, it makes me think about our LCAP. Like, are there any guardrails in here that currently written would not give us a crappy LCAP again? I'll just say that.
See, I thought, yeah, Lainey, two things. One, Lainey, I thought that this should not give us this should help address the issues around the budget and LCAP, and then our goals will address the issues around what we're actually doing and the strategies to meet those goals in the bar graph, in the LCAP.
Because I guess what I'm asking is, how does this enable us to start to see reports where we're connecting programs to students served, where those programs are being delivered, and connecting it to student outcomes? I guess.
I don't think right now we have a guardrail that.
And one potential verb change that might help, would it make sense to swap out operate for impact?
Where?
Right, and after the baseline.
Maybe. The proposed board.
Does that get you out of being explicitly school-focused and rather looking at the financial impact wherever
All
it lands?
resource allocations?
Dr. Wayne's fallen is going through security, so he doesn't always. Let's make
So
a decision.
the TSA can hear us.
The TSA might have something to say.
He's being patted down as we speak.
Oh my God.
Because here's actually, this is making me think, because right now I feel that a lot of our measurement is based upon expenditure and allocation rather than impact. And I know that this is addressing inequitable inputs and student outcomes, but how do we go even further or with more clarity to say, like, we don't want to just know that it's been spent, but we also, or that there's generally, or just have SBAC scores that we're looking at, but to really change the culture around assessment. I guess, like, okay, so here's one of the things I've been thinking about, and we were talking about that during the break, is it's not enough to make legally defensible decisions. how do we make student-centered decisions? Like, I don't wanna hear any more like, well, we submitted a sufficient LCAP. Back to your sufficiency word, like we did this sufficiently, like a CYA kind of approach, like how are we actually encouraging the culture where we are asking adults to behave, like I said at the beginning, adults to behave with a growth mindset, a curiosity for learning, an acceptance of when you bump into your blind spots, and modifying, and how are we learning from how,
So we have a growth mindset, additional ideas. So we could add that to be inclusive of whichever container you want it to be in. It could be budget and finance, it could be to curriculum instruction, it could be program. So if you see, do you see that?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we should work on
this, because I've been circling around this for like the last week. I haven't been able to articulate it very long. I don't think I'm super succeeding right now, but
do you like the growth mindset as a, so that's one that I think do you want to propose that as a draft guardrail?
Yes, like a new one.
Yeah, because all the additional ideas we're gonna need to go through, because this is what everyone's feedback is, so.
yeah, I mean, I like that, because I mean, and then building upon that and what that means, like how do we demonstrate that I don't know, like.
So is that interim guardrail, or is that you want to put that explicitly in the growth mindset guardrail?
How many guardrails are we allowed to have?
Oh,
5?
Oh, 5.
Well,
How many?
Oh, shit. Okay, we're at 4.
Max
There's
5.
room for one more,
There's room for one.
but there are like 8 on the list.
Yeah.
no, I mean, let's.
Hey. Well, AJ, sorry to jump in, I have a question. I appreciate what you're saying, Lainey, about, having this growth mindset. How much is that accomplished through this process, AJ, in the sense that, right, we're going to be bringing forward we're going to be monitoring our outcomes around the goals and guardrails. Now we're reshaping our board meetings to be focused on that. Is that, does that create the culture of continuous improvement we want, or do we need something different do we need a new guardrail around that?
I'm okay with it not being a new guardrail. I want it to be infused in our behavior as far as how we review our budget, how we review student outcomes. But I mean, we can move back onto this other stuff that is much more anchored in like the specifics.
Or maybe, one other idea. Maybe how for the first one we talked about the life cycle process. Maybe that needs to be put in this last one. So it's written will not allow resources to be allocated as if that happens at one point in time, just like how we talked about a major decision happen at one point in time. So I'll just throw that out there as another way to think about it, to address what you're bringing up, Lainey.
AJ, would you say the word that you offered up for the proposed alternative option for the word operate?
Impact. So operation very narrowly focuses on the operations of schools. Impact talks about both the operations of schools and things external to the schools that might be having an impact on them. I was just trying to figure out if you wanted to get outside of just the school allocation bucket, that's all.
I think I like that change, especially with the other things that we talked about. I feel comfortable with that generally.
So change the word operate to impact?
Yeah.
The superintendent will not allow resources to be allocated without transparently communicating baseline allocations to operate all schools while impact all schools while addressing inequitable inputs and student outcomes.
The thing is, I'm just worried that sounds
I don't understand what that means.
Yeah.
Grammatically doesn't.
Yeah.
impact all schools.
All resources to be allocated without parents.
I think the part that's there is good. I think the missing piece is like non-school based allocations.
Yeah.
I think that's what the impact is trying to get at, to say that it's all the things that would kind of trickle in beyond, but I understand that it's not maybe the strongest word. I don't know if there's another word choice, or maybe it's a restructure of that sentence.
Let me see.
You may be encouraging people to cross out your additional ideas if you
Yeah,
have
for-
priorities. At this point, maybe
It
have.
also might be the passive tense that's getting me, just too many words, passive tense,
How about this?
will now allow resource allocation. We just do that as one.
Then you
I
have to
put
be
a-
non-transparent. We're not allowed.
I just put a suggestion underneath. I don't know if that makes sense. Feel free to change it. Someone else will say it. So it included. So, yeah. That way, it's about baseline allocations operate all schools and how all resources address inequitable inputs and student outcomes.
Generally, but we're still only gonna get a few metrics that we'd have back on it though. I mean, even though it would be for all, right?
I don't know, again, does this address your?
This is still allocation oriented.
And if I'm community reading this, I don't know what this means. Just in the interest of accessibility and making
Yeah,
sure that
totally.
I,
As it is right now, I agree.
Does someone wanna make a proposal of a direction that we go? We have a few suggestions out there, a few options. And more coming.
Well, this has a comment. Superintendent will not allow resources to be allocated without transparency and without being tied to metrics of success. Then what about that, while addressing inequitable assistance to outcomes? We're not putting-
Yes.
Did someone put it in? I don't know.
Yeah, I was putting it in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm cold.
that's because he has a short sleeve.
Oh.
You want my orange jacket?
Is someone
There,
reading this?
there,
Yeah.
see my,
Or are you still in, do you
Where is it?
not have editing rights?
I don't, but in the comment,
It's like-
in the comment, I think
I
my
see you
comment
editing.
is
I see you there.
6:59 PM. Superintendent will not allow resources to be allocated without
Where?
transparency and being tied to metrics of
It's gonna be
success
next to the comment.
while addressing.
I can
Just waiting
copy
for
it
my
over.
strategic
Like,
correction.
Can you put it in the documents?
Yeah.
Do you see it?
No.
Does it say my-
It's in the comments, I'm
It's in the
pasting it
comments,
in.
under
There it
Ann
is.
Shu.
Okay.
Shoot, thank
My
you. Ann.
comments.
I highlighted it.
The real and shoe.
Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see it? Do you see me?
Oh,
Can,
wait.
can we
You know what?
say,
Oh,
and without tying the resources to metrics?
It should be
What do you mean
without,
by that?
yeah, without transparency and without being tied to metrics.
But what's the being tied? What is the being? We're talking about the resources, right?
Resources, yeah, being tied to.
Superintendent will not
metrics.
allow resources to be allocated without transparency.
And without being tied to metrics of impact instead of metrics of
Yes.
success. Yeah, metrics of impact.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna chime in here.
I don't know the metric, I would not.
You've got
Can I-
Matt Wayne trying to drop a comment.
Can I chime in here? Yeah, when you're saying the connecting to metrics, and again, I appreciate it, and I will, the reason why I go back to like, all this is connected to the goals we have, is AJ said it correctly. You all have said it, right? We do things and we haven't necessarily measured how they are. Now we're going to start their impact. Now we're going to do that around some goals. It's going to take a while to build the capacity to do that for everything that's in the budget. So just even thinking about 2 budget discussions we had, like around peer resources or JROTC, those programs, are related to some of our goals, but they're not like necessarily the key, the key strategy that we're going to invest in to improve early literacy. Are we going to be tying, everything to a metric, or that's the concern I have when I hear where it's going right now. Again, a capacity concern. We want to get there, but I don't know that we're there yet.
Yeah,
Instead of metrics, what about without being tied to student outcomes?
I like that.
So what you all are going to tie things back to, and your superintendent just said it, but it bears repeating. You are giving your superintendent the fairly straightforward job. Notice I did not say simple or easy. Straightforward job. Accomplish the goals, honor the guardrails. And so anytime you indicate the superintendent should be focusing on metrics, or you could say student outcomes, or you could say your goals, or you could, that is always going to mean you are clearly guiding him toward focusing on the goals. That is all the only thing he's going to be evaluated on is, did we make progress toward the goals? Can I demonstrate, that we've honored, the guardrails? And so the budget, you all are not used to seeing a budget the way that your next budget is going to be formulated, because it essentially it's going to have, a few buckets. Here are the goals, however many of them there wind up being, and here's how much of the budget we believe is applied, directly against goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, goal 4, and here's how much of the budget, that is indirect costs that aren't, directly applied to, any of them. And so, we mowed the lawns on a vacant property that we own. We don't think the resources we poured into that is directly applicable to accomplishment of the goals at all. So there's going to be some amount of your budget that is like that. It's like, these are things we have to do. We don't actually see that this is directly. And part of your expectation for your superintendent is he is constantly squeezing that number, getting it smaller and smaller, and every year increasing the amount of alignment between resource allocation and accomplishment of the goals. So that is a different process, a different system than I suspect anything that you've ever encountered in a budgeting process. And then not only the budgeting, because I'm super not interested in budgeting actually, because it just says, here's what we plan to do. Budgeting doesn't actually tell you what we did do. And so the other piece that this then impacts is when you get reports out throughout the year around, financial updates, the normal financial update, you go, well, here's how much revenue came in, here's how much expenses went out. That actually doesn't tell you anything about were the resources applied in the way that we intended. And so that's the challenge that we are going to set out to cure in the coming year, is that the superintendent would show in financial updates dollars against goals. And of course, you'll have that extra bucket that, these are dollars that were spent but are not directly against one of our goals. With the intention, how are we squeezing that so that we're creating more alignment? So I mentioned all of that to say, that's going to happen automatically, because that is other board work that you can't get out of even if you wanted. Like, you are legally required to be involved in those things, so all that's going to happen. So if that meets your needs, then you have less pressure to try to figure out how to replicate it here. If that doesn't meet your need, or anything that you need beyond that, it sounds like you do want to fit it in here.
Thank you.
No, I was gonna say, I think from what I'm hearing, y'all want to see more, right?
Well, no, I was gonna suggest we go back to the superintendent's original proposal for this one, but maybe add the word baseline in. Because I think what his proposal, which was this here. Go back in there. As he had said, the superintendent will not allow resources to be allocated without transparently communicating how the allocations are sufficient, we could say baseline sufficient, to operate all schools while addressing inequitable inputs and creating more equitable outcomes. That's something I think we heard clearly from the community that they want. They want to make sure that there's enough resources at schools to actually operate and address the issues that are there. And I think that's like a value that's clear and simple. And I think the process maybe that we're trying to get at and this other stuff is actually covered by what AJ just said. So I don't know.
I know we're supposed to have 5 guardrail, or actually, before we move on, do we feel settled to move on?
Okay.
I did want to raise.
Student outcomes.
Sorry, student outcomes. Yes.
Thank you.
No, I didn't. That might have been my bad.
What wasn't there?
I'm proposing a 5th guardrail. Y'all can say yay or nay, but it's at the bottom of page 3. Strategic partnerships. The superintendent will not limit collaboration with the city of San Francisco, state, federal, community-based organizations, philanthropy, and business community to advance the district's goals and values.
It will not impede. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this one. My only, I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but I don't think we want to require the superintendent to enter into a partnership that's not in line with our, I mean, I guess it said that.
That's right, because I was
Yeah,
explicit
yeah.
about the values, right?
Yeah.
So if engaging with a business partner
Yes.
that is against the social justice values, then we would not do
Right.
that. That's why I added explicitly values and not just goals. Because goals, you could rationale like, well, if so-and-so wanted to give us unlimited licensing for
Right.
X.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Or even a philanthropist that was like, we have this
Right.
particular agenda that might be amazing, but it's not in line with our goals. Yeah.
That's why I wanted to.
I think that's an important one that we haven't captured in a lot of places. I think figuring out what it looks like for our 5th and our last one, because I also have another one that I wanted to just bring up, and I think maybe there's the growth mindset one too, I think has been talked about a lot that we need to entertain. So just for myself, I had one around consistency, really centered around the superintendent not making decisions that are contrary to previous board resolutions without developing alternative measures to meet desired goals from the resolutions. And this for me really was about how do we keep intact, even though I think we hired a superintendent who's committed to the same values around restorative practices, inclusiveness in curriculum, and a lot of the things that we've passed that I think are in line with our community's values that we don't want to have to start fresh on. As far as the concepts, but maybe the how-to, the superintendent has different thoughts on. And so I think for me, that consistency so that the work that has happened, the positive steps we've taken can kind of continue without them potentially being up for debate or discussion. So I was offering that up.
I think for both of those, I think that our current superintendent doesn't have antipathy. You know what I mean? Like, I think for partnerships, I think that he's already demonstrated in Hayward that he's gung ho about that.
Pro-partnership.
So I just don't know if we need either of them.
I think that are there other people who want to propose additional 5th guardrails? Should we also read the growth mindset one now
Can
too?
we read
Just
the
for folks?
additional ideas?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of them down there.
We're asking
Yeah.
people to prioritize the one that is the one you want to offer up for our last spot. Because we have one spot left for our 5, right?
Let's not think about it that way.
We have more. Okay. Let's
You're
not-
giving us more? Or?
No, let's think about it as we don't have to have 5.
Oh, well,
It isn't-
I have
Oh, I
6, so
Okay,
I'm
so
moderating differently.
I think that if we're looking at the additional ideas, the first 4 bullets are all rewriting that last line we just finished, right?
Yeah,
So
good.
allocation, so then stricken out, and then the next one that's not stricken out is superintendent will allow students to be passed on grade grade, but not proficient. It cannot graduate kids of fifth grade reading level.
Well, the first part of that is, I don't think, we can't do it. I mean, that would mean that we'd be holding back about half of our students. And Chicago actually tried to do that for fourth and eighth grade 15 years ago. They found out really quickly that it didn't work.
So what do? You graduate them with
We
fifth
do what
grade reading
everybody's
level?
already doing. Yeah, we don't have the resources. Basically what happened in Chicago was they found out really quickly that you had half of the fourth graders failing and flunking and having to stay back, and they didn't have capacity for them in the school.
In fourth grade anymore?
In the school building, because that meant that there's still a K coming in, right? So the schools became overcrowded really quickly.
So what do?
I don't have an answer to that, but this is not gonna work.
Okay, so.
Parents
alright,
raising
then-
them to be proficient,
I mean, that's why we have the goals that we're setting.
right, to accelerate.
How about, well, I'm thinking because like I'm going back, I wanted to back up to the curriculum instruction that we already talked about. And what I'm realizing in reading that is again, it's input. It's input, it's not an outcome. And instead of differentiated to meet the academic needs, maybe and effective in meeting the academic needs. So a curriculum instruction, the superintendent will not allow CNI that is not challenging and engaging, student-centered and culturally responsive, and differentiated to meet the academic needs of all students. So to me, that is an input. You're saying like, we have the curriculum instruction, it's differentiated, it's culturally responsive, but it doesn't talk about efficacy, which is what the issue is around. So I mean, so culturally responsive and effective in meeting the, I don't know.
I think differentiated is really important.
Oh,
'Cause
okay, but like what I'm trying to capture is I don't need to take out differentiated. That's what I'm more interested in.
it's like having it be.
Tied to actually effectively.
Yeah.
But that is, I mean, that describes research-based effective curriculum and instruction.
Right, but
I mean, there's stuff that's like, I think the issue isn't that we don't know what good curriculum instruction is. There's in the education field, there's so much information. It's that we don't have the systems in place. Like, we don't have the instructional framework, we don't have the training for teachers, we don't have the teacher retention, we don't, right?
Right, and so but the way we wrote curriculum and instruction right now doesn't solve for that. It just says keep buying curriculum that
That are good.
is.
Yes.
No,
Do you
I
read it
disagree.
differently?
I disagree.
Okay, I think
If
I'm
the
reading it
superintendent's
differently.
gonna do this, he's already talked about having an instructional framework for the district, right? So that's step one. Step two is you gotta, like Mark said, you gotta retain teachers, because
Right.
if you have an instructional framework and every teacher is new, they're not gonna be able to implement it,
Right.
right? So then you have to train the teachers to be able to do that. That's the job of the superintendent. I mean, I think some of this is like, we're trying to micromanage a little bit, which is,
But here's the reporting I want from him. I don't want him to say like, Eleni, box checked, I have the curriculum and instruction that you asked for, that has all this. Like,
this doesn't say, like, it's when it says the superintendent does not allow curriculum and instruction, that means like in a school, the thing that happens in the classroom is curriculum and instruction, right? I mean, it's not like having it as a box check, it's like it being taught.
Getting a little bit spicy in this evening, folks.
I didn't mean that to be disrespectful, I meant it just like, how is that a box check, I guess?
because I feel like right now, I could say, I could ask, is our curriculum and instruction, these things? And there are a lot, I mean, maybe not the superintendent, but I would hear from individuals that like, oh, it absolutely is, or we just need more of this, or da 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 da. So I guess I would just like to say,
What evaluation?
yeah, I want like,
To be effective.
That's the
To
goal,
actually
though.
Those are interim,
That's
the
the
interim
goal.
goals that the
I'm in
superintendent
the
comes up,
goals
right?
right now.
No, you're in
No, I'm
the.
in the
value.
guardrails.
You're the
Oh my God. So, okay.
The
it's
measurable
great, yeah.
The measurable goal is the
The
literacy in
results,
math
yeah,
and
the
content
results.
readiness.
Right.
Okay. Oh my God. You know what? I have now learned that I'm good for 4 hours. a day.
But you're on hour 12.
This happened at our board meeting, like right around 9, I started like walking out.
Okay.
We've been jumping around too. so
Yeah,
it's
you
not-
got a lot.
No, I'm sorry, you guys. Thank
Okay.
you for indulging
Can
me.
we-
Me too, get back comment.
So, that's the reason I feel what the superintendent had initially proposed was really good. What you really want is consistent implementation of grade level instruction. We don't want to go below grade level, right? So consistent implementation of grade level instruction. And that's the reason he proposed. The first thing is to make sure you're developing the capacity of everyone to be able to do so. And then so that it's not spray and pray, he has two ways of making sure that you're getting feedback on your implementation so that it's consistent. So that's the reason he proposed what he did, just
So-
reading his,
And that's the instructional framework.
yes.
Okay, so did we lose something by not including the instructional framework?
I think the reflection I had was that that would be captured in the work that the superintendent does to accomplish the reframe goal, but it does create a slightly different set of kind of the measurables that come up, but I do feel like it's aligned. I'm more inclined with the one that Mr. Alexander proposed.
But also, like, I think, yes, the interim measures can be very similar.
Yes.
I do.
Yeah.
What are we trying to address right now?
I'm trying to convince you that we're done, and you all are trying to convince yourselves that you're not.
That's right.
Through this
We
last
gotta go through
list,
the
we're
list.
almost done, we're almost done.
We're having people share
I don't think
their
you have to,
proposed-
but yes, I hear that you want to.
We should.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so
Okay, is there any-
we struck the pass from grade to grade, because I guess we have to pass from grade to grade, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
That would require a complete redesign. We could ungrade our school system. That would require a whole lot of work.
Alexander.
that
Alright,
we-
so what about the
Rabbit
next
hole.
one?
Not Alexander.
There
What
are
about the
non-graded
next
schools.
one?
There's unschooling.
Moving, like,
Moving along.
from funding for high school, moving it to elementary school and non-statutes, that just kind of, there's a.
It's largely,
I feel compelled to leave like that level of detail to like the superintendent's discretion to kind of gauge it, because I think in principle, I support it, but just not knowing like the actual details, it makes it hard to say that and really limit what the superintendent is able to do to help solve some of the other issues we created. Even though I don't feel like I want him to take money from high schools, but I also want him to reach the goals by how he
We might
sees
have to
fit.
reach
Yeah.
the goals.
I know. We agreed to 70% of literacy. Remember what AJ warned us on?
80.
That might be
AJ's getting ready to leave, we don't have to worry about that.
I gave the cautionary tale I gave for a reason.
And I did want, when we do our whole recap, I wouldn't mind chiming in on that at the end, but maybe AJ, you can summarize, where are we right now?
I think we're nearly done.
Yeah, we're almost done, like.
Commissioners are sharing their last pitch for things they want added to what is close to a finished product, and 3 of us have been actively about it. The rest of the commission have been more patient.
I know, and I'm hearing a lot of final pitches. I guess that's why I chimed in, because,
I'm the role of goalie.
yeah, but no, but I do appreciate, I was just gonna say, I do appreciate Commissioner Bogus, what you said, like, yeah, some of these are in the implementation area and operational area, but it doesn't mean I'm not gonna be paying attention to them. It's just, do they rise to the level of a district guardrail, one of 5 guardrails?
Alright, let's give it that one, but the next one
Next one,
got postponed from a goal discussion.
could you read it for us?
Superintendent will not allow the holding back of advanced students while trying to help the slower students. Sorry, can't drop that one, we have to discuss it.
Do we have a
moved it from
second?
the goals, I need to move to the guardrails.
Do we have a second?
Maybe let's take a second before we take seconds and votes. I mean, I feel like that is captured in spirit kind of throughout the document, but maybe I am
All
mistaken.
students.
I think that's why I wanted to keep differentiation, because to me, differentiation is one of the key ways that.
Oh, did we not keep that?
No, we did.
We did.
Oh, okay.
But I was saying, I mean, I think actually that's what I mean. I think it is addressed, and then differentiated curriculum and challenging curriculum are 2 ways I think that's already addressed.
challenging, engaging.
So, I just want to highlight there's some inherent contradiction here. So I understand why Anne puts this forward, is because in basically, let's see, let's just read them off. Goal number 1 is not, I'm channeling my inner Anne Shu right quick. Goal number 1 is not calibrated to be focused on your highest performing students. Goal number 2 is not calibrated to be focused on your highest performing students. I think goal number 3 and goal number 4 sufficiently blasted across all students.
4 is gone.
I'm sorry, goal number 3 is across all students. And then, so 2 of your 3 are more narrowly, I think will have the effect of being more narrowly targeted to students who are further behind. And then one of them, your third one kind of points to, the needs of everybody. And so when I hear that, that sounds like you're kind of disproportionately focusing on the needs of students who are further behind. Then you get to your resource allocation, and now we're back to talking about all students. When you get to curriculum instruction, we're back to talking about all students. So I just want to point out that there are, kind of some different messages being sent. 2 of your 3 goals are about specific groups of students who need more support, and one of them is about all students. Your guardrails so far seem to be kind of more hinted toward all students, not any particular group of students. So just putting that out there so that you have an idea of what the score is. So then that brings you to this idea of an additional guardrail around the needs of your advanced students. So I think if you're just thinking from a parity perspective, again, trying to challenge my inner Anne, you've got 2 of your 3 goals that are looking at this group, and 1 goal that's looking at everybody, and no goal that's particularly specific on this particular group of students. So with that being said, I think it's up to you. Do you solve for that, which is what I think Anne is trying to do, or do you not solve for that, which essentially reinforces the intention that you seem to have articulated in the first place? But I think that's what's at stake here. If you adopt this, and I think it has the effect of changing the way that goals 1 and 2 will be implemented. If you don't adopt this, I think 1 and 2 will be implemented in exactly the way that Anne fears. So.
I disagree.
Yes.
I wouldn't want this, I wouldn't want the document that says slower students.
Yeah, you can change the word, but I think you understand what I mean. I want to challenge.
I don't know what
wanna
that means
challenge.
actually, but, can well,
And I'm not suggesting that's a bad thing. I'm saying that may be exactly what you intend.
well, and I don't, and I just to, I think we're on the same page at least 1 or 2. I think maybe, let me not put words in your mouth, but I don't think you fear 1 and 2. You're supportive of 1 and 2.
No.
Okay.
Actually, remember, when we were discussing 1, I wanted to change that discussion with you
Yeah.
two, so that it's more about moving everybody up,
Which
and not just this up.
But
Or
I-
ignoring that.
What I said is
It's the same
correct.
point.
Right, except I don't, I think that, I think that from like and from what I'm understanding from folks that, from what I'm understanding, what I hope I'm right about is that, I don't think that's factually accurate, that you're just doing this,
No, I'm
that you're doing
doing
this. No, but that what we have, is that 1 and 2 currently do this. I think what it does is it does this.
Yes, but I'm afraid this, ignoring this.
I don't, well,
Here's where this is landing for me, and it has to do with like the pathways and visibility of what's available at high schools and so forth, because we do know, like, for instance, there's inequitable access to AP courses, inequitable access to various different pathways. So I think how this is landing for me is more, how are we ensuring that we have, I think there's in there like the differentiated instruction, effective and engaging. I think we're clearly communicating through our guardrails that we want quality instruction that's challenging for all of our students. That said, what are we committed to offering to support the learning of all of our students? And we have, as a district, been inconsistent and occasionally signaled a lack of focus on kids who are interested in taking AP coursework and, or even honestly, like our, the access to, like city college course, the dual enrollment, like even access to dual enrollment. So I do think that there is a story here. And I do think from a retention and recruitment into our district standpoint, it would be worthwhile thinking about how we want to communicate our commitments.
I think we should be communicating our outcomes that are outstanding for certain populations.
See, this is where I think I disagree. I think we have outcomes on tests that are good, but I'm not sure that our kids that do well on tests are having a challenging, engaging, differentiated educational experience that like prepares them for college and career in a meaningful way. Like I actually think, and that's why I think this is a false distinction. I think this is like a scarcity mindset way of thinking about it. Like I think if we have better instruction and better schools, it supports all kids. Like all the things that you need to do, the way that you get college and career readiness up for kids that aren't like CSU eligible is by offering more challenging curriculum, more engaging curriculum, offering college classes, offering AP courses if that's what they want to do, or pathways and all that stuff. So it's not, to me, it's not that's important for kids that are below proficient.
Oh,
right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
So like that's why I don't think this way of framing it
I've detached from that way of framing it. I'm saying how this conversation is landing for me is the question of what you just said.
I mean, Lainey, I agree from a parent perspective and even on a student perspective. By the time you're in middle or high school, a student who wants to take more APs, who wants to has to be their own advocate to push for dual enrollment. In the last, again, as a parent of a recent alumni, that was not the sentiment. It was kind of like, yeah. And I think that's the shift that we're trying to talk about. I don't know how it is in the goals piece or the values piece, but there is something about equity and excellence that I think we're really wanting to strive for.
Yeah.
That's how I just wanted to believe.
Yeah,
in the experience of families and students.
Yeah, I will say that's what the college and career readiness, and why I push for the college and career readiness for two reasons. One, it requires us to have these different pathways, and two, it's not about the kids who I'm uncomfortable with characterizing kids in any particular way, except for saying we need to have as many opportunities for them to find their passion and be challenged and exceed as possible, right? So a kid who does well in AP classes, we need to give them the opportunities. A kid who thrives in the arts, we need to give them the opportunity. A kid who's mechanically inclined, we need to give them the opportunity. Like and I do think that gets captured in goal 3, but just want to emphasize, I hear what you're saying about the pathways. We need to provide those different options for all of our kids, each and every kid.
Well, but I will say I hear that, and then I look at goal 3 and what the interim goals are, and it doesn't, it's not talking about, it's not clearly saying we're gonna do more of this. It's again, it almost looks like we could still keep offering exactly what we offer right now. And we're just in support the kids to, provide more support or whatever it is, to increase the on track and grade level. But it's not actually talking about expanding anything.
No, that's a fair point, and actually that might be merit reconsidering, because you're right, they are just on track to graduate and maybe aren't speaking to some of those other areas. So that's something I could definitely see considering.
Just to clarify, this isn't about quote advanced students and quote slower students, right? This is about.
Oh my God, no.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought that's what we were talking about.
I have moved off of that, and I am talking
really
more. Yeah, okay, so.
Because I agree with everything you're saying, but I thought we were talking about this one.
That's where the conversation
It
started.
started there.
precipitated that,
It
it is,
started
we are
there.
not talking, I am not.
About that phrase.
I want
What
to
about
be
the
very
idea?
clear.
I think it's a different sentiment and.
Yeah.
Yes,
Can I,
yes,
yeah, maybe just as we direct, so at this moment now, looking at the existing language we have around college career readiness and thinking about this additional language, are we looking at adding language to this to kind of incorporate some of the things that we just brought up? Or are we looking at some words around an additional piece to add? And does someone have those, it's like we're at a place now where if you don't have those words, I actually do not care how we feel about it, because we have to have words to match it. So I think which
That's
direction
why I
we
got
want to
confused.
push.
I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about this.
No, I mean, I think it's good. We had to like get to that part of the conversation. I think it's helpful.
So, I'm not hearing any sense of consensus around that item. Are there any other items we're considering, or are we done here? Yes.
I would like to propose a fifth guardrail that's centered around the discussion that we've had, not necessarily the words that I first launched this discussion, but the discussion that we had,
So then just to,
which is I believe is a lack of the emphasis on the excellence part with the equity and excellence. We've done a lot on the equity part. I feel like we're missing more on the excellence part.
we have 3 kind of outstanding proposals coming from kind of the collective. One is around how do we create more opportunities for acceleration, excellence, people diving in deeper to their learning opportunities. We have another that is around a growth mindset. The superintendent will not allow adult behavior to impede support of growth mindset, continuous learning, and efficacy and accountability.
Oh yeah, sorry, I had to keep scrolling down.
Keep scrolling with me. And then the
Y'all killing
one
me.
proposed by our illustrious president, the strategic partnerships, the superintendent will not impede. We did talk about it, but we didn't make a decision. Commissioner Sanchez did raise up that strategic partnerships, and the one that I did not include that I was offering up around consistency are implicitly supported, I think, by the superintendent and are less necessary to have here, but I just wanted to present the 3, which doesn't include the consistent one that I put forth, because I'm gonna pull it back just out of graciousness. Strategic partnerships, growth mindset, and then I think academic access, and those types of things that we've kind of been discussing on. So with those 3, is there one that it makes sense for us to dive deeper and talk about?
Can I just ask if we could tie these also to the feedback patterns? Like, are there places where we heard about these from the community? Again, just to try to.
Are they must-haves or just nice-to-haves?
Yeah, and to ground in like what we were hearing from folks. Because I like all of them, but I don't know how important they are. And so that's why I was kind of asking that question of like.
Or we could just keep 4.
We also have an option not to add any. That might be the quickest option.
That's a good option, it's a good option.
Well, the one about strategic partnership that we discussed, right, that since the superintendent is already good on that, we don't need to put a guardrail, so that it
That's
doesn't
my
do it, right? I agree.
Is there consensus around that?
I mean, I'll leave to all of you.
I don't think that, but I also am okay if we land there, because I do think the superintendent knows how important it is to us and he values that.
I mean, just going back to if this document is guiding principles for his evaluation, I don't know, I mean, it's just, it's a nice, I mean.
This is an underlying question that you have to wrestle with before we close this thing out. Is there anything else that grounded in the community feedback that we'd absolutely want to be able to evaluate our superintendent on? So for example, maybe you want to evaluate the superintendent on how nice he is, to his cabinet members. There's nothing in your guardrails that allows for that. So you will not be evaluating him on how nice he is. So when, he is abusive to, Marin, we'll just sympathize and say, tough. You want to think through.
I still won't break the law, don't worry.
That matches. And so just one more lens you want to be thinking of as you're contemplating this is I go through the community's voice, and there's a lot of community voice to go through. That's why I offered you a 10-page summary, but you're welcome to go through the full amount. Is there something that's absolutely mission critical that we have to be in a position to be able to evaluate our superintendent on? And if so, this is kind of a speak now or forever hold your peace scenario.
Okay, I want to speak then. I will say that I would like to go all in on the strategic partnerships, even though I don't think it's a big deal that the superintendent kind of needs it. I do think it is something that is important for us to anchor in the superintendent's evaluation because of the historical struggles and challenges we've had with it, as well as the possible additional funding opportunities that come through it. For me, if we're gonna add one, I think that one is the best place to both center our focus as well as our evaluation around the superintendent, as well as send a clear signal to the community about kind of a new page being turned. So I think that is where I would throw my support.
Yeah, I agree, because I think if we're gonna actually achieve these goals, ambitious goals that we've set, we literally can't do it alone. We need money, but we also need other resources, partnerships.
You need alignment.
We need
Yeah,
alignment,
that's
and I
absolutely
think it signals that to those folks that like doing these two things at the same time is powerful.
Okay, I'm done.
I would say that if we do not put a little more emphasis on the excellence part, then we will continue to lose enrollment. The families with means who just do not believe that we're offering a challenging, excellent enough option for their children, they're just gonna continue to go elsewhere.
I guess I would frame it a little differently, but I would say, I do want to clearly signal a commitment to excellence and pathways for all of our students. Like I do what I was saying earlier around the inequitable and insufficient access across our system to coursework, dual enrollment, and career pathways. Like I do want to articulate a clear commitment. And I've been drafting sentences and not getting there, but
Can I ask a question? Because where I see that going is in the guardrail on curriculum and instruction.
okay.
I have another suggestion.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know, I've been, yeah, go ahead. Oh, related to this or different?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, I don't know if you had a specific wording. Did you have?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say under resource allocation, because I was thinking there too, although someone just deleted.
I didn't mean to
Deleted everything.
No, it's fine. I think I hit the wrong thing. I think I was trying to.
We can bring it back, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, we're back.
It's fine. Yeah, I was starting to comment and then I
Yes.
completed
And
my
in one
comment.
place, as you were talking, I thought
Yeah,
if we said creating more equitable and excellent student outcomes, that would be one place it could be. So like resource allocation, we're wanting to know how it's aiming for equity, but also for excellence.
Outcomes and opportunities, or, I don't know.
Outcome.
yeah,
I don't know, I was literally off the top of my head while you were talking.
yeah, no, that's,
So more equitable and
And
excellent
excellence.
student outcome in the resource
Excellence
allocation part.
and excellence in student outcomes.
And excellence, for equitable and excellence in student outcomes. Amy, are you adding? Who's adding?
We got somebody on, I believe.
Well, no, I'm making a comment on the curriculum instruction one. I mean, hey, we could add it both places.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Can't hurt, yeah.
more
Adrian's busy.
equitable.
Lainey, your cursor's right there, watch.
Well, it is, but okay, equitable and
Excellent.
And in excellence.
and
student
what did you say, Mark?
And
excellence.
in excellence.
And in excellence.
More equitable,
and excellence?
no, I think
And
it's more equitable and excellence in student
That was my
outcomes,
original.
yes.
How about, if we're doing it that way,
Translation.
the
Yeah.
English, not English teacher in me, because I'm actually a social studies teacher, is more equity and excellence,
More
and make it parallel.
More equity,
Okay, got it.
equity
equity and excellence.
Like the two words should be
Yeah.
parallel.
Yeah, that's it.
in the grammar.
then can we also add it into the curriculum
So I
instruction?
tried,
Like
I just said, the superintendent will not allow curriculum and instruction that is not rooted in providing excellent, challenging, engaging, student-centered, and culturally responsive pedagogy, which is differentiated to meet the academic needs of all students. That's a lot of
Oh my
words.
God,
I
it's
think
a lot
that's
of
fine
words.
though.
Wait, hold on.
Where are you reading?
Oh,
Where
she's
are you
in the
reading?
comments, and
Oh.
it's highlighted and in the
It's a lot of
comments.
words.
Do we need differentiated here?
I think we want
Yes,
it.
yes.
Okay.
You want it differentiated.
No, I think it's fine. I think it's, yeah.
I like it.
Wait, can I, just in terms of the instruction, I think it's, because pedagogy, sorry to be nitpicky, but instruction and pedagogy are kind of the same thing. Curriculum and program, like pedagogy is like the method of teaching. So I think it's fine to just say, we'll not allow curriculum instruction that is not rooted in excellence, challenging and engaging, you know, something like that, where you're like you could just add rooted in excellence at the beginning there,
Let me just put in the things you want me to.
before challenge and.
No, will not
Right.
allow. This seems weird.
No, the same, I mean, like, you leave the same, instruction of the sentence, like basically you're describing it, because you're trying to add rooted in excellence, right?
That is something that, yeah.
Do we feel good on kind of where we're at with the language right now? I know
No.
we're.
I don't, my sentence doesn't like the way it sounds.
We're gonna become back.
Yeah,
Doesn't quite
no
make
rush,
sense.
please.
Trying to add the excellence part into curriculum
And-
instruction.
Yeah, do you see, I just added it.
Yeah.
I'm working on the language.
I just think it should, I was gonna suggest this, like,
Oh, sorry.
I just think you could have all these adjectives describing. Is it okay if engaging stays?
So team, just want to name the time and the fact that we need to
Yep.
close this, there's some after the work that needs to get done.
Well, since Marin, thanks for jumping in there. Can I just jump in for a moment?
Rooted in excellence in the beginning.
The plan is.
Do you all hear?
Sounds
Go ahead,
like
Dr. Wayne.
student-centered, culturally responsive, and differentiated.
I think
Okay.
Matt wants to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, just, I think as we're getting close to the end of the evening, first, I do apologize for not having been there in person and for the first half. When AJ, this was his, I appreciate AJ recognized this was his availability. I'd hoped I could work it out, but couldn't. But feel like we got, and was very interested in participating in the guardrail conversation. Something I've said in writing a few times, I want to make clear, and AJ and I talked about this. As you finalize the guardrails, I'm going to need to work on the interim goals and interim guardrails and interim goals over. I'm not going to get them all done in the next week because we publish our agenda in the next week, but really those need to be done by January for sure to help with the planning for the 23-24 school year and beyond. So at least know in the interim, the interim goals and guardrails, there's some room for, I'm going to need some room to do some work, and there's room for feedback in those areas. So then AJ, for these, when they finalize this, this is the, we're going to do even some revision between now and October 25th. Is that correct? Or where are we with like, is this the last word everybody has on it, or where are we with that?
Yeah, so the board is completing their work. You've got homework to do, that you'll have to come back with a revised set of interim goals and interim guardrails, and present that to the board. My recommendation to you is that you follow as closely as possible the expectation that you get things out to board members as far in advance of board meetings as possible, so they have plenty of time. But obviously, you got 10 days, so it's kind of rough. But yeah, to get that together as quickly as possible, get that out to board members so they can have, a few days to reflect on the revised interims in advance of having a conversation about this with a hopeful intention of adoption on the 25th. That's not guaranteed, which I don't want to suggest it is. That is the plan. But if for some reason, worst case scenario, we show up on the 25th and there's just this huge gulf between where the board thought the interims would go and where the interims actually went, then it may not happen on the 25th, and
Wait,
it'll push it to the next
Can you
meeting.
AJ, can you clarify? I didn't think they approved the interim goals and guardrails. I thought the superintendent brings
No,
those
they don't.
forward.
I'm not suggesting they do.
Okay,
What I'm suggesting is it is gonna be very hard for the board to, just as we demonstrated today, when board members looked at, some of the goals is like, or guardrails, oh, wait a minute, that's not what we intended at all. And so then you get this complete rewrite of the guardrails to better reflect the intention of the board. That's why, and I've repeated this over and over and over, folks, it is really hard for the board to land on a set of goals and guardrails without knowing which metrics the superintendent will be using. So no, the board does not vote on the interims. That is superintendent work. But the board is not ever going to be 100% done with this conversation about goals and guardrails until they know what the interims are, for the exact reasons that we saw today. And so the more that is complete by the 25th, the more, the board will feel comfortable, voting then, and we can move on. But if there's a huge gulf between where the board is and the superintendent's interpretation of where the board is, then the board may be like, yeah, we're not quite ready. We need to make some tweaks to these goals and guardrails again to better clarify what we intend. So that's why I said the best case scenario is if there is a way to get interims to the board as far in advance of the 25th as possible, that will help us get to a place where you could actually, the board will actually feel comfortable making a final decision on the 25th. But that is our next step. We have finished our work for today. As of right now, we have 3 draft goals with only slight modifications. All the modifications are in the document. I'm not accepting any of the changes, so the full history is there. Please do not go in and accept any modifications. Only, basically the people at the dais, and the superintendent have access to this document. So do not add anything more after we close out. That would be Brown Act, problematic. So board members, just don't touch this document after we close out. Staff, don't complete any of the modifications. Just leave the document in its raw form so it stays compliant with statute. But that leaves us with 3 goals with minor tweaks, values with minor tweaks, a vision with only 1 tweak, and guardrails as predicted with massive surgery. But with 5 of them: effective decision-making, serving the whole child, curriculum and instruction, resource allocation, and strategic partnerships. Board members, you finished your work 10 minutes early.
Did you want to look at that curriculum instruction rewording that Lisa proposed? Together? I think
We agreed.
Yeah, I think you all landed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think you all landed.
It's below the actual.
Yeah, so you might want to strike out the top.
Yeah, I'll fix that.
Yeah.
Should we read all this now? Is it just gonna be published? Like, what is the?
So what we'll ask your staff, Judson, take the final version, extract that from this document, and then make the final version of the vision, goals, values, guardrails as a document that then gets published with the next board meeting agenda. And so then the final result of this meeting will go out to the public. You all will have it. You have 10 days to sleep on it and reflect and ruminate, and then be back in this room on the 25th, assuming that the direction that the superintendent is going with the interims kind of matches up pretty firmly for you. You'll be in a position to make this official, and then we move on to the next phase of the work. Any other questions or comments, board members or superintendent or staff, before we close out?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. We've accomplished a lot this evening, and thank you to AJ for getting us to.
And my ridiculously hardworking team.
Yes, thank you. For the thousands
thousands and thousands of, points of, community engagement and reports, and data, and thank you to the staff, and thank you to Marin and, Ritu and Judson, all the staff who made this possible today, interpreters, so thank you, yes.
And all the public that came out.
Yes.
Thank you.
Input to the public for engaging, and joining us this afternoon, evening. All right, so with that, I'm going to formally adjourn at 7:51. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want me to unplug you?
Yes, please.
Is this your phone too?
Yes.
You want it?
I'll grab it,
I mean, I
thank
do
you.
need a ride. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Mark, could you turn that off, please?